380 pounds, pushing 400. I swear to God, within 6 months, he was down to 125 pounds. He looked sick. I'm like, yo, Bobby, you got to put on a little bit of fucking fat. But he had all that loose skin. And when they did that surgery, man, it was just, that shit looked like hell.
That's 315 is
there's another surgery that goes with that to take care of the skin. That's where they get you.
Shit.
Yeah, but that skin surgery, bro, I'm sorry to say, that scarring from that skin surgery, it's never going to fucking look good. It might make them look good with clothes on, but they're still going to be self-conscious, probably more self-conscious after that surgery than when they were fat.
I would say fat's better than loose skin at that
Damn
point.
right.
Fuck it.
Dude, you know how jealous I am of fucking fat people? I'm going to tell you right now, and I hope there's fucking fat motherfuckers watching.
Yo, let's go. Let's do it.
I am so fucking jealous of fat people because I have a high metabolism. Yeah, I'm built and everything like that, but it takes me so much time to fucking gain that weight. You motherfuckers have something to work with. Like, I'm jealous.
Right.
Yo, do you know how hard it is to gain muscle, dog, and gain pounds? When you
I've been fighting to get to 200 for like since I graduated high school, bro. Like, I've been just trying to get 200 pounds. I can't do it.
Got to increase your macros.
14 years old, bro. It took me from 14 years old till I was 27 to hit that 248 fucking mark where I was huge. And mind you, after 210, I had to take fucking steroids because there was no way I was packing on any more weight, no matter how much I lifted.
Watch this, Mike Rage. I'm going to tell you about something. See, I'm the type of person who I can notice something in the room with 1,000 people and 999 of them won't notice it. That's the kind of, I don't know. It just happens to me like that, right? Tell me if you guys notice this. When you're walking down the street, you have to move out of the fat person's way.
Always,
100% of the time. It's natural. You're not afraid of them. They're not bullying you. It's physics. So you literally end up working for them your whole life. You can't walk a fucking straight line in society.
Actually, if you think about it, it really breaks Einstein's law of relativity, because mass should be bigger mass should be attracting smaller mass to it, but in this case, bigger mass is repelling smaller mass away from it.
But listen, that's respect. That's respect for fellow man, though. Like no matter how big I was and how jacked I was at the time, I couldn't fucking move. I was retardedly big, and I was like 3.5% body fat. But naturally, I would move out of fucking people's way.
I'm at 8% right now, at 53.
Dude, I haven't been to the gym in 3 fucking years. I'm still built from construction.
That's me a year ago.
How old are you?
53.
God fucking bless you, because I'll tell you what, I have no fucking ambition and drive to go to the gym. And you know what's funny? Listen, I'll tell you a fucked up story.
That's calisthenics, right, Reese? That's calisthenics.
Listen, I train like I got a prize fight every morning, dog.
Listen, I worked out with a black dude, Freddie, man. I'm going to tell you what. Freddie was 70 years old. This motherfucker looked like he was 40. He was fucking jacked. And I'll tell you what.
I'm going to be that.
Dude, we didn't lift any fucking iron weights. Everything was sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, fucking nonstop, repetitious. And we would fucking try to outdo each other. Now, this motherfucker's 70. At that time, I was 30. And we would try to outdo each other. And this motherfucker, I'll tell you what, that was my best training partner I ever fucking had. And then we had this other dude, Machine, that worked out with us. He was good too. But that was my best training partner fucking ever, hands down. And poor Freddie, his heart gave way and he passed away, which really sucked. And it was sad to hear. But I'll tell you what, I'll never fucking forget that man. Never.
No, you know what my secret is, dog? It's water.
What's that?
Water. I drink a gallon of water every day. I won't drink anything but water. Nothing.
Dude, I drink nothing but coffee.
I'm surprised you ain't dead yet.
I drink nothing but coffee and gin.
What did you say, Angry Snowman?
I said, I'm surprised you ain't dead yet. You're a vegan.
Vegans live longer than meat eaters. Meat eaters are the ones that got pills in the
What are you talking about, dude?
Wait, you're a fucking vegan?
Yeah, he's a vegan.
Bro, I thought I had another mother, and then I find out you're a fucking vegan.
In his defense, he grew up in a liberal city, bro.
Yo, I thought I had a brother from another mother, and now I find out he's a fucking vegan. That's it.
Yeah, dude, look, he's an ex-felon vegan pot smoker. It don't make sense. It defies the laws of thermodynamics.
There's nothing like a big fat fucking steak with grizzle, bro. I will eat that. I eat steaks fucking 7 times a week. I swear to God. And I eat fucking good steak, filet mignons, and I eat fucking ribeyes. I love fat marble. I eat fucking ribeyes, T-bone.
Yo, here's the benefits of being vegan. You ready? All right. Here's why I'm vegan. I like it when women, beautiful women, the top women on this planet, half my age, throw their pussy at me.
Literally nobody. Do you tell them you're vegan? Like you walk up, you're like, I'm vegan. They're like, here, get some pussy. Like,
yeah, but have you checked your insides? Have you literally checked your insides? You know what shit happens to motherfuckers you don't eat who are not carnivores?
Listen, man.
Pea green?
Huh?
Is your pea green?
He does it for the organic type, the vegan bitches. That's what he's saying.
Bro,
that's
every chick he puts down smells
being
like patchouli.
Vegan, I get to walk around on the planet.
For the vegan bitches. Look, dude, I'm gonna tell you what. Reese does not discriminate when it comes to pussy.
8% body fat, right? I got 800 pounds of PSI, pounds per square inch, on my straight right hand and my straight left hand, right?
But how's your insides?
Perfect. I've never been
sick.
Bro,
I'm going to tell you what. You ever hear the story?
Oh, Jesus. Murda's asking these questions.
Listen, I'm going to tell you. Vegans, bro. Did you ever hear the Steve-O story when he went vegan and he went to the doctor and the doctor was like, yo, what the fuck have you been eating? His insides were like hard as a fucking rock and fucking tainted with garbage from all that fucking vegan shit. I'm just telling you, bro. You may be a strong motherfucker. You look jacked. I'm sure you can hit hard, but check your fucking insides, bro.
I'm going to do it for a month.
So Reese doesn't eat processed stuff. He just eats like buckets of blueberries and lettuce.
Yeah,
he doesn't get like
goes outside and gnaws on like dandelions and pine cones.
Reese, what's your diet, Reese? Give us a breakdown.
I'm a farmer. I grow greenery for a fucking living. And I'll tell you what. There ain't nothing like a big fat marbled fucking steak with that dripping ass grizzle on the fucking end. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm a meat eater. I'm a fucking carnivore. No. I got goat meat in my fucking fridge. I'll eat fucking any kind of meat there is.
Listen, I used to eat hammerhead, shark, deer, all kinds of shit, bear, whatever the fuck was on a plate.
That's good for you.
Remember, my family. I got white family from upstate.
Have you ever ate an octopus tentacle, Reese?
Huh?
Have you ever ate an octopus tentacle?
Yes, sir.
So have I. It's disgusting.
Yes, no, aliens getting here. Both of y'all are going into a camp.
Listen, Galamon is the best shit you're ever gonna fucking have. A little lemon on that motherfucker with some Parmesan cheese.
When I turned vegan, listen. When I got turned vegan, I got stronger, faster, immediately, smarter, quicker. My memory got better. My temperament changed. When I was a meat eater, I would shoot your mother's house up.
And you're from? Are you from PA or no?
Yeah, I'm from North Philly. I'm from hell, dog. I'm from the worst place in the world.
You're from
meat for ninjas being ninjas
from fucking Pennsylvania.
Oh, I'm from the worst place in the world. That's why I changed my life.
Hey, dude.
So what is your diet?
He's really lived.
What's your diet?
I'm going to eat tomorrow morning. I'm going to eat.
I'm from Jersey. Philly wasn't a hop, skip, and a jump.
What is it, Reese? Let's break it down for people.
Tomorrow morning, I'm going to eat about 6 bananas. And about 3 juicer cups that's going to have
6 bananas. You want to know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wake up. I'm going to cook some fucking natural.
I'm going to drink like a quart of water and make some juicer cups with kiwi, blueberries, strawberries, blackberries, apple.
Dude,
pear.
Why do you want to eat the same shit they were feeding Harambe?
Now, what's your lunch or dinner though? What's your lunch and dinner?
Lunch, I'll get a bunch of potatoes with cooked vegetables, and I eat the same thing for dinner. Just switch up the vegetables.
Yeah, vegetables.
Sometimes I make lentil
Tomorrow
soups.
I'm gonna go out to my chicken coop, bro, and I'm gonna grab fucking chicken eggs. I'm gonna eat some natural ass chicken eggs with some fucking greasy ass fucking hash on the fucking side, and maybe some fucking fat ass bacon. I'm gonna enjoy that shit.
There's a downside to this shit, though.
Breakfast sound heavy metal with all them F-bombs.
There is a downside to this shit, though. I have to eat literally all day long, and it
costs you're hungry,
$60 a day to eat.
Because you're hungry, right?
Huh?
Because you're constantly hungry.
No,
What's up,
I
Rachel?
do a lot of shit. My job is physical. I run
That's
2
my
miles.
cousin, Ray.
I run 2 miles and work
nice.
out in the morning.
She lives down in Florida.
Well, listen, regardless, I respect you because of your age. Keep it fucking healthy. I gotta give you fucking props on that
People
shit.
don't even believe me, dog. I gotta show people ID. The kids at the basketball court asked me for ID. I took my hat off and showed them some gray hair. There's your fucking ID right there.
Oh my god.
Nah, bro, I give you respect for that, bro. Keeping it up at your age because I ain't got no fucking ambition. I work so much.
Listen, there's a thing called male menopause, and it's real. At a point in your life, you're gonna look at and you're gonna be like, wait a minute, I'm getting old now. I know death is ahead of me.
Right.
Now I'm not, not sharp.
There's something called TRT to battle that shit.
You're gonna start wondering, are the women gonna still? If you're used to catching women, like I am when I was a young kid, I caught them by accident, hundreds of them.
Dude, I'm trying to get rid of the women I have in my life now. Why do I want
more? I don't want that to change ever. I want to be 60 years old and still have women.
There's something called TRT, bro. There's something called TRT. Real fucking easy.
Well, he just wants to do it with bananas, bro. Let him eat his bananas.
Listen, I'll tell you what. You eat your bananas, and I'm going to inject myself with some testosterone twice a fucking week, and I'm just going to chill.
No, what it is Reese is sitting here eating vegan, trying to be healthy so he can get more of a headache, more stress, and end up dying from a stroke that was caused by the very thing that he was trying to chase after.
Are you talking about pussy?
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Man,
I understood that loud and clear, so, man.
Women are medicine. It's the best medicine on earth.
He said he's going with the Farrakhan method. Get you a woman.
I'll tell you what.
Now having a wife is like having grayscale. Now being single is different. Being single.
Dude, pussy
I'll tell you what.
like
let me tell you something. My wife is a fucking dime. I got the best wife in the fucking world. Does anything for me, and I do anything for her. And I'll tell you what. I'm perfectly fucking. I don't need to chase pussy. I don't even look at fucking pussy. It's not even worth my time.
Well,
actually,
when you
you
don't have
can
a wife,
look at it though, Mike.
When you don't have a wife and you're old as fuck, you still.
Bro, you want to know what's funny? I'm gonna tell you what.
In the game,
with the type of wife I have, I don't even look at pussy. I don't even need to look at pussy. Honestly, God, you'll never ever catch me looking at another fucking chick.
Wow.
I'm gonna look at him for you.
I'll be straight up with you. All right. When the boy was in here and I was talking about, the whole sex thing. Look, why I ain't trying to have sex with the wife. I ain't tried to have sex with her since that damn thing in her belly keeps getting in my way and disrupting everything, dude. Right? But it hasn't stopped her from making sure that if I want something, she'll take care of me. Straight up. You know what I'm saying? My wife, before I met my wife, I was never faithful to any woman I was ever with. Ever.
Wow.
Ever.
Oh, dude, I'm the same way.
I hear you though.
My wife that I've been with now for the last 10 years is the only woman that wants, and I even cheated on her when we were dating, within the first 6 months of us dating. And, but when we got married, no, dude, I really don't have no desire to be around women. Women annoy me for the most part.
You want to hear something fucked up? You guys don't know about this. So, long story short, I started a website that I should have stayed with because I would have been a millionaire by now, which was live interaction fucking porn cams.
Oh, Jesus, fuck.
I made a motherfucking fortune, just to let you know.
Well, this was a family-friendly show.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something right now. During that time, I was married for 12 motherfucking miserable years, and every chance I could get to cheat on that bitch, I fucking did. And I ain't gonna fucking lie about it. Until I met my wife.
Hey, bro, my last baby mama, I cheated on her with her cousin. That almost like her.
Until my wife, anything that had a hole got the rage. I swear to God.
You motherfuckers just buried the manosphere for all times. I have never cheated in my life. Never. I haven't never cheated on a girlfriend, not even once.
Really?
Fuck no.
Bro, let me tell you something.
Y'all savage.
Because I was a kid on the phone. because I was a big motherfucker, I bounced at a strip club for the mob for fucking many fucking years, and I'm gonna tell you what, the shit that happened, if I told stories, you wouldn't even fucking believe me.
I sold cocaine in the 90s. I know all your stories.
Well,
Look,
actually,
my wife is awake right now.
Reese was there. Reese was there, Mike.
Reese was in the strip club at the time.
Some way, shape, or form, we might have known each other.
Reese was the one dropping off the escorts at people's houses and picking them back up when they were done.
While he was selling coke, I was bringing in cakes through the Diamond District with the fucking Hasidic Jews, just to let you know.
Damn.
You wouldn't believe the people in the world that snort.
Listen, I used to bring in 3 cakes of
allegedly, folks. Allegedly.
Ain't no allegedly. That's bullshit.
Allegedly.
I got indicted and went to federal prison. I knew a pilot that snorted cocaine. How's that? Put that in your pipe and smoke.
That's funny.
I was lucky in the fact that I knew everybody around me. Let's just say that. So if there was ever wind that I was hot, I can go cold. So even though bringing in 3 cakes a fucking week, it was all big transactions. I didn't have to worry about fucking shit. But that's what
you're talking about, like a birthday cake, a sheet cake, a wedding cake.
No, I'm talking about a fucking kilo. I'm talking about a raw ass kilo straight from fucking.
I've never even seen a kilo.
Straight up fish scale, raw fucking kilo that you got to cut and recompress.
Dude, that stuff that Ghostface Killah talks about with the Wu-Tang fish scale
in the late 90s, early 2000s. That was some fucking crazy shit.
Hey, you know how much kilos were back in the day?
Crazy ass political white guy. Trust me, I've been in some shit in my day.
Hey, I know. I don't know if y'all know what the cocaine prices are like now, but do you know how much a kilo of cocaine was in the early 90s?
About 20,000.
Yeah, dude, I used to be able to get 2 balls for $100.
In Amsterdam in New York was probably like 19,000, or you can go to Miami and get one for 15. If you look, it was so sweet. I'm not even making this up. You can literally just go to the airport, wake up out and get out of bed, yawn, go to the airport, book a flight to Miami. Bam, you'll be in Miami before lunch.
Yeah, but dude, I didn't even have to
go
do that.
Find some cocaine. Watch this, yo. Go find some cocaine, buy a half a kilo of the shit, put it in your fucking pocket, in your underwear, get on a plane, do the same thing in Miami, be back in Philly for dinner. It was that sweet back in the day before 9/11.
Yeah.
But listen, the truth is, listen, I used to get it. I swear to God, the Hasidic Jews used to smuggle that shit in the Diamond District. No lie. And I'm sure fucking someone's watching is going to fucking try to shoot me now. But we used to get 3 keys straight, uncut, fucking never had to fucking worry about a goddamn fucking thing. And I'll tell you what, these little motherfuckers that were scrapping a nickel and diamond on the street were selling 0.6 for the same fucking price as a fucking gram, making a fucking fortune as we were making a fortune. And you know what? When everybody went to jail and I got to a point in my life, I had to say, it's time to go legit and find other avenues. But I'll tell you what, my life now and business now is so consistent. I can never replace what I have now. You get what I'm saying? That money back in the day was quick money. You can have $100,000 in your fucking safe, but guess what? When you go to prison for some odd fucking reason and that safe is hooked up to a chain and ripped out of your fucking house, you'll learn a lesson real quick. And that's true story.
Rage, keep it real. You know what they did with Jimmy Hoffa, don't you?
Listen, it's not about. All right, so let me explain something about Jimmy Hoffa that people don't understand about. So
I knew it.
No, I want to explain something to you guys. So no one knows me and they don't know my name. I come from one of the biggest mafia crime families known to man. I mean, you could Wikipedia my fucking family and they're fucking everywhere.
Okay, yeah, so I want to stay on this fucking stream.
No, let's just get that straight. Jimmy Hoffa wasn't even a fucking mobster. Okay, he ran.
I'm not saying he was a mobster. I'm just saying you know what they did with him, don't you?
No one knows what they did with him. No one knows what they did with him. I don't know.
You do.
I don't.
Allegedly,
I know where he's at.
He was ate by pigs.
I have no idea where anybody is at, but I can pretty much tell you about anybody. Put it that way.
He ended up in over one of them hog slaughterhouses over by where Reese lives, right?
He was ate by pigs.
Okay. Hold up. We're shifting topic because we got 2 things we got to talk about, and we always do this. But you know what? It's
Go ahead.
New sheriff in fucking town. Second half of the topic because we broached and talked about some real estate.
Man, we went all over the place, man.
Yeah, we did. So hold up a second. So the thing that I was getting at the thing that I was getting at with the group economics as far as the real estate's concerned is if you're going to have to live with roommates anyways, one of you should at least aspire to get yourself in a position to where you can actually purchase the house, and then you can control the rental situation. And I think moving forward, that's going to be one of the things that should be looked at as house hacking. It's very effective. The video I'm going to drop in the morning goes into detail on that, has some resources in there. So definitely tap in for the Future Finance episode tomorrow morning. Now, the next topic, second half of this, is the U.S. running crypto out of the United States. So I had a bunch of people asking me about this one. So I'm gonna go in. We're gonna talk about it. So first off, the first thing that I want to say is this, for those of us who are already in the crypto market, is great for us. I'm gonna expound on that here in momentarily. But what's going on basically is the SEC, which is an archaic system. Yeah. That like literally they haven't updated the rules since the 1900s. Like it's like ridiculous. But they want to be in control of the crypto market. So what they've been doing is they've offered no actual regulations, and then every year they just sue people for money, and they get them to pay them off to go away. It's very high level extortion,
like the mob.
basically. And what they've done is they've gone after Binance, which is a very large global platform, and Coinbase, which is like America's pride and joy as far as like first entry into crypto. Not necessarily the greatest place if you don't like unless you like getting nickel and dime for fees, but it's easy to use and it's a good platform to learn on. And it was like basically the first legitimate professional looking platform in America. And they've been asking for regulations since 2014. Been asking for it. What do we need to do? How can we be compliant? Going out of their way to be compliant. And the SEC went after them also. Like nobody's safe. The only reason that you would do this is if you're trying to clear the way for the financial powers that be in the United States, like our top five, to actually run that market now that they want it. They're like, we want that. Get everybody else out so we can do it. Because they don't want to compete. They're not trying to do that. But so like they have these lawsuits going. So what's actually going to happen is we are going to get regulation eventually, but it's going to be after they figure out a way to bar middle class and poor people from getting into the market, period. And I've told people this multiple times. I'm like, when they shut this down, because like I don't know, like in all honesty, America is experiencing a vast amount of brain drain in regards to the cryptocurrency space because everyone else is welcoming these people in and we're pushing them out. And if that's the play for the future, we're blocking ourselves out of the future. And it's not us. It's these entities that are not representative of the people that they're supposed to be serving. They're not serving American citizens. This is another attack. Like they're closing doors on ways for you to get ahead. Your rent's $1,700. You're trying to figure out how to get ahead. You're not able to save money. Your 401k is doing terrible because they're manipulating that market also. They don't want you to have any attempt to even have an opportunity to have any kind of sound money. So they're going to block you out of the cryptocurrency market. Like, what options are you having? They're shutting doors. They don't want you to own homes.
You know like what that reminds me of, Ray, real quick?
What you got? Go ahead.
It reminds me of when they did this with Square, when they realized how Cash App was being used, right? They said, well, wait a minute. And then PayPal, they were like, well, wait a minute. All these people are using Square, Cash App and PayPal like this. Then they created, was it Zelle, right?
Yep.
They created Zelle. And when you ask yourself, hey, who owns Zelle? This is the 4 or 5 biggest banks. They all came together. If you actually look it up, all the banks came together and created Zelle. I think Bank of America is one of the biggest owners of the company Zelle. But when people go, what is it? Peer-to-peer, right? P2P?
Yep.
PTP or whatever the fuck. So when people use that, that's the banks that own that. And eventually I think, who I think is going to purchase what the fuck, PayPal pretty soon. I think Apple's going to buy PayPal. I wouldn't be surprised to see that.
Yeah.
But anyways, go ahead.
I mean, so
or Coinbase. That would be a good acquisition for them.
100%. But like Coinbase is so big that they're buying companies. So like you can't like you know what I'm saying? Like they're
Coinbase though.
Yeah, but would they sell? Like
would
Coinbase is in
for the right price.
Very
wouldn't you sell? Shit, I'd sell myself for the right price.
True. Also true. That's true.
Yeah.
That's
Coinbase,
true. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. That's a fair assessment. But as they're closing these doors, what'll happen is they'll do basically what China has done, because China, coincidentally, just sent Coinbase a public invitation. They were like, "Hey, come set up shop over here. We want to do business."
Right.
But what China did before that, though, is they drove everyone out of the market in China, and they were like, "Cool, until we get a handle on this, we're banning it."
Right.
Now China's bringing everyone back in. Oh, what's going on?
What's up, Angel? Calculated maneuver.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Angel.
So,
hey, bring me up to speed. I'm sorry, I had to jump off and give my wife a shot real quick.
Crypto.
No,
but hey, before you say what you have to say, I just want to thank everyone for what they did last weekend there.
All right.
Did you? The question. Hold on. From a follow up from last week, did you get a stripper?
If $15 is enough, then okay. It was only one donation.
Get you a lap dance, bro. You'll get in the door and get at least one lap dance. I'm just saying.
I just have to find where to go to get it.
Just get a hooker, Angel. Just get a regular.
I know. I love you, Reckless.
Oh my goodness, brother! Like, no, it's good to have you up. What's going on, Mandro? How are you doing tonight, too?
What it do, Mandro?
Good.
Angel?
What's up?
So catching
right.
you up. So
listen, you tell people what came out last week or earlier this week.
Yeah.
When I saw that, because I saw it earlier this week. When I saw that, I just laughed at it. I just laughed. We are our own worst enemy, dude. We really are.
Yeah.
It's like I'll tell you when you're done. I'll tell you like where I first accepted that as a realization of life, that America is its own worst. I'll tell you that when you're done, man. It was when I was in the military, and like I'm gonna tell you some shit. Like it ain't classified or nothing like that, but it's stuff that people don't know.
Well, you ain't wrong, Mandrell. We do have the government that really does represent the population correctly. We do.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Most of the population of America are idiots, and so is the government. So I mean, they're representing.
Right.
They are representing the population. They're dumb.
Oh God, it's so I don't.
No, I mean, it is truly a representative government. I mean, I'm just saying we got what we wanted.
Yep. If you're dumb, it represents you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You're not wrong.
Listen, I'm telling you that, and the press. Oh Lord.
Hey, are you celebrating? Are you guys celebrating Juneteenth this weekend?
That's the only holiday I'm celebrating this month. What are you talking about? That's all I'm celebrating this month.
Like I said, Ray. We should do a simulcast that night too, man. And we'll live stream shooting off fireworks and all that stuff, man. If we're barbecuing, we'll barbecue while we're live streaming, all that shit, man. For real. Let's make it lit. Let's take Juneteenth and turn it into an actual real American holiday.
That would be that. Okay, you know what? I'm
something that it belongs to everybody in America.
Let's create July 10th. Let's go straight to the next month.
Yeah, be like, and America was freed too.
Let's do another month. Let's do July 10th.
Yeah, listen, everybody. I'm gonna jump off. I gotta go take care of my wife. She's not feeling well right now.
Oh no! Tell her we hope she feels better, dude. Like I understand. I'll text you later. I'll text you.
I mean, listen, people don't know. My wife's been sick for 15 years, so it's hit or miss when I got to jump off. But everybody be good.
Absolutely.
Take care, Mike.
You as well. I'll check on you. I'll check on you tomorrow.
All right, bro. Talk to you later.
Okay. Have a great night, Mike.
Hey, Reckless, I'll come back up just as soon as I'm done smoking this crack.
Okay, cool.
Jesus
kids don't smoke crack. Oh my goodness.
His wife is tough. After 15 years of being sick, I would have called it. I would have said, all right, fuck it. Throw the white flag.
I mean, it's the thing that's interesting is like when you have people who like you see battle illness, like it's one of those things where like I would agree with you, except for that's just not how our brains are generally wired. Like we're like there's something in us that just is just like survive. Like what are you talking about? Because like I always say that if I lost an appendage, I'd be like, yeah, I'm calling it. Like I can't do what I want to do.
Out of here.
And people lose all kinds of appendages, and they're just like, yeah, I'll be a stump, dude. Like sign me up. Like, let's keep pushing, bro.
Listen, I'm telling you, even when I was in the Army, I told everybody that. I told my parents that. Listen, if I get an arm or leg blown off, I'm eating the barrel. I'm eating the barrel.
What is you on?
I'm not coming home.
I respect
Mandrell said, wherever I am, I'm eating it there.
I'm letting you know now. So whatever cockamamie story they come up with, I got hit by a fucking bus, a bolt of lightning. No. An arm and leg got blown off, and I did it myself. You know what I mean? I'm not coming home fucked up.
Oh, man.
Oh my goodness!
I've so many of them commercials with them.
Mandrell is officially the definition, the living embodiment of come home with your shielder on. You're like, what happened? I dropped. Fuck it.
I could lose an arm, not a leg, though. I could lose an arm.
No, fuck that.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy.
You could take my left arm.
The guy with the prosthetic, you know what I'm saying?
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, they look at something. I don't want to be that guy.
Bro, wait, Mandrell, but what if as technology moves forward, they can get us prosthetics like the cable arm from like the X-Men, bro? Like now, if I could get a cable arm or leg, I'd be signed up for that.
That would be all right, but we ain't got that.
Right, that's true.
Especially when I signed up. When I signed up, like, I mean,
Ray wanted to be a new Mortal Kombat.
You know, it just medical technology wasn't where it is, anywhere near where it is today. Like,
it still ain't that advanced right now.
But here's the thing: if you look at the past 20 years of war, if you knew how much we've learned, like it is incredible. We made a quantum leap of like repairing nerves, reattaching limbs. Yeah. We made a quantum leap in that knowledge that we had. Like, if you look at the Mayo Clinic and the stuff they got going on, and it's because of veterans who went over there and got fucked up. And they come back, and then you get the chance to study and practice,
like the skin grafts and shit.
Yeah.
Guinea pigs for that shit, man.
Yeah, of course we are. Yeah, of course we're guinea pigs. Like you go to Walter Reed, no, nothing. But
man, I don't go to the doctor. I'm serious. I don't go to the doctor. Fuck that, man. You only go to the doctor to find out that you're about to die. That's it.
I ain't seen a doctor since the mid '90s.
Mayo Clinic is awesome, but that was me, Ray. I told my parents, "Listen,
he said I'm not doing it."
I'll be quite honest.
I'm not coming back home. I did it myself.
I'll be quite honest.
I'm just letting you know because I thought about this and I made a decision. I'm coming back either coming back whole or not at all. You know what I mean?
Hey, I respect a man that has a plan, though, dude. For real, you had a plan, and you were going to live through it.
Right, and my thing is, it was before I went on my second deployment because the first one, like it was like World War II. That first deployment, it was a good introduction because nothing else after that shocked me. The first one was like, okay, this is what war is. Like it was like World War II, dude. And that's where you see the bombs and the planes and all that shit. And then that's when you learn when you're getting shot at without looking. Like if you hear a pop, okay. No big deal. It's close, but it ain't there. You hear a crack. Oh shit! They're shooting at me. That's like you learn whether you're getting shot at or not, like just by hearing it. Like that was first deployment. My first deployment. It was a big eye opener, huge eye opener. I learned a whole lot. It was like okay. So the second one, I was kind of ready. I saw a few guys get banged up and get limbs blown off, and I was like, yeah, that ain't gonna be me.
Damn.
I could probably live through it, but no thank you. I'd rather just go ahead and check out,
No. Oof.
And so
that's
what did it for me. I was like, I'd rather just go ahead and check out, man.
Yo, you know what's shameful, man? The amount of people that have offed themselves from that little situation.
Yeah.
I think it outnumbers the people that actually died in the towers.
So what now?
I think the number of people that have offed themselves, soldiers, right, has exceeded the number of people that died in the towers.
Oh, but they did. We passed that a long time ago.
That's sad, yo.
We see that a long time ago, man.
The towers was about what, 3,000 people?
3,000 give or take.
We took a bigger loss defending that shit.
Yeah, we were at war for 20 years, man. I mean,
But I mean, I like when I think about that, dude. I think my reference point is the Lusitania, man. Like there ain't nothing that you're gonna tell me that's gonna tell me that everything and every system that we have to defend this country failed on one single day, and then we went and destroyed a country that didn't have the shit that we said did it and didn't send the people that did it.
It's insane.
And the crazy part is,
I'm just like,
reckless. Here's one of the things I was going to tell you: the whole war in Afghanistan, the war in Terek, would have been done in 6 weeks.
Right.
6 weeks. Here's the thing: we got hit with those towers, right?
Right.
A month and a half later, because I know some guys who are over in CAG. That's another name for Delta Force, right? Mm-hmm. They saw Bin Laden, like they could see him. They know there he is. Like me, I saw him on satellite. I knew where he was. I came home.
Wait a minute.
I came home. Look, my sister started asking me questions. We're by ourselves. I pointed him out. He's right here. Here's where they got this stupid military school of theirs. It's like their version of West Point.
Yeah.
Half a mile this way, he's living in a house with a stone gate around it. Well, if we know that, why don't we go get him? Well, I said, now 6 weeks after the Twin Towers fell, we could have got him then. But people started thinking, wait a minute. If we stretch this thing out, that checkbook is going to come with a lot of zeros on it.
It's good for TV too. Yeah, it's good for TV.
Literally, that's what it was. Now look at how much money Halliburton made because Dick Cheney was board for it.
Yep.
Look at all the other Boeing, Lockheed Martin. Look how much money they made, and then like Halliburton was charging the government $30 per meal. So one plate of food in the chow hall was $30, and the government paid Halliburton that money.
That bullshit y'all was eating.
Isn't Cheney part owner of Halliburton?
Yes, he is.
That's jail food.
Yeah, So look at how much money they made, and they looked at that, and they're just like, "Nope, do not engage, don't do it." Like 6 weeks. That's how good our military is.
On another nation's oil, and then making you guys pay for horrible food just so they can get just a little bit more money.
It ain't just a little bit more. They made a fortune. So I'm just saying, it's like Tom Cruise said in Tropic Thunder, lots of money. They made a fortune, dude, and like that's how good our military is. The Twin Towers got hit. Everybody's still running around confused and dazed. The military, 6 weeks after that, there he is, right there. We can kill him right now if we want to. Now what? Because they know that once you get rid of Bin Laden, what happens to the war on terror?
There's no boogie monster.
Right, it's over. Yeah, it's over.
Do you think today's military?
That's how good we are. 6 weeks later, we found you in a place where Russia went in there and spent years there and just got ran out. You know, we found you in 6 weeks in a fucking cave in the middle of nowhere. No roads out there. You know what I'm saying? No cell phone towers. There's nothing out there. We still found you in the middle of nowhere. You know, in 6 weeks, we got you in our crosshairs. So it's like that's how awesome the American military is. People don't know that because of the decisions made not by us, but by politicians and those fuckos over there in Langley.
That's what I was about to ask you, Bandrell. Do you think today's military is as effective as the military that you were serving in after 9/11? You know, before they put rainbows on all the different branches, flags.
I think that they are, as long as they don't lower the standards. It will always.
They've already lowered the standards though.
But they haven't for special forces.
No, not for special forces. Like you had
but isn't
3 or 4 women?
Special forces are just such a small part of the military, isn't it?
But they do most of the work.
Well, here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing, dude. You just have no idea, like how much of that it was us. You know, so now Fallujah, that was a combination. Like Marines went into Fallujah, and they kicked ass there. Shout out to the Marines.
Didn't they have Army reserves there too?
They didn't do anything. But you had,
they were basically there holding the umbrellas for the Marines to shade them.
Basically. So you had.
Here's a fun fact for y'all. I passed Ranger School in '89.
But see, the thing is, Ranger School is kind of like the gold standard.
Ranger School's like, Boy Scouts.
No, it ain't.
Hell, dog.
Yeah, no, it ain't.
Much worse.
No, it ain't. Dude, Ranger School is fucking hell. Look, you've never been hungry until you go into Ranger School.
That's
You've
right.
never
Hey,
been
dude, I'm
sleepy.
just talking shit. I've never been in the military,
you've
so I
never
have no
been
clue.
tired until you go into Ranger School.
Yo, they drop you somewhere with a map and a weapon and say, meet us here in a week.
In Florida.
No food.
Yeah, right.
My best friend told me that in order to actually graduate from basic when he was in the Marines, he said the last test was they gave him 1.5 MREs, his canteen of water, a freaking compass, and a map, and dropped him off in the middle of the fucking woods and gave him 3 days to get back.
Yeah, there's some training that does that. Like Ranger School is tough for people, like sleep deprivation and hunger. I'm not sure if there's anything worse than that.
Dude, I used to do that shit myself just for fun.
Maybe Delta selection does it. I'm not sure. That's the only. I think if I had anything that I regretted, that would be the biggest regret. I didn't even get the chance to go to Delta selection because I wanted to, and I had planned to go, but I wanted to cut my teeth in Green Berets for a few years before I jumped up to another selection course.
Oh, okay. Hold up, Mandrell. I want to get Murda's question for you because that was specific for you. He said, other than the paycheck, what was your ultimate goal for joining the armed forces?
Well, I didn't join for the paycheck. I mean, I already knew that the military didn't get paid money, But I
don't get a lot, yeah.
Yeah, I knew they didn't get paid money, so it wasn't for the paycheck at all. My reason for going,
The fuck is Reese doing?
I don't know.
I don't know.
The reason I'm not having a baby, the wife is.
I don't think we're gonna see it.
Reese's camera is both upside down and looked like it was in between his legs.
Right.
He's eating orange peels and shit.
Well, the thing is, I think it's something I
Vegan
always
life.
grew up.
I was going to say that's some vegan shit, man.
My reason for joining the military, I was like, okay, several reasons actually. As a kid, I always grew up liking military stuff. My dad was in the military. Both my
travel the world, right? You want to travel the world?
No, not that. No, both my grandfathers served in World War II. I had a great uncle who served in Korean War, an uncle who served in Vietnam. My father served in Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and he was serving in that current conflict, Iraqi freedom and enduring freedom, right? So here I come out of college. I graduate college, and I come back home, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to live here anymore. So I got to figure out something, but I got to move. Oh shit, I ain't got no money. I guess. And then so I went to the Air Force recruiter. He was a prick. So I said, nah, fuck that. So I went to the Army. He said, you went to college? I said, yeah. You got student loans? I said, yeah. We'll pay them off for you. I said, wait, all the student loans? All the student loans. I said, well, where do I sign? You know what I'm saying? So I signed, and they held up the end of the bargain. So when I got in there, I saw that's when I learned like what was available, what was not.
Mm-hmm.
I went to airborne school, after basic training. I went to airborne school, and that's when I got from Ranger Battalion. Ranger Regiment came up there, and a Green Beret shows up. One guy says, "Who wants to go to RIP? Ranger Introduction Course." I asked, "What's RIP? Ranger Introduction Course. It's a course you go to before you go to Rangers, before you go to 75th Rangers." I said, "Oh, okay. I don't know. Who wants to go to Special Forces Selection?" I knew what Special Forces was. I was like, "What happens to us if we don't make it? Whether you come back here and go on you come back and you go on your regular track of what you originally signed up to do." I said, "Well, there's nothing to lose then, right?" He said, "No, not really." I said, "Okay, yeah, let's go."
Half the people don't even make it through the march.
Right, and see, exactly. And
oh no!
But the thing
is the first thing. Half the people are gone.
Talking about the Rook March?
Yeah, half the people. That's the first thing you do.
First thing they do is give you a PT test, and then you do a 12-mile Rook March, and 15. It's time. That's what the first. I mean, day one for us was like 12, but that's after 0 days. Day zero was day zero. They smoked the shit out of you for 5 hours. So you start off with a class of nearly 400. You end up with less than half of that in the first 5 hours.
Damn.
People just falling out, quitting. It was just we had less than half in the first 5 hours of SS selection because people were just quitting. You know what I'm saying? It's like they can't handle it. So I went through that, and then next thing you know, I thought I was going to come back with a story like yeah, I tried out, but I didn't make it. You know what I mean? Like, and describing what the process was and how difficult it was. I thought I was gonna have that story. No,
Yeah.
I went there, did the best I could, and I was like, oh shit, there's nothing here that I can't actually do. So I just did what I could, and at the end of the day, I think there's like 17 of us left, and they chose 8. So I got selected, and then I went on to the Q course.
The other thing wasn't your original MOS like it had like way more PT than everybody else?
Yeah, the physical fitness. Yeah, my original MOS had. I was like, what the? Why do we have to be in such good shape to do this job?
Was it 11B?
No, it wasn't 11 Bravo. It was 92 Romeo.
Oh,
parachute rigger.
11B is fucking critical.
Yeah, 11 Bravo. That's infantry.
It's bullshit.
That's infantry. Yeah, I'm like, why would you sign up to be a regular infantryman? Go to the range.
Well, the judge. Never mind.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Anyway, you got in trouble and told the judge, I changed my life. I'm gonna join the military.
When that motherfucker said you can go to Hawaii, I was like, I don't give a fuck what 11B means. I'm going to Hawaii. What I didn't know was that they were the first people chosen for any conflict, and you had to be the baddest motherfucker.
Because y'all halfway over there already.
And listen, man, it's right. And when it's 98 degrees and 98% humidity, and you got to do a 20-mile march.
Damn.
20 miles, dude.
Yeah, see, our first road march in day 1, because it starts off with day 0.
Dude, you tropical people, you should be able to handle that.
Dude, no.
What do you think?
No.
What do you think?
No,
Wait a minute. What the
okay.
fuck do you think was them 50% that dropped off in the first 5 hours?
I'm telling you, the brothers.
Dude, it couldn't be the actors that ain't got no melanin.
Look, I swear to God, I was the only black guy in that class to get selected.
Damn.
I was like one of 6.
Right, you know what I'm saying? So it's like the rope march after that 12 rope march, a few days later, we had to do another one. That felt like 20. Because we're going forever on that rope march. I mean, I know I did ask, and they said one of those marches was 20 miles. I said, which one? Can't tell you that. Okay. The fact that he said, but the fact that you don't know the difference tells me that I've done my job. So, okay, cool. Because I really couldn't tell the difference. It was just a long fucking way, carrying 45 pounds on your back.
Yo, there's a lot of psychological bullshit to go.
It's a lot, yeah. It's a lot of psychological, and that's the thing. Once you get selected, the first thing they do after that is give you an IQ test. You know, you get a couple of days to rest and whatnot, but the first thing they do is give you an IQ test. So if you're dumb, nope. You know, nope. And the thing is, what keeps you off is that you don't know what the standard is of anything. You're like, how fast do I have to run these 5 miles? Just do your best.
Oh,
Get
yeah.
done.
And by the way, your
it.
fellow soldier comes before God, your mother, your kids, and everyone else. It's your brother and then God and your mother.
You don't leave anybody behind. Yeah, that's what throws you off. You don't know what to do or anything. Do your best.
It's even in the songs in the morning while you're running. Fuck your mother and your kids and God. Pick up your weapon and your knife and your rod. Am I lying, Mandrell?
No, he's not lying. That's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Like that.
Crazy, dog.
Those cadences, man. Like that was my favorite thing about basic training was the crazy shit drill sergeants would say to people.
Oh my God.
The craziest. I thought I was gonna get in trouble for laughing. Ray, I really I thought I was gonna get in trouble for laughing.
I did a lot of push-ups for laughing, dog.
Right, I did too.
I was a bad mother. That PT test wasn't shit to me. I got in so much and potatoes.
Right.
Listen, back in the 90s, we used to peel potatoes when we got in trouble.
That's all right. I had to do KP. I never had to do that. Like not one time.
Man, listen.
Yeah.
Oh, Mandrell.
Huh?
Murder asks, have you ever thought about continuing your enforcement career as a SWAT or special intelligence?
They wouldn't let me be a cop.
What?
I actually tried.
You like the universal freaking soldier. What do you mean it wouldn't let you be a cop? Literally, when I call the cops, I want Mandrell to show up.
Right.
Special forces destroy the target at any cost.
Because what they did was they asked me to turn in my DD-214. That's the document you get with what they can put on it as far as your military experience, right?
Yeah.
So everything you did, every school and all that stuff. Oh, well, there's a problem that we think you might have PTSD. I was like, well, how do you figure that? Well, with your combat experience, I mean, I don't see the others anyway. You don't have it. Like, what would that matter? You know what I'm saying? Well, we don't. You're at a high risk of having an incident out on the street, and we can't have that.
You could have just told them, be like, you ain't gonna have me arresting Africans, are you? I drove through town. I ain't seen none out here.
They probably looked at his combat performances and said, "No, this guy's a bit extreme."
Right. That's
give him a badge.
That's basically what they did
in this conversation.
Well, no, you know what? Honestly, Mandrell, I could tell you exactly why no police force will want you on there. Is because like if they get into some fuck shit, you ain't the one to have around. Like if they're actually not following the rule set that they're supposed to, because there's nothing that they can do to you, and you could do a whole bunch of stuff to all of them. Right. Like you're the problem.
Because like you get down several times. Look, okay, you go to jail. Well, I don't want it. I don't care what you want. I don't care what you want. Just get on the ground, man. I mean, just follow the order.
Well, I mean, I don't think you have an issue with that. Like, I mean, most of the people that I've talked to that have had military training, when they look at police work and the people that are actually running into these issues, it's not necessarily your SWAT team. Like when SWAT gets in trouble, it's because they chucked a grenade through a window and they didn't know that there was a kid in there. That's when SWAT screws up, generally speaking. Like, but when you have like these police systems that are actually corrupt, a person like you is a problem, because like you could put down a bunch of police officers. To be honest, like they ain't built for that action. Like you're well above their pay grade.
I've seen
so
a
if like
do that,
because the thing is with us, Ray, marksmanship is a thing.
Oh yeah,
you are going to go to the range. Yep. You're going to put rounds to target in your spare time.
Yeah,
we want you. They wanted us to think about marksmanship in our sleep. And they trained us that way, literally.
I could take off your mustache at 300 yards, yo.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And it should be accurate. Like they really do train you like that. Marksmanship is no joke. But for me, I like shooting guns. Yeah. So for me, I was in heaven. I'm like, fuck this. I can do this all day. I don't give a shit. Are we gonna be here at night? Because I love night shooting with NVGs, night vision goggles. We had I loved it.
You ever do a 30 for 30,
shooting, man? Huh?
You ever do a 30 for 30?
What's that?
You hit all 30 shots, 30 targets?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, but
not many people can do that. Out of my whole company, only like 8 people did it.
That's your company. They didn't train the way we did, man. You could be out there.
He's like, all we did was shoot.
That's why I was chosen for Ranger School, though. That alone is why I was chosen for Ranger School and my PT scores. I maxed out with the 92 push-ups, 82 push-ups, 92 sit-ups, 6-minute mile, 5.5-minute mile, some shit. I can't remember.
I never maxed out a PT test ever. No. I could max out the push-ups. I could max out the sit-ups. The run, fuck, dude.
Dude, running is terrible. It's awful.
Yeah. And the thing is, for me, I was always a sprinter, right? I can sprint. Yeah. I'm fast, but I can't maintain a 4-minute mile for 2 miles. I can't do that, man.
You know what? Playing ball helped me out a lot, I think. I never stopped playing ball in my whole life. I've always been able to run like a deer.
Right. Like, I can't maintain a 5-minute mile for 2 miles. I was like, fuck, dude.
But the real question is this, though, Mandrell, honest question. In your entire career as the elite of the elite, how many people did you have to run and catch? Did you run and catch anyone like ever?
Actually, a couple of them.
What? You ran and caught people?
Yeah.
With your hand.
Dude, war was no fucking joke. If we wanted to bring people, look, it depends what you said is. We want this guy, bring him in alive. And then the rest of the mission briefing is, okay, here's where he is. Okay, here's what's going on. Here's where he is. Here's the topographical view. Here's what's going on at this point. This is going on over here, blah, blah, blah. You're going through that whole thing.
Yeah.
And there's some times, man, where, your mission is to bring that person in alive. So,
crippled is alive, Mandrell. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was like, crippled's alive, bro. Like, that's subjective.
Here's the thing. I might hit an artery.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
You know what I'm saying? So, you have that choice, and you're definitely a marksman enough to do so. But if I can take you down with my hands, and I know I can, why run the risk? Just come here. Plus, this is more fun. I like using my hands. Like, no shit, it got like that. It got like that. Fuck you. And the more you're out there, the more lives you take, the more your friends you see go down and not come home or go home fucked up. The more fucking gets in your system.
Yeah.
The longer you're out there, and the more that's going on, the more fucking gets in your system. And by that time, it was set in pretty good for me. I mean, to the point where you know how I am about Africans.
There is some anger involved in war, you know what I mean?
Bro, yeah, Ray, you already know how I am about Africans.
Yep.
You know, Mandrell, you're up here sounding like a white supremacist of color.
No, he Mandrell had a whole ass experience, bro. Like it was so bad that I'm like, bro, I'll be looking at Africans here sideways now. I'll be like,
bro,
man.
no, I'm just saying. Listening to you talk, I think that you would be safer at a Klan meeting than I would.
I'm just saying, like it gets to the point. But what I'm saying is, it's like war makes you like that, you know. And sometimes, you know, sometimes you have to adopt a part of that ideology, kind of, to be effective, because it takes effort to get it out of you. Because it gets to a point where you think that all Muslims are bad, which is not true.
Yeah.
You know, it's just not true, and you know it's not. So, but then you know you go to Africa. And they either your first encounter, everyone's midday. First of all, if you Africans, you hire an African, anything past like midday, like past lunch, they're worthless. They're absolutely fucking worthless. They all get up there, they get hopped up on cot. Yeah, they get fucked up on cot, and then they're done for the day.
What's cot?
No, it's like it's a leafy thing. They either chew it, make it into a tea, or they smoke it.
Oh, okay.
And they get them high. You know what I'm saying? Everybody over there does it. All the men over there do it, and they all do it at the same time of day. It's weird. it's weird.
I've never heard this in my life.
I'm telling you, the Africans, they do. It's called cot. Now, either that. Now, then, when I got into a bunch of gunfights with them, okay, we're somewhere, right? And we had a gate between us and the public, but they're out there running a protest for whatever reason. I'm still unclear about what the fuck that was. All right, we're guarding this place, and we're in civilian, you know, for the most part, civilian clothes, right? So, but I'm still combat ready, right? The pants I had on, they weren't gonna rip. You know what I'm saying? I still had on boots underneath my pants and all that stuff. I throw on some body armor. I went out there and I'm trying to get this crowd to stop before they break down this gate. And then a couple of them made it over the fence, right? And so that's when it got down to hand. I mean, because these people didn't have weapons. I did, but you know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie, that shit was fun. I got to beat people up. And
this is why you can't be the police.
Right. It was fun. I got to beat people up.
He's a T-9000 running around seeing everything as a threat and a target.
Right. But here's the thing. Later that night, they left, right? A lot of them left. And we said, okay, they get mad, just regular protesters. It's nobody, there's no actual threat here. Okay, then they're going somewhere. And what we found out is they went and started doing brown. That's another drug.
What the fuck is that?
It's a combination of cocaine and gunpowder. And they snort it, and it turns them into fucking zombies. Because
that's like smoking weed with embalming fluid.
Right. So we would shoot them, and they didn't feel anything. They kept coming. If you didn't turn off the computer, if they were able to move, they were coming for you. So it was that was the weirdest, scariest, most fucked up night of my life. Holy shit.
For those watching, imagine World War Z, but Africans.
Yep. Yeah, it turns them into zombies. They didn't feel anything, dude. Like you had to kill them.
And the zombies.
World War Z was Sally Struthers asking for donations to help fund it.
It was crazy. It was crazy. Man, bro. I mean,
look, he's upset right now. Like,
so from that day, from that day on, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Yeah.
Like nobody should ever be able to fight that hard, ever. God damn, dude.
It didn't make sense that they wouldn't stop coming, did it?
No, it didn't make sense. Like you see,
they like defied all the laws of physics and reality and.
Well, I mean,
I think they're just made different over there, anyhow, man. To be honest with you,
it was that stuff that was snorting the brown.
Well, hey, Sorry if I've been quiet for so long. I was listening to you guys talk there, but I wanted to say, Mandrell, that I love your humor there, man. Every time you speak, it feels like a breath of fresh air.
I'm waiting to hear some of Mandrell's really dark humor because I know it's in there. I know it's in there.
Oh, it is, man. I mean, like,
Hey, Ray, show them the video, man.
if you
No,
like,
which video? Which video?
The body parts.
We okay.
Yeah,
hold on,
I
let me. I gotta proof this out first. Hold up a second. Oh, okay. I got you. Hold on. Let me share it.
This is nuts.
Wait, I'm bringing it up. Hold on. We're gonna react to this together.
All
I'll share
right.
the trauma. Okay, here we go. Hold up. Let's go.
Details here at 5:30. 2 Pennsylvania men are tied to a disturbing case: trafficking stolen human remains. Prosecutors say they bought and sold body parts from the Harvard Medical School. Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson looking into this bizarre story. Live for us in Spring Township, Berks County, where police helped take one suspect into custody.
I'm just gonna point out that lady looks like she just got done throwing up. Like she's disgusted already. Like she. Like she just swallowed like what was left of lunch. Like this lady's like, I can't believe y'all sent me out here. She's about to go file a case for reverse racism because they got the white lady out in the field and the black woman's in the office. Like this is so bad already that I don't want. Reese, I hate you for this. I'm just gonna throw that out there. This is bad.
I love it.
This is white people shit.
Yep.
Oh my god. Okay, so
Wait till
let's
you see
keep
this.
it going. I'm just saying this lady looks disheveled. Like she saw some of the parts.
Wait till you see the ringleader.
You tell me how many
Okay.
funeral homes or morgues you've ever been to that were run by black people.
Zero. Every bit of zero.
Okay,
I have
'cause
never met a
press
black
play.
mortician ever in my
play.
life.
Press
Ever.
play.
Okay.
But I've
Okay,
met some
here we
really
go.
weird white dudes, and they always seem to be like as big as Lurch from the Addams Family.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. We about to learn something today. Let's go.
Shari police and the FBI arrested Joshua Taylor at his home just a couple miles from here yesterday. They say that he was either having body parts delivered or bringing them from Harvard himself to his home, his neighbors completely unaware. In this house.
Hold up a minute. They getting
were
body
unaware?
parts from they're getting body parts from Harvard. Like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Right? Like what are you thinking?
White people
I
don't
thought they
fuck
were going
around,
to be
man. If they're
getting
gonna
them
sell
out of
body
a
parts, they want the best.
bro. Like I
Wait,
thought
yeah.
they were getting body parts out the sewer,
I told
out
you
the
this shit was
out
nuts.
the. Oh my
Yeah, like
god!
my
this
thing is, hold
crazy.
up. How did they figure they was gonna get away with that? Like, what, they were not gonna miss him?
No, these are, I
man.
guarantee you these are body parts from people that, you know, they sold their bodies to science.
Don't
after
you
they
got
died.
sign for that shit though, and like give it back? What the fuck?
No,
Oh,
you don't, dude. My wife's dad, when he passed away, he actually gave his body to science, and they don't. You don't have to sign for anything. The wife, you know what she got when they were done with him? She got a letter in the mail
Toes.
telling her where they buried his ashes.
I demand
Oh,
to be cremated.
Jesus. Okay, let's keep it rolling. I got okay. So they come from Harvard. Bodies come from Harvard. This lady is disgusted and sad, and let's keep
Yep.
it going.
She's just mad because she
In
knows
his
it's white
house
people
on the end
shit.
of Girard Avenue in West Lawn.
It's creepy. It's really creepy.
And this is the dude who lives next door to them.
Right, dude.
Like this,
The fucking
every part of
crypt-
this.
They interview the crypt keeper.
Oh my god! Like
I love it.
this is exactly what I thought it was going to be. Actually, like the house looks haunted. Like you know, there's a bunch of ghosts trapped there now.
You know,
The
something
neighbor's
fucked up going on
creepy.
there.
He ain't even got all his teeth, bro. Like why? Hold on. Let's
It
see who
gets
popped
better.
in.
It gets better.
Oh my god. Okay, here we go.
Lives
I want-
46
no,
year-old
I'm not
Joshua
accepting this.
Taylor,
Bye.
who federal prosecutors say paid more than $37,000 to buy body parts stolen from a Harvard University morgue.
I says, now I know why all the FedEx trucks and the like were running up and down the street. I thought somebody.
Wait a minute. They are shipping the body.
FedEx?
parts. Yeah,
FedEx? Really? People are dumb.
But he said there was a lot of trucks, so it must have been a lot of body parts.
A lot of FedEx trucks driving up and down the street. Good
I told
lord.
you.
Oh
It's
my
moments like this
God.
that make me so proud to
It
be.
gets better. I promise you.
Oh, how does it get better? This is so
It does.
sad. Well, this dude was in the Air Force, so we got to thank him for his service, most likely, and that explains his
Don't think
level
that guy.
of.
He was in the Air Force.
He probably flew over Africa. Leave him alone.
He didn't fly over shit.
He didn't
That's
drop
the
any
funny
bombs.
thing. The
So
Navy
fuck him
flew over
too.
everything. The Air Force don't do shit.
He didn't drop any bombs, so fuck him too.
He got you to
He might be
Africa.
an albino Tuskegee Airman or something.
Yeah, he did get me there. Fuck him for that.
He said, "Fuck him for that."
Oh my god!
And he got me. Some blackout pilots got me out of there. So thank you, fellas, for that. You know what I'm saying? I literally think that he's like, man, nobody's ever think of giving him a ride before. I'm like, fuck it. Yes. Like, true story. I actually thank the pilots. Yeah, I actually thank the pilots for getting us out of there. Man.
Makes sense. Shit.
Once we landed elsewhere, I was like, fuck, thanks, fellas. Appreciate that shit. I said, was it that bad? I said, you have no idea. You have no idea.
You just like looked him dead in the eye, and be like, man, we all saw some shit.
Yeah, man.
The FedEx and
Okay. All right. Okay. So apparently this gets better. We're thanking Reese for this.
Does it?
Somebody was getting their daily contact lenses.
The Berks County man is one of 6 people charged in the trafficking case.
Oh no, Snowman! Why does that look like your cousin, bro?
Look at his
Dude, I
hairline,
hate you.
yo.
Fuck off.
Look at his hairline.
Hold on. Wait a second. Okay. So hold on. So there's this idiot. That's a lady. I'm going to go with that's a lady. Okay. This is unreal.
County man is one of 6 people charged in the trafficking case. Prosecutors allege the nationwide network centered around.
Oh no!
There you go.
No,
Bro.
man.
Hey, bro. Why does he
Now
look like
you like
a
it.
mixture of both?
Hold up, rewind a little bit.
He
This
looks
time,
like
listen to what
Boyce
she said.
Watkins and Umar Johnson had a baby. And it's
Why is he black in the first place, man? Damn. What was he thinking?
I just don't understand.
Rewind a little bit and listen to what she said.
You guys are all, the only reason why you guys are doing this is because all the shit I play off of TikTok. And that's why you're doing this. You're paying me back for all the shit I show off of TikTok.
Let's do it. Listen, y'all.
This doesn't look real. Like this
Listen to what
they
she
gonna get a
said.
Lifetime movie. They gonna get a movie.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
You know it.
all right. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we gotta listen to what she says. Listen close.
Case. Prosecutors allege the nationwide network centered around Cedric Lodge, who managed a morgue at Harvard Medical School. Investigators.
What?
He
ma-
What?
Nationwide.
What'd she
It's
say?
the one black person who manages a morgue is also a
Nationwide.
criminal. Like this
And
is
what was Snowman
ridiculous.
said earlier? There was no niggas in morgues. Well, there
Bro.
you go, buddy boy.
He wasn't in a morgue, dude. He was the one that was telling everyone else what to do.
He was
at
the
the
manager of the whole shit.
Bruh.
I guarantee you that man was not in there cutting nothing up. He doesn't look like he got that kind of. Nope.
He worked
Maybe,
his
who
way as
knows?
the manager. He had to cut up a lot of cadavers to get the manager.
Yeah,
Look,
you
dude,
don't just start
I'm
off
just
as
saying-
manager of a morgue. I'm about to go
I-
apply to be manager of a morgue like tomorrow.
Well, look, you gotta understand. You gotta have like a serial killer mindset in order to do the shit that white dude was doing, to cut that shit up, to sell it. You know, like it's nothing. You really gotta have that kind of mindset. You look. You don't see throughout history. I have never seen or in my research found too many or very many black serial killers with that type of mindset. That's a white person shit.
Yes,
Okay.
true.
Okay.
That's true. Okay, hold on. Let's keep this rolling.
And I don't like this that you're exposing this shit like this. Reese, you're an ass.
Heads, brains, skin, bones, and
So the
I know
Hold
you're
on,
doing
hold
this
on.
on purpose.
Wait,
Every time
wait.
Reese comes over, I'm playing some fucked up ninja shit from TikTok, so he's doing this to pay me back.
Listen.
Hold
listen
on, just
carefully.
wait a second. Wait, we talking about what he stole,
Listen
and it
carefully.
wasn't greens, beans, potatoes,
They're
tomatoes.
not fingers.
Hold up. Okay, let's go. Here we go.
into 2022, Lodge stole, quote, heads, brains, skin, bones, and other human remains from
This dude stole whole heads, bro.
Skin. She said skin, dog.
How do you?
Hey, how else
You
is Joe supposed to get his skin suit?
Hey, you know what? The fact that they're doing this is not even the disturbing part to me at all. The disturbing part to me is that, number one, there's a market for this somehow. Two, Who the fuck's he selling it to?
Exactly.
Africans.
Yeah.
Nationally.
They're buying this shit.
Ain't nobody else needing the heads,
And what are they
bro.
doing
Like,
with the skin? What are they
yeah,
doing
like,
with the fucking skin?
Who the fuck's buying this? Like, that's
You
the
never know,
disturbing
some
part
of
to
the
me.
stuff they might be selling on the black market is
What can you do with the brain when it gets to its final destination?
You can eat
use
it.
People can use that to practice different surgical techniques, to sit and study if they have certain types of brain deformation or cancers or whatever. They can use it to study
I want to know everyone involved. I want more arrests. I want to know the chain of hands that these brains passed through and what the final destination was. I want to know.
I just want to know if I went to work and tried to steal a whole ass head, bro. That would be awkward, bro. Like you'd be like.
Now here's the thing: the brains. Okay, now here's the thing, fellas. Sheep's brains, especially when it's smoked, is actually absolutely delicious.
What
It's
the
absolutely
fuck did
fucking
he
delicious.
just say?
Sheep's brains, when you smoke it, it's absolutely delicious.
I would try it.
I don't know
wait
what
a
the
minute.
human brains smell
All right.
like, tastes like, but sheep's brains with some crap, that fucking weird bread that they make over there in the Middle East.
Clipping this up. I'm clipping this.
Oh no! Yeah, you see, clipping it up.
What's the texture of brain?
I've been all over the world and I
Honestly.
never heard nobody. I've seen.
Is it like is it like a borderline gelatinous or whatever?
No.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean?
I know. The texture of it is soft and creamy, kind of
like chitlins.
You know what I'm saying? No, I don't know what chitlins taste like. I ain't never had chitlins.
Soft.
But
So would it be like a cantaloupe texture? The meat inside of that?
What the fuck?
It's not as tough as that.
Not as tough.
Yeah, it's a little softer.
Like a bread pudding type.
There you go. It's like that.
The
'Cause
thing
you can actually
come up
spread
on
it. You
this
can actually
show.
cut it up and spread it onto a cracker if you wanted to.
Yo, what kind
Oh
of
wow!
If you wanted to.
So wait a second. You say you go cut up some brains and then you go rub it on Snowman.
Hannibal Lecter is? Oh my!
No, what I'm saying, I don't know what human brains taste like. I don't know, but sheep's brains.
I think you have an idea.
Like my man Reese said, he's never heard this. Like I'm thinking about him in my head. I actually
You've ate heart before too, right? Like deer heart and shit.
Yeah, of course. Clearly, Reese has never been to Morocco.
No, I ain't going.
Why not?
He said he's done.
I lost faith in the restaurant system there.
I didn't say go to a restaurant.
I'm going to South Africa.
Hey, you know what? When it comes to food, Reese has got a little bit of sugar in his drawers, man. He's afraid of meat.
I'm going to the motherland one day, but it's going to be South Africa.
Good luck. You can have it. Hopefully, I see you when you get back.
Why would you go to Reese, you're a vegan and you're going to go to the one place plants won't grow.
There you go. There you go. The one place plants don't grow. Everything dies in Africa. Nothing lives.
Oh no. Oh shit.
Africa's where culture even goes to die.
Exactly. They're so confused. There's 50 countries on that continent, and they got like 12 different languages in every country. It's and 10,000 different cultures. Like why? Like why?
Dude, like Africa's literally the only place on the planet you don't go and sleep with any female from.
No.
What?
You're gonna
Also
catch
true.
AIDS.
Yeah.
You're gonna catch AIDS. You are. There's no question about it. You're going
Dude, said no. You're gonna get it.
Yeah, you're gonna get it.
The number of people that have AIDS in Africa is
a time where that's a true statement. Is it things that bad, really?
Dude, it's rampant. It's rampant there.
Yeah, seriously, it's like every other person.
South
has
Africa,
some shit
dude.
like that. It's crazy.
Like they have so many people have AIDS there that they're finding people who are immune to AIDS there, bro. Like we're gonna get the cure out of Africa.
Look, bro, I'm telling you what the government did to the Tuskegee Airmen ain't got shit to what Africa did to its people by giving it AIDS.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you know, there's a reason why when you go to Africa, you got to take what is it, 12 shots?
Yeah, but you have to take a bunch.
Go over there.
Yeah, a couple weeks before you go to Africa, you have to take a bunch of immunizations. For us, that wasn't a problem because we get immunized all the time. Like in the military, they're just like, "Hey, go to the clinic, all of you, right now." So the whole team
government don't own me, sir. I'm not.
Oh hell! When I was in the
fucking
army, I got
chemicals
like
on me.
25 needles in like a year on 3 deployments.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. Like they'll take like 5 of them, literally 5 of them, stick them in your arm and just like that.
Yep.
Oh,
all of them.
no.
Yeah,
Listen, 5 different medications in one multi needle.
One.
What's up, Black Watch?
Or that.
Hey, we're the link for Bray's channels in the chat.
And the one that got me was one for anthrax, right? Like it would burn, and you could feel it burning you, like traveling through your veins. You can feel it traveling through your whole circulatory system.
So
Because
kind
of
of
the
like
burning
when you donate
sensation.
plasma, and when the stuff that comes back in, when it first comes in,
Yeah.
that cold feeling, that's what you feel. I bet coming through.
No,
the
Ray,
burning.
this is a burning sensation.
We live on a planet where an entire continent,
what is this?
An entire continent is flooded with AIDS. Men
Mhm.
are out here eating sheep brains, and niggas is selling body parts nationally on the black
Hey,
market.
man, wait. Oh, now here's
Welcome
the thing.
to Earth.
Bro, you are participating in Clown World, Mandro.
Well, here's the thing, though. No, what I'm saying is, Ray. This is why those aliens who crashed in the Mexicans' backyard. That's
You're
why they got up and
bonafide,
ran.
Mandrell. Don't let them tell you otherwise. You're bonafide.
Yeah, this is why the aliens who crashed in the people's backyard got up and ran. So when the cops got there, yeah, we saw the thing in the sky, man. But where are they now? I don't know, man. They left. Holy shit! Yeah. Next time this happened, don't call us,
dude.
I
What
agree
is the
with the
desert
cop
like?
on that one, huh?
How dark does it get in the desert? Like how dark does it really get?
Pitch black.
What's like under the bed black?
There's starlight.
No, it's just
clear
pitch,
starlight.
there's starlight, and he's right. It's clear because there's no noise pollution.
Clear.
However,
starlight.
if it weren't like if you like pitch a tent or something like that, you go in your tent, it's absolute dark. Like you can't see shit.
Now let me ask you this: when you're out in the desert and stuff, do like things that are trying to kill you from nature just come up out of the sand and try and kill you from nature?
Depends on where you are. For example, you don't want to set up anything on a dune, right? So if you're in like a place where there's a dune, don't do that. Go in some mount. Wait until you get into like a mountainous area or a rocky area. Set up your camp there.
Right.
So that way shit ain't coming. You don't have to worry about that so much. You might have to worry about like snakes or scorpions or big ass spiders.
Boy.
Big ass spiders. Yeah, you might. But if you secure your tent the way you're supposed to, you don't have to worry about that either.
They had cobras in Thailand.
Well, I think
Remember
in the way they make you guys even put your uniform on over there, with what they call it, with the way you blouse your pants and stuff and everything. That's supposed to prevent anything from being able to get inside and touch you, right?
Yeah. So they don't have anything to hold on to and crawl up your leg because your boots are bloused. Your boots
How big do the camel spiders really get?
Fucking huge. Absolutely huge, man. I mean, it's unreal. Like you would think that gravity would crush them because they're that big.
I mean,
it makes no sense.
So I can so I can have a metric to gauge by. Are we talking like snow crab type size?
All right. So if you measure from one leg from the top to bottom, I think the largest one I've seen was about 18 inches.
That's
just
Game
the
of
leg?
Thrones shit right there.
Huh?
Just the
Some
leg?
Game of Thrones shit.
Yeah. I mean, well, here's the thing.
No, we're talking that just the leg was 18 inches.
Yeah.
God.
And
damn.
how thick do you think the leg was? 1 2 inches around?
Probably. If you're talking about like those king snow crab legs,
yeah,
they can get like that.
Well,
bro, I'm done.
Look at the camel spider.
Look at this shit,
dude. You know what that looks? That looks like the fucking thing that sucked on people's heads from Alien.
The body.
They get bigger than that. Camel spiders. They get big. They get bigger than that.
That's not a spider, dude. That's an alien fucking life form.
Yeah,
the one that's on that woman's head. That's a small one.
When you travel around the world,
if I saw that in my house, it's time to just fucking burn the motherfucker down.
Hey, when you travel around the world, you see animals that you can't believe, though. I've seen some animals that I
you can't believe. Yeah, like there's times where you're in the woods and you're doing a field problem.
Yeah.
There are snakes that are unreal.
Yeah, beautiful too.
Yeah, beautiful animals, but fuck that.
Usually,
I saw a lot of cobras when I was in Thailand,
the ones that kill you.
I bet you did.
Are like 12 feet long. Man, they're huge.
Hold on, wait a second. Snaggy Harpoona said she saw a camel spider take a 9mm directly to the body and not die.
Get the fuck.
I don't know.
Bro, that's better than people. Like, what?
Right, exactly.
Hey, listen,
I don't know about that now.
What the fuck did it have? Like level 5 AR-15 plate armor?
In Hawaii, they got poisonous centipedes that are like a foot long.
And then like the level 5 armor, you're overdoing it, ain't you? Of all they got is a 9mm, and you got level 5. I mean, that's overkill. Just run with some level 2 and level 3.
They may be fucking green tip hollow points, man. You don't know.
Bruh, she said they also will chase you to get in the shadow of into the shade of your shadow.
They'll do that. Yeah, now that's true. I don't know about the 9mm part, but that's true. They will chase you to get into your shadow.
Hey Ray, let's see how much brains are going for on the black market.
All right, let's do it. Good God, this is the world we live in is terrible.
If the FBI knock on your door,
So,
you look at how much his human brains cost.
Mandrell, when you go deer hunting and eat your heart, man, did you like it?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I thought it was pretty good. That was one of the first things Reese ever asked me about was if I ever ate a heart went from hunting and shit. He thinks that's just white people shit.
No, it's not.
Rite of passage.
No, what it is it's country people shit.
There you go.
Oh my God. Okay, let's go. Let's keep this going.
Mandrell, let me ask you something while this is playing. Well, my uncle, he was one of those guys that would go out and trap everything. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like rabbits, possums, coons, squirrels. He made this shit called roadkill chili.
What chili?
Summer. Roadkill chili.
I know what you're talking about.
And basically, if you know what I'm talking about, everything I just labeled off.
He just threw it in the stew.
Yeah. And it was basically it was one of them chilies that, and during the weekend, he'd do it during like Memorial Day weekend, and he'd do it every 4th of July weekend too. Those that he'd make it. And look, the whole weekend it'd be in this great big huge cooker, you know, one of them plug-in cookers, like 18-gallon type deals. And that cooker would stay on, and he would just be adding to it as people are eating from it, you know, constantly. You know, he'd be pulling more meat. Like if he barbecued chicken and shit, you know, for people to eat that night for dinner, the chicken and shit that didn't get ate was getting taken off the bone and thrown in there. You know, if he went to the house and could get some deer sausage or, you know, some squirrel meat or whatever he had in his deep freezer, he was grabbing that, bringing it back, throwing in there. Dude, I'm going to tell you what, some of the best shit you ever had. But after drinking beer and eating that shit right there, because look, man, it was so good. I would eat it for breakfast in the morning when I got up. I'm not even playing, dude. I'd eat it for breakfast in the morning.
It's delicious.
And I'd eat it for lunch. And then I would eat whatever he was barbecuing all day long for dinner. All right. By the time the weekend was over, drinking all that beer and eating all that fucking real meat that man hasn't touched. Oh my God. You want to talk about fucked up bowels? Ooh, boy.
Yeah,
bro,
man,
I was about to say. Yeah. Yes, that's what that sounds like. That
but
just
yeah,
sounds like
dude, roadkill chili is the shit.
All right, I'm gonna have to try that. Like that sounds interesting.
A lot of the stolen product, a lot of stolen body parts were being shipped in the U.S. mail.
Prosecutors say Taylor would go to the morgue, pick out what he wanted, and have those remains either.
He would let them pick out what they wanted.
This dude had a menu.
So, dude, they had a showroom and everything there where they could just come in and, you know, pick what.
It'd be like this week's
like
special
the produce
is
section at
Harold's
the
head.
grocery store.
Like, does anybody want to buy Harold's head?
I'm trying to tell you, this shit is crazy.
Oh God. Man, I don't even know anymore. I don't.
Dude,
know.
we're doomed. We're doomed.
For profit. In a 15-page indictment, investigators say Taylor sent payments over PayPal. One was titled Head Number 7.
Hold on, go back.
No,
I bet PayPal thought he was a prostitute or some shit.
Yo, it gets better.
Oh no.
PayPal. One was titled Head Number 7. Another Brains. 41-year-old Jeremy Bloomstead.
What?
Oh,
there you go. Bang.
Dude, what is
You
happening?
ain't shit, Reese. You ain't
There you
shit,
go,
Reese.
God
Why
damn
the
it.
fuck did you put me on top?
God damn it.
This literally touches on every facet of American society.
When I
bro.
put
This
something in
is
the
so-
back chat, play that shit. Trust me.
No. This man is not real, dude.
Are these
Your boy
TVs
said,
showing up
it
on
was-
this
No,
camera, yo?
actually, he is real, and what that is right there is that's a. He was at one point in time a popular kid in the school, and then what happened was when he graduated from high school and got out into the real world, he realized he ain't shit. So he had a mental collapse and breakdown, and this is what you have. This is the next Dylan Roof.
Dude, these are Reavers from Farscape. They're gonna get on spaceships, run into other spaceships, and eat people. Like that's what this dude is.
This
He's the first
motherfucker has
Reaver.
the whites of his eyes tattooed.
Hey,
I mean,
Mandrell,
I think
Mandrell,
when
what if?
Well, let's keep it real.
Bro,
At least white people.
I
when
hate
they
to
do
tell
some
you
shit,
that you're
they know
gonna
how
hate
to keep it
America at some
level.
point, but like at some point, there's gonna be like 300 of this asshole, and we're gonna have to fight through them, and then we're gonna have like a horror story about America. We're
Right.
gonna be like, man,
The thing is, I mean, this guy, I had something for this, but look at him. He looks like he looks like a character that should be in Skyrim or something.
Yes.
He looks like he should be in Skyrim. Like
Yeah,
half Argonian.
He's actively transitioning into
one
a
of my
White
fucking
Walker.
cousins,
right?
For real.
Or he's like half Argonian from Skyrim.
Reese, how did you not call this dude for being half White Walker? You watch Game of Thrones. How did you not pick this up,
dude? You see the fucking big.
He literally, he's got the spikes on his head, and he's got the spike crown and everything, bro.
No, that's not a crown. That's a mohawk, sir.
Reese, you're muted. Hold on, I'm gonna unmute you, Reese, because are you? No. You're not muted. There you go.
The Living Night King. I was literally going to start doing videos again on my channel with this story, but I said no. I'm gonna bless Ray with this shit.
Hey, look, but one thing I will say is you got to give it to us white dudes. When we decide we want to do something, we take it to the next motherfucking level to where you question every bit of our sanity.
Yep. But there's a nigga running this show.
Snaggy. No, this wasn't Florida. This was at Harvard. Like they're selling body parts out of Harvard. This is the world we live in right now, folks.
Hey, dude, that black guy wasn't running this. That dude was making that black dude sell him shit.
Bro, head number 7, bro. That's all I gotta say.
Manager at the goddamn
another head. I bet he titled the cash app.
Another head.
Another head.
Like brains bro, with like 8
another brain. Yeah, that's right. Another brain. He titled it another brains with an S.
Bro.
Plural.
These dudes was having a good old time with this shit.
Look how dumb people are. Why would you title it that? Like this when it comes to stupid people, Ray, this is the part that gets me.
Yep.
Look at how dumb you are. You could have just entitled that AB. Nobody would have known what the fuck you're talking about.
Look, I want you to understand
that prosecutor is never going to have to leave his chair.
Ever.
Look, I want you to understand something though. You guys realize that every white dude, and this is every white dude that grows up in the poor or lower middle class, all right? Every one of them has the potential to end up like this. I almost ended up like this.
Damn.
You almost ended up half Night King?
Selling brains?
You know, it's fun. No, I'm talking as far as just image. Just look at the image that he's portraying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yo,
you know,
when you got weed, right? Look, when you got weed or cocaine,
you got to understand. Once you've committed to this level, when you're modifying how you project yourself out to everyone, then you got to really step it up and take it to the next level. You can't just talk about it. Now you got to actually walk that shit.
Well, I mean, listen, Snowman, we are in the Matrix, so I mean, I can't discredit him for upgrading his avatar.
That looks like like the twin brother of a guy I used to work with at the St. Mary's Foundry.
Dude, I'm just saying, like,
Hold on, Joe Generette, if you're listening to this, that dude looks like he could be your brother.
Oh my
God! I got
God.
a question, right? So
he named names.
You got some weed, you got some coke or something. You go post up on a corner somewhere and you pitch and you tell, yo, I got such and such, and you're looking for people to buy the shit. Now, if you got brains and heads, where do you go find your clientele? Where do you look?
Well, I mean, technically speaking, a bunch of people are gonna buy it if you like walk up, you got a trench coat on, and you like, hey man, you want to buy some head? And they're gonna be like, yeah, bro. And then like when you open the coat and there's an actual head there, then there's
like Lenny from Good Times.
Where didn't you say this was?
My name is Lenny, and I got heads and brains and plenty.
Yeah,
you can think.
I mean.
Well, some blood you can
my
drink.
thing is, well,
I bet you that like Nancy Pelosi and fucking what's her name, that black crypt keeper looking old lady that's 120 years old, Maxine Waters. I guarantee you that they have a better dealer selling them their brains and their adrenochrome.
Yeah, so my thing is this: when I look at this dude, I think if this man has not been getting arrested for everything, and I mean everything. If I was a cop and I saw him, I would just arrest him off basis and be like, "We'll figure out what you did when we get to the station, bro."
I'm profiling him. I'm taking a chance.
100%. Like what? Like
this kid's trying to get arrested, Ray. That's why he looks like
he
that.
did a
He's
really good job.
To get arrested.
He went to the top of the arrest. Like this is solid. This is
no.
Solid
See,
arrest.
that's the thing, though. I guarantee you that he didn't. He still. I guarantee you got ignored. And that's why dude, I'm telling you, I can see the psychology because that
Like you
this
telling me
is
nobody was
sounded
checking
like
for this dude?
a goth kid or a skater kid or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I swear to God.
How the fuck did he get his eye, the whites of his eyes tattooed?
That's actually a fucking injection that they do with a needle. What they do is they take like when you're getting a shot, they take a needle and they just pierce, I think, the epidermis layer of your eye or whatever it is, the very top lens layer, and go underneath that, and they inject it into, like, it takes a little bit of time because what it'll do is it'll go in and then it'll spread a little bit. And then, they'll inject it again and then it'll spread a little bit, So it's a thing that they got to do over a course of time.
Well, I mean, he got all his injections, bro. He got the assignment halfway done before.
No,
he
ain't all the way there, man.
Brain.
He's trying to make himself look like a reptilian. I bet you his tongue's forked. I bet his tongue is forked too.
Top story of the week or no?
Dude, this is the top story of the week. Hold on.
That white girl video I sent you is the top story, dude.
No, we're
Canada
not playing
Fires,
that.
Maybe.
I'm not getting my. I'm not.
You need to send that video to Ray since you got his email.
Oh no, the spaceship crash. That's
or not Ray, but Reese. Sorry, you are Ray. Sorry, my bad. I'm high. I'm high as fuck.
Top story.
Hey, you know what, Craig? It's Friday. You ain't got a job. You ain't got shit to do.
Snowman. You telling me he's not trying to look like that?
You
see it now? Do you see it now?
That's the Night King.
Interesting.
Hold on, I'm gonna bring him back.
Okay.
You see it now? Do you see it now?
I do.
Like he has a whole theme of where he's trying to go with
now
this.
I understand why people say white people came from the bottom of the Caucasus Mountains, dude.
Okay, hold on. So Ray, let me educate
Fucking
Snowman real
people,
quick,
man, for real.
So let me educate Snowman real quick because he didn't watch Game of Thrones.
I did.
I'm going to tell you who the Night King is.
What is he? He looks like something that came out deep within the earth.
The Night King is the commander of a dead army that's been sleeping underneath the northern ice for thousands of years. Then the ice cracked and the army stood up and came to life. And the Night King wants to take his army of dead zombies and go kill everyone in the world.
Well, wouldn't you after you woke up from that shit?
Actually, they weren't asleep. When you read the books, you find out that they just went that far north where it stays cold like that. You didn't see them before is because they were waiting for winter to come, a really cold winter that's going to bring upon what's called the long night. Now, once that comes, it's going to be winter for years.
But they were in a dormant state, though. They weren't.
They were. The thing is, they were alive. They were alive. They were up there alive. The thing is, it's too. You know how cold it is up there at the wall, and north of the wall is really cold. Well, they were is the equivalent.
I agree with you. I know what you're saying.
It's the equivalent of our North Pole, but on that world, it's so cold that nobody can survive that. So that's why nobody went up there.
You're right about that.
But if you notice that the colder it got, the colder it got, the further south they came.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
But you know that the original dead soldiers, like the ones that you were talking about, are the ones that he was collecting over the years. From the wars.
Yeah,
there was another army. There was another army underneath the ice. Remember their hands?
You're talking about the actual White Walkers. Yeah. Like when Crackster would have a baby, he give his baby to the White Walkers so that they wouldn't mess with him. It was a deal he made with him. But he turned that baby into an actual White Walker and not a zombie. Yeah. Because I have all of the books so far, and I'm still waiting on Winds of Winter to come.
So that's the evil that this guy is trying to emulate right here.
Look, dude,
selling brains.
Look, man, I can't. Quit trying to talk me into watching that shit, man. I held off on, the freaking that zombie series. What was that called again? The Walking Dead. I waited until season 3 to start watching. Dude, I'm not doing that shit again. No.
But Game of Thrones is different. No. Game of Thrones is much, much, much better.
I don't
than
care.
anything else that's ever been.
I don't want to get sucked into another fucking bullshit.
You can't miss it, dog. You can't.
Nope, I won't do it.
Wait. So you telling me Chuck has not watched Game of Thrones?
Not a single episode of it.
Oh, brother, that's heresy.
No, I don't want you to do this to me.
That's heresy. I'm saying the thing is that's heresy and borderline.
No, dude, I'm trying to have goals that don't involve me sitting on my ass eating, potato chips and
it's cinematic treason, dog. If you watch Star Wars and The Godfather and Gone with the Wind and Coming to
Yeah,
America.
I watched
and
those years ago, man, and it only took like 2 hours of my life, not
you have to
years.
You have to watch Game of Thrones if you watch all of those classics.
No.
Rocky 1.
I'm not going. No, dude, you will never talk me into getting sucked into another series again. No,
it's the best show ever.
I don't care,
dude. Except until the last season. The last season was dog
everything
shit,
that's going on in the world. You can find something in Game of Thrones and associate.
Also true.
That
is
the best
dude, everything that's going on in the world,
conversations-
I can find anywhere and anything. I don't.
And look,
Don't quit
Arya
trying to
Stark-
convince me to watch that shit.
Look, Arya Stark is the best child character ever. Even bigger than Arnold from fucking. Even bigger than Shirley Temple. The world loves this little girl, dog.
Telling anyone to watch, they have to watch a TV program is heresy.
Well, I'm saying, Chuck, that's you might be in trouble because I'm going to try to convince you to watch that show too. If you want something that's extremely well written, extremely well written story, and not only that, but the dialogue between the characters actually makes fucking sense.
The comedy.
Yeah, the comedy is there, but
dude, I don't.
It actually makes fucking sense. It is very well written,
and it's more gory than anything else too. There's more blood and guts, and
that comes later. But in the beginning, what wrapped me into it is the shit that the characters are saying to each other, how the story unfolds, the whole nine. It is. Now, once the showrunners started going away from the source material, that's when you saw shit just kind of like, man. What?
They kept you. They kept you.
But it kept your attention until that last season.
They did.
No, dude, I had people the whole time that series was on, man. I had like my cousin, he was real into it. My best friend was into it, dude. Read the books.
I read the book.
I won't do it. I will not do it. It's like when they tried to get me to fucking go and buy fucking WoW and start doing that shit. No, I'm not doing it. No.
You will at some point, maybe years later, but
no,
it ain't going nowhere. It's gonna be the best show ever for a long time.
Look, man, I can't do it, man, because I'm not allowing fucking anything like that.
All right, what about House of the Dragon? Will you give that a shot?
No.
What's House of the Dragon?
What did you just say?
What's House of the Dragon?
Leave the stream.
And what's House of the Dragon?
Just leave the stream. Shut down your channel, your emails, everything. Kill yourself.
What's it about?
It is the prequel to Game of the Thrones, dog. It's even better.
Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, gotcha.
You have to go watch that. Season 1.
I got the book to that too. Yeah. Like I said, people like, you don't have the books. I've literally on camera, Ray, went back and picked up all of the books and just showed them to everybody, on camera. I'm like, bullshit. Fuck you. I've read every single one of them.
I read Fire and Blood years ago.
You know what I'm saying? Right. I read it years ago. I was like, here they all are right here.
Hey, listen, House of the Dragon.
The last two.
The graphics are better.
Yeah, they
different species of dragons. They look different. There's some scenes in that shit. Whoo! You got to go watch that.
I want to take the boy to go here. I'll probably take him.
And it was the number one show, just like Game of Thrones again. So they've swept the fucking awards for 11 years.
I'm thinking about taking the boys.
Did they finish the season appropriately?
The first season, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And the thing is with that, even if you're a book reader, you'll appreciate that. Yeah. You really will. I still like with Game of Thrones. My favorite scene in the books, out of all the books, my favorite scene is still in the first book of Game of Thrones. It's the battle at the Tower of Joy. Oh. That's my favorite scene. It hits differently from everything else that the books have ever had. It's when Ned Stark gets 6 of his Northmen to come down with him to Dorne, to this place called the Tower of Joy. It's where his sister was, right? And then at that place, there were 3 kings. When they got there, they didn't know what to expect. But when they got there were 3 Kingsguard. Sir Gerald Hightower, who was the Lord Commander at the time, Oswald Went, and Sir Arthur Dayne. And Arthur Dayne had this sword called Dawn. It's his family's sword, right? His family's heirloom sword. It's made out of something called Dark Star. That's because a meteorite landed near their castle. Right. What they did was they broke it open and found the core, and they melted it down and made a sword out of it, right? And the sword when they finished making it, it was pale white. It was like milk glass, and it glows. You know what I'm saying? I was waiting to see that sword in action. The whole time the show was on, I said, well, I guess they're not going to do it. Then when they did it, I was like, okay, where's Gerald Hightower? How come he's not there? And then I was like, oh, they're gonna fuck this up, aren't they? Then they finally showed the sword dawn. I was like, that's supposed to be it? No, fuck you. No.
Oh my God.
They even cheaped out on the dialogue, and the dialogue is what made that scene, dude. It was like in the books, it was some grown man shit. It was grown man shit. Like everybody knew, okay, we are going to die, but we're doing this shit anyway. And it hits different because I've been in that situation. All right, shit, I guess I'm dead. Fuck it, let's do it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it, let's do it anyway. You know what I mean? And
no man doesn't know
that kind of adrenaline rush. There's nothing like it. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing like it. But that scene there, the dialogue, again, that was grown man shit. And they even cheaped out on that. I was like, fuck. This is too much like masturbation without the payoff.
Oh,
it really
oh
is.
my God.
That's how it was in the show.
Season 1.
You sound like me when I talk about any Marvel movie. Like, literally, because I'm like, I've read all the comics. I'm just like, why would they name it that? And people are like, why are you upset? And I'm like, you don't understand.
What do you think about this Nick Fury joint that they're doing?
The what?
What do you think about this Nick Fury?
I think it'll be good because it's not named after a story arc. The issue that Marvel has is they take story arc names that are overreaching. So like the arcs that they've done. So like when they did Marvel Civil War, which was actually Captain America and Iron Man having a friends conflict.
Right.
They took something that affected the entire Marvel universe and then condensed it down, which is literally it's a thick graphic novel that was so well written, touched on so many things socially in a comic book form that it was a masterpiece.
Yeah, Civil War.
And then they made this.
Yeah,
they made that abomination of a movie out of it, and then
Civil War was more like a comedy, anyhow.
Yeah, but in the comic books, it was an extremely well written story, man. Like there was so much to it,
right? Because wasn't it originally written in the mid '80s?
No, it wasn't that far, but it was in the late '90s, I think.
Yeah.
It was very late '90s, like '98, '99, something like that.
Was it really?
Yeah. But it started out by some kids who were superheroes. They were trying to stop some bad guys, got overzealous, and they blew up a school bus with kids in it. And that's when there's like, okay, fuck this. Nope, let's make a registry, this and the other. And Captain America was like, no, you're invading people's freedoms and their right to privacy. You can't do that. Right. He believed in it so much. He's like, well, then fuck it. I won't be a part of any of this anymore. Then they started forcing people. And then that's when the shit kicked off. Like it got bloody and it got nasty. Like Iron Man was such. I hate Iron Man to this day because of that story, Ray. Right. Yes, since the late '90s, I've hated Iron Man because of that story. Like, remember when Spider-Man was originally on his team from day one, but then he turned on Spider-Man. It was the way he did it. Like Spider-Man's like, look, man, this is going too far. I'm not gonna stand in your way, but I just can't be a part of this either. He's like, oh, Peter, I'm disappointed. And he just starts blasting away at Peter Parker, and Peter jumps out the window, and then Iron Man had nearly all of Spider-Man's Rose Gallery waiting for him in the sewers, and Iron Man chased him in the sewers, and he was set up. Boom! He was surrounded by like Green Goblin, Venom, Hobgoblin. I mean, there was a bunch of Spider-Man Rose Gallery in the sewers waiting on, and they beat the shit out of him. Punisher comes in, blasts away, starts killing people, and he picks up Spider-Man and runs out of there because they were coming at him too. You know what I mean? But Punisher capped a couple of them. You know what I'm saying? And Punisher got him out of there and took him to Captain America. That's when Spider-Man joined Captain America. It was fucked up. It got bloody. Like they made a robotic Thor and he killed a guy on the battlefield. And it was like, yo, this is not a game. You know what I'm saying? I have hated Iron Man because of that story.
There was that, the whole cabal. One of my favorite after arcs of that was when Hulk returned from Planet Hulk.
Oh,
that was my favorite. When he came,
I have World War Hulk. I have every when that was coming out. I bought every issue, every monthly individually, because Hulk is my favorite character.
Mine too.
It has been since I was a little boy, and it's because of the Lou Ferrigno TV show.
Yep,
I've always it's because of that.
I met Lou Ferrigno in California, Universal Studios, when I was a kid.
No, I wish I could.
One of the greatest days of my life.
In fact, I met him at Dragon Con in Atlanta once. You know, I paid $75 for an autograph. Ridiculous, but it's Lou Ferrigno. That is what are you gonna do? But I could always relate to Hulk, the guy who's misunderstood. I still relate to them to this day because I'm largely misunderstood by.
Hey, real quick, while we're on this
people.
journey into the world of fantasy, even though Game of Thrones might have been the best show of all time, the best movie of all times is coming soon, and that will be when the Transformers meet the Beast Wars.
No, that's already out, and it's got mediocre reviews at best.
Yeah,
are you serious?
I've seen. When
are
we
you
went,
serious?
Yeah, people don't like it. It wasn't good.
Dude, when I took the boy to go see the Super Mario Brothers
I'm
movie,
mad as hell, yo.
So a buddy,
Reese,
listen, a buddy of mine who's really into Transformers said that it's good. It's not a Beast Wars movie. It's an introduction.
Oh,
it's
so
not
Beast
a Beast Wars movie though. So like you can't, if you go into it expecting Beast Wars, it's not a Beast Wars movie.
Okay.
It's an introduction for that line.
really, if they wanted to keep it, canon accurate, they should have went from what was it? The last one they did where they introduced the Dinobots at the end of it and had the Dinobots bring in the Beast Wars.
Yep.
See, for me, I'm kind of a purist with it, but that's because I grew up with Transformers in the 80s.
Same here.
Yeah.
I grew up with the real Optimus Prime before the movie that came out, and that movie came out, and it was traumatizing to not only me but every other kid who watched it at the time, because it was not. Hey Ray, I don't know if you've seen it, but Starscream, my man, it was 90 minutes of robots. Yeah, it's 90 minutes. As Chuck, it was 90.
You're talking about the original animated movie?
Yes. It was 90 minutes
dude.
of robots murdering each other the whole time.
Yes, dude. And they're it's all like it's literally a war movie with Transformers. Like it's terrible.
They just murdered each other for 90 minutes straight.
And it was like the most.
And you're waiting for when they brought up the new generation of Transformers with Rodimus Prime and all that. You're expecting the old Transformers to come back, like Wheeljack. They didn't come back. They were dead. Like they were dead for real. Like they never came back.
Or something,
Right. Everyone who died stayed dead. I think Starscream came back as a ghost or something at one point, but that was it. Like, but he was dead. Like Starscream got obliterated by Galvatron.
Hey Ray, you gotta finish this story with the Night King because I gotta get out of
here.
Yeah.
Finish that.
Let's go.
From Bloomsburg was previously charged in the case.
It's unusual, and I think
I hate you for this, Reese.
Other stolen goods, obviously, there's someone's been victimized here.
Harvard released a statement calling the trafficking an abhorrent betrayal. Meanwhile, the families of victims who donated their
I feel like this is
Oh
stereotyping.
no! Why does this keep getting worse? They're like
because he's stereotyping.
They found out who the shit belonged to in their families in the area.
Bro, these
the best story of the year.
Oh god,
they look sad as hell. The person's been dead that forever. Their relatives, they're sad like they just died.
These are the women who were the relatives of head number 7, bro, and that head was meaty as fuck, bro.
Dude, you got Paula Dean and Fat Sweaty Betty right there.
That was a fat head, yo.
Oh god.
We're going to hell anyway, so what the fuck?
This is stereotyping, and this ain't
We're
right.
going, Reese. We're there. We are there. Ask Mandrell. If you want to go to hell, you can book a flight. You can go land in Africa. You can give you exact coordinates, and you too can experience hell. Like this is wild.
What about the weather in Africa? Mandrell is hotter than 400 hills over there.
Yep.
Hey man, bro. I told you that there was a white Wakanda, man. It does exist.
It ain't worse than Hawaii.
It's South Africa. That's the white Wakanda.
No,
it's every trailer park in America.
There you go, trailer park.
Oh my god, these women.
See,
I feel
you got look. Now you understand. You have your issues. We have our issues.
Yeah.
You see it right there on full display.
This is a gift. This is for you, Ray.
Like the moral of the story here, folks, is everybody has problems.
Everybody has problems, man. Exactly. Everybody has problems.
So so Mandrell, what we need to do is we gotta like screen clip. We gotta clip this down so that every time somebody talks about how on the panels where everybody's making excuses about how white people are perfect, we can just pull this up. These motherfuckers stealing heads.
No, they're not. Look at them.
Like, no.
But
That's
that nigga
perfect.
is a ringleader. It's black.
No.
Well, I mean, times are changing, Reese.
Right.
No, they've always been fucked up. Just like us. But then
see what else happens, man.
Like I said, it's social engineering. And
look, we just try to hide the shit, man.
Yeah.
Because we're embarrassed by it.
Why? You're poor.
We don't.
Dude, even when you're poor as a white person, you're still embarrassed to be poor.
We record our fights.
You invented it. Here's the thing.
Just because someone that looked like me invented it didn't mean I invented it, you dick.
Well, listen, Mr. White Man. Mr. White Man.
Hey, listen here, darky.
God damn. Mandrell is a mocha cafe. He's on Team Light Skin.
Look,
what
man,
are you talking
I understand.
That's why they're fucked up,
I'm
like Darky. I'm like, Dark, no.
It is not safe to walk in trailer parks. There's feral kids and the potential for a meth lab to blow up at any given moment.
There's feral kids.
Feral, you call them feral, right?
Oh no!
You call them
Press
feral.
play, Ray.
Yeah, go ahead, Ray.
Okay. God damn, man.
Science want answers. Who could do something like that? You know, what kind of person? No respect at all for the family.
They're dead. They didn't feel anything.
Bro, she is so sad.
She is
hurt, bro.
She's
I don't understand what the problem is, man. It isn't like they killed the people. The people were already dead. They didn't hurt them.
Bro, she's looking through the list. She's like,
traumatizing,
oh no, Uncle Thomas is on this list.
He's gonna get a
brains
Hey, man,
number 3.
Be glad that fucking Uncle Leroy and Joe Bob were able to help someone get their bag.
Yo, this chick is playing her part. Yo, she's gonna get a week of paid leave, counseling for free.
Bro.
She looks like one of those guys are related to her. That's what she's thinking about. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, she's looking at that list. And she's like,
I came up here and this is my second cousin on my dad's side.
Facts. Like,
oh shit, I love it.
Oh no, okay. Let's see what she got to say.
We reached out to Taylor's lawyers for comments and they declined.
I have a question. Has anybody noticed this woman's mouth inflection? Like, she does weird stuff with her mouth while she's talking. Like, watch her. Hold on. Let's just go back and watch this lady's mouth.
She's in trauma. She's traumatized.
She just talks
She's
like
trying
this.
to figure out how
she would be like one of those.
Tell that dude's mom that she just did a news report.
I dated a lot of white women. Their lips shake when they're traumatized. Dog. Their mouth does things.
Her mouth isn't shaking. It's the shapes that she's making with it. Like, she's over enunciating words, which I get when you're on the news because you got to enunciate words when you're talking. Right. But she is going beyond necessary.
Her eyes are disappointing.
Do this shit.
Dude, her eyes are disappointing, but her mouth is trying to seduce you.
Oh my
God. Let's analyze.
Let's analyze it. Watch her mouth.
Lawyers for comments and they declined. The FBI has also set up a phone number and an email for any more potential victims.
Every time she says E or
on 6abc.com.
All right, so
it was probably a speech impediment she had to fight as a kid.
Oh, look, the FBI set up an email for this. This story ain't over. There's going to be a part 2 to this on Guns and Butter next week. You should do a stream on the weekend.
This Action News, Rick.
All right, Becca, thank you. And
let's find some shit to stream on Juneteenth.
When they get, he said, B-Rad said, stop talking about the fine vanilla ice cream cone.
She ain't fine. She didn't even have a decent milk factory going on.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Snowman and his milk factory.
She was cute. She was just as cute as Just Pearly Things.
No, actually,
she's cute. She is cuter than Just Pearly Things. Let's not get it twisted.
If you look at Pearl here lately, she's been actually trying to put herself together and she's losing weight.
Pearl?
Yeah.
I ain't mad at her. She's an athlete anyway.
And not only that, she's a redhead, and I got a thing for redheads, dude. So
I don't have a thing for all redheads. We all know the facts on this.
Up.
Redheads are either ugly as fuck or hot. And she is not hot.
You still
she looks like she smells like she looks like she smells like old goat milk.
She's not hot, but she's not butt ugly either.
She's wallpaper. I mean, she's not that okay, so if you were out and it was 3 a.m. and you couldn't pull anything else,
I'm jerking off.
Pearly
You know what?
would be
I don't
be
give a-
considered a win for that night. It would be a win because
you know what, Ray? I don't give a fuck what you're saying. You're about money, and you know that bitch is pulling in stacks and racks. And if she came and said, Ray, I'm going to sit here and we're going to build an empire together. All you got to do is let me ride that. That.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's definitely worse rich chicks to get up under, bro. I mean, absolutely, you're 100% right. And she is leagues better than Oprah. Like, come on now. Like, I'm not saying, like I said, she's wallpaper. She's extremely average. She's an average woman.
Like in between
there's
Ricky
nothing wrong
Lake.
with that.
She's in between Ricky Lake and 1990s Drew Barrymore.
Yeah, except for the issue being is that she's
like Drew Barrymore.
Drew Barrymore.
Dude, today's Drew Barrymore is basically white Oprah.
All right, let's do it. Favorite white girl of all time, Ray. Give me your
Topanga.
top 5.
Topanga from Boy Meets World. That's every black person's first white crush.
I got Denise Richards.
Hold on, let me pull this up. Oh, speaking of which, hold on. As I'm looking this up, just a sidebar. There's a Wolverine versus Predator. Predators are in the Marvel universe now, just so you guys know. Hold on.
Hey,
Denise
dude.
Richards, there she is. Hold on.
I just want to throw something out there too, real quick.
Oh yeah, Denise Richards is gorgeous. Yeah, she's cute.
Ray,
I don't like her. Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
No, just real quick. The guys I was telling you about that were allegedly set up to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer and were railroaded. Brandon Caserta, I think it's tomorrow. He was flown out to New York, and he's going to go on Timcast.
Woo! Tim is
what?
Shit now.
Yeah.
Yo, Tim is making moves.
Oh, that's gonna be good.
His show's getting better.
I had him on my channel first.
You did?
All right.
I did an interview with him like 2 weeks after he got out of prison, or got out of county
This
up
is
there.
my white girl crush from when I was a young boy. This is going to surprise you a little bit.
It better be the Pink Power Ranger.
It was Janet from Three's Company.
Who do you think my first black crush was?
Who?
Thelma from Good Times.
Who?
Thelma from Good Times.
Who was Thelma?
He didn't watch Good Times, man. Come on.
Dude,
white people didn't watch Good Times, dude. Come on.
What's Sanford and Son?
Oh, all right.
Because Cosby wasn't black. That was a white show. Different Strokes wasn't black. That was a white show.
Lisa Bonet is number one on my list of all time.
Lisa Bonet was my first black crush, though, honestly.
Even to this day, like all time, she's my number one.
Who?
Lisa Bonet. Best cheekbones ever, lips. The best combination of all times.
What was her name?
Lisa Bonet?
Yeah.
What was her name in the... She was the one with the dreadlocks, right? The oldest sister?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was sexy as hell. That was my first crush.
Unbelievable.
Bro, she's a fucking zombie, bro.
I tried
now,
to a chick that looks
didn't
like
age
her.
well.
Now, but pull up a picture of her back in 1980.
And listen. If Lisa Bonet's head ends up at Harvard, it's getting sold.
Yo, that chick looks damn good for being in her 50s. I would fuck with her.
No,
right
she
now.
doesn't. She looks like a man.
Cold, dude. Look at that cranium, bro.
She looks like a trans woman now.
Nah, that's fucked up.
I'm telling you,
Angel's
dude.
back.
Look, Reese.
Angel,
years have not been kind to her at all.
Yeah.
If you had the opportunity to buy Lisa Bonet's head, would you purchase it from the Harvard head selling syndicate?
Let me answer that question there. No, I wouldn't.
Hey, listen here, Whitey. Don't you just jump up on panels and push your white privilege as soon as you come up here on all of us. And you wait your turn like everyone else did.
He's not white. He's Native American, bro. Like, why y'all trying to claim him?
But actually, I want to ask you, Reckless, and you, Snowman, this, but more so to Reckless. You obviously saw the stream earlier this week of on the Chaotic Truth channel where he had the topic. Have you ever had experience racism, white supremacy, and And V-Dub Boogie obviously came on, and let's just say me and him is having our stuff, but he's continuously trying to drag stuff that happened in the past there. And just more so recently, I like just made a compliment there as I spoke on, like I think before here or like somewhere else there. But he essentially do you think Vita Boogie race baits and race hustles?
Oh, 100%. I think most people who are in these YouTube streets that want to play that angle and have those talking points are either race baiting or race hustling. And I don't know why. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure he probably has more subs than I do because he cries.
Actually, he only had, slightly, but the more you put like this kind of stuff out there, the more obviously you'll grow because he has like 536 there. But it's like I said, he keeps dragging stuff in the past, and it's just becoming repetitive on his end. There, and the reason why I asked is because from a comment I left in some other stream weeks ago there for simply saying there's plenty of black people that are going to spend their money on drugs and other wasteless stuff instead of investing in it was someone talk about like the alternative to reparations. And I was just giving an honest statement. And I also said to him, go ahead, you black communist socialist. And then I told him that his black supremacy is showing, and he knows it. And someone in Chaotic's Truth channel had said black supremacy is more prevalent than white supremacy. And another black man said black supremacy is real. And yet he's want to take those statements, drag them, say, I am a white... I have white supremacy ideology and all this crazy nonsense from a comment I left in another person's streams weeks ago, and I've had to come to my defense every chance I freaking get, but he couldn't answer a goddamn question, and sorry my language there, he couldn't answer a question of Chaotix.
Well, so this is the issue. And like, I mean, we had this conversation over here too. I don't get the whole premise of reparations has nothing to do with what the people are going to spend it on. That's between the people and the that's their decision. Like I don't look at somebody and go
I never think that they couldn't spend it on anything. I was just simply like being aware of and letting them know what will be spent on. And if they want more crime, then they don't say I warned you.
Right. But that'll be good for drug dealers and it'll stimulate the economy. Like that's fine. Drug dealers got to get their money too. So but the thing is, like when I was listening to him, because like he had his whole soliloquy about how he'd experienced racism, but like didn't go through the process. Like I personally have experienced racism, like at the hands of police officers, and my mom was a police officer. The cop that pulled that shit out, he ain't a cop no more. They took care of his ass.
Wow, sorry to hear that.
And don't be sorry, because like that motherfucker took a trip out of a second-story window. The police. I mean, this is the deal. You either have good cops or bad cops. Yeah. And if you have a station that is not corrupt, then you can't be a bad cop there. The cop that did that clip. What?
Play this clip.
I will.
It's safe. It's safe. I promise. You'll laugh. And play it because it falls right into what we're talking about.
Okay, let me finish first, and then I will. Actually, I'm going to pull it up so that way I can share it.
Is this some type of payback or something?
No. So
we were talking about reparations.
All right.
No, so check this out though. So like when Chaotic was grilling him about like, did you go through the process? If you experienced racism, did you sue? Did you do this? Did you do that? Like, and he couldn't. He like there's no consequence. Now, me personally, the way that I navigate life, if you fuck with me, there will be a consequence. That's the way my family rolls. That's the way we do shit. Period. So when I tell you, I'm like, cool. When people are like, oh, have you experienced racism? 100%. But like the officer that was racist to me was not an officer within 6 months of him doing that shit. Was no longer capable of being an officer. And it wasn't because he got fired. It was because physically he's not fucking capable of doing it anymore. Because we get results.
he wasn't fully trained. It sounds like.
No, it does. Well, no. The issue is like
no police
the
officers.
problem is this: you have people who do what they can to who they think they can. They do not target strong people. Like you will not at this point, at the size that I am. If I have an issue with the police officer, then you know that I'm going to get shot in the car immediately. Because if there's any type of fight, I'm like, my whole MO is like, if I know the situation's bad, I just don't want to die alone. Because until we get to a point to where it's not advantageous to kill us, they're going to keep doing it because they think they can. Now, if you start going, well, shit, every black person we kill, like 2 or 3 of us die, that's a different conversation. But the other issue is we have people that function from a victim standpoint and a people that function from a standpoint of I'm going to stand my ground. Now, there is a difference in those two mentalities. Generally speaking, predators spot victims. You're not going, none of these dudes are looking for worthy prey. Whenever you see any of these racial acts that happen, whichever direction you want to cut it, they're not going out and finding, if you want to take a black person who wants to be an aggressor against a white person, they're not going and finding the biggest, best white person they can find. They're finding like an old man and they're beating his ass, or they're going to go push over an old lady. They're not going and looking for somebody on equal ground to have that out with. They're going and finding somebody that they feel they can do that to. That's the reason I'm an advocate for being in the best shape you possibly fucking can. And not just looking big. I'm saying like having a body that functions for hurting people.
Yeah.
Which you don't have to be big to do. But you should also have your finances in order. You should carry yourself well. You should wear the uniform of somebody who carries themselves well.
Can I say something real fast before Reese jumps off?
Go ahead.
Please.
All right, go ahead.
Reese, to your comment, no, this isn't payback, but now that I know how you're playing the game, I will be on the lookout for the most fucked up shit I can find.
Here, let me throw this in.
Hey, we can declare war right now.
You have already declared it, sir. You have already declared it.
This is
now that I know how we're playing this YouTube game, me and you.
No, you declared war with nugget porn, and everybody knows.
On.
Dude, you did make me look at that.
That was a declaration of war.
Dude, I told you not to look it up. I didn't declare war because I warned you. I gave you a grenade and said, hey, if you pull this pin, it's going to blow your fucking hand off. And you said, I don't fear no grenade.
You've been studying us. You know niggas. You know we were going to look it up. You knew exactly
you've been studying. Dang, Snowman, you're a dick. You did that on purpose. Okay, hold on. Let's play this. Hold on. Let's play this video that Snowman got for his payback. Let's hear what we got.
Me? Ready for my $50,000 reparation check, sir? I bet you are. Just go ahead and sign this for me real quick. All right. And what is this? Oh, nothing much. Just a list of companies and products that you have to swear to never use against us. They have participated in either child or slave labor in your lifetime. Oh.
Yeah. Look.
Yeah, it is a good amount.
How come the Transformers movies can't be anything?
Apple, in fact, any cell phone or smartphone nowadays, right? Nikes. This doesn't seem fair, man. Fair? I'm sorry, but you didn't actually believe that you would receive reparations for an evil that you never experienced, paid for by people who were never slave owners, while you were actively benefiting from slave labor, right?
That's good. I like that one. That's a good one.
No, I disagree. They owe us reparations. You do.
You ain't getting reparations. You're whiter than I am.
No. Listen, it's not my fault. I actually did something with my life. You know what I'm saying? But still.
But
I
hey,
mean, like I said, I could go either way on that argument.
Chuck kind of shut me down on that.
There's a small group of people that's going to get fucked in this whole reparation shit. So what happens if you're mixed? Somebody answer that for me.
Well, I mean, I'm mixed between Native American and black, so I got.
Excuse me.
I hate white people.
No, I'm talking about cracker. I'm talking about Portuguese.
So wait a second. You're part on Angel's team then.
Yeah.
What your ancestors were Portuguese slave drivers, dog.
I mean, so who was the wait? No Portuguese lived
Look,
here.
man, Drell, let's keep it real. You and I go out in the sun, and we're both going to turn the same color.
Not quite. Not quite.
God, I love that.
Here's the weird part about it. I do tan.
So do I.
For some reason, I will get a little darker in the summertime, and then I'll lighten back.
Oh my God.
I don't know why.
You haven't fully gotten your summer tan yet.
Hey.
Neither have I.
It's just June, so we got time.
Right.
Hey, I gotta drop down, y'all.
All right, man.
Hey, take it easy, Reese. I'm coming for you.
I'll be prepared.
But what I was saying was the dude that you were having the issue with that went up there. The problem is people who have that mindset want to get on and complain about everything. Like the way that I look at it, the racism that I've experienced, and like the people who've tried to hold me back. I have more money than them now. I am a better person. I get to affect the decisions that affect them. They have no power. Their power was limited to that window in time. And now they're where they're at. I'm running around with a freaking elite athlete body and a good life.
And
being able to sit in rooms with politicians and like help people make decisions that affect those idiots. Like, I mean,
exactly. Ben, like, let's say if I get 3-4 times the subscribers than he does, or make to where I buy a bigger house or go upward in life, I'm like doing probably more than he is. But sorry for even changing the topic from the Lisa Bonet there. I know I don't have to apologize, but it's just I figured I'd like just bring that up since you were obviously there earlier this week there, and just from what what he's been trying to do. I am like taken aback or anything there. It's just how what he's trying to like portray things.
Hey, Reckless, what do you think of Corwin?
What?
What do you think of Corwin over on CT's channel?
Corwin?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Yeah.
He's the black guy that sits in a music studio always crying about how he's been victim of this, that, and the third. And you know who I'm talking about.
The one with that complained about the hanger?
He's doing the same thing that eBlack TV does. I don't think anything about people like that. Like those are the types of people who cry at just pearly things.
I like
because
going up
she
there and
interviewed a
triggering him.
racist.
The last time he was on, I like triggering him. I do. I trigger him the same way I trigger Be Brave and Think.
I just think it's, I don't know. It just sounds like a very, I find that standpoint repulsive personally, just because I wasn't raised in a family where you were allowed to be weak. And that is abhorrent weakness. And it's like, to me, it looks like if shit were to go bad, I would literally off most of the people who have that mindset. Not gonna lie, because I would rather put you out of your misery, because existing is obviously too hard for you. And like, you're not going to do it yourself, and you're in my way.
Let me ask you guys a real question real fast. Since the pandemic, and them shutting everything down and then opening it back up, when you go out and you engage with people, have you noticed that people are noticeably more off now than what they used to be?
Yes and no. I think that the people that are dialed in that understood what was going on, like when I go across those people, there's a better conversation. Like there's some conversation there. It's like, hey, like this is kind of fucked up, right? Like shit's messed up. Like, yeah, shit's messed up. Like we're gonna have to be doing something about this pretty soon. Yep. Like, okay. Like, but then like also you see the people who wear masks alone in their car by themselves still to this day.
Right.
Like those people, I just don't engage with. I'm just like, that is a good way for me to never speak to you.
My wife has employees that still wear masks.
I mean, I understand. So a couple of weeks ago, I was sick and I wore a mask because I'm sick. And I know the mask blocks germs. And it was to go to the store once.
I'm sorry,
and then after
sir,
I went,
you were having every bit of your man card taken with that one right there.
It's whatever, dude. Like, I mean, it works. It literally works in every first world population that doesn't go around just getting themselves sick.
Yeah, you know what it works on doing, making sure that you actually sit there and do nothing but swallow your own snot and
100%. But it's my snot, and it's like 15 minutes. I don't owe that snot to anyone else.
I would rather just blow it out my head rather than sit there and breathe it
Oh
in.
my
You
god!
can't do that in Whole Foods, my guy.
The hell you can't, man. Farmer sneeze right on the floor and go.
That's terrible. That's also
They got-
rude
dude,
and
that-
gross.
dude, you
See,
know what
that's
that's
white
doing?
people shit
No,
right there, bro.
That is
That's
keeping
nasty.
that's keeping job security for someone that's cleaning that floor.
Oh my god. I can't with you. Anyways, I digress. Like the people who are like riding around in their car, like I just don't have anything to say to them. But I don't go out of my way to engage with people because like I already know they're stupid. Like if I know you're stupid from the get-go, you're not getting a chance to prove me right. Like I'm not doing it. I was just like, I don't want to come over and be like, excuse me, sir, and then have to have you take your mask off in your car to have a conversation to find out that you believed everything. You've got 18 boosters and you're going to be up out of here soon. Like I don't need to have those conversations. Like, because like outside of that, like that's one thing where I'm like, I will stonewall that conversation in my like because it doesn't make sense. I'm like, everything that they made us do, what they did to this economy, what they did to the global economy, none of it made sense. Like, there's no way that you can rationalize anything that we went through, especially looking back. Looking back, it's like
it all makes sense.
I mean, yeah, if you wanted to get a bunch of people set up to be up out of here and prove that you can make them do whatever it is that you want them to do, no matter how stupid it is, because they don't ask questions or think for themselves.
No,
sure.
when you're literally trying to basically restructure the way we see the ruling class and the government as a whole in this, not just our country now, but the world, and you're trying to take debts that are owed from a financial system that is collapsing and want to basically just allow it to collapse so you can, start a new one up fresh out of the with nothing in the red, you know what I'm saying? And say that's what this is, dude. That.
Yeah, 100%. No, I mean but what I'm saying is like when you talk to the people who try to rationalize like, oh no, they were right, and it's like, well, no, like the science literally says that like none of those things were true.
They're having Senate hearings right now where people from the CDC and the NIH and or whatever that is, and the World Health Organization are literally coming out and saying that yes, they knew that what they were doing wasn't going to do anything. They're admitting it. They have no choice. Yeah. But what they're doing is they're using vernacular and specific words, if you listen to these Senate hearings, to make it seem as though what they did wasn't that bad,
Right.
It's hard. It's hard because I don't speak on their level. It's hard for me to articulate back what it is that I heard. But it was like it was got to the level of Clinton and the whole. It depends on what your definition of is type shit.
Right. It's just like, well, you did this. Be like, well, we did, but like,
it's kind of
like,
your fault.
We tried.
You're stupid enough that you fell for the.
Yeah. And I mean, it's just like I don't know. I feel like a lot of these things that are going on right now that are supposed to be destabilizing things. There's at least a good segment of, and maybe it's just because like when shit gets bad, it sifts out and like the real men end up on one side of this line and then everybody else ends up on the other. But like it's sifting out people to where it's like now you're getting this group of people. I mean, like look at what happened with the Armenians in that school board protest. Like people are done playing. Like we're not playing. Like no one's playing with these people anymore. Like if you want to push it to that level of like what you want to force, people are going to start finding lines. And I think basically the last vestitude that you have as a society is your willingness to protect children.
Yeah, and once that's gone, dude, if we as a society can't come to agreement on what is harmful and dangerous for children, then I mean, we're lost as a nation. That should be an undeniable, unarguable, just tenet of life that children should be protected and should not be, in any of this.
Yeah, and like
I showed a clip yesterday on TikTok where this person was literally sitting there saying that kids and kinks at gay pride stuff absolutely should be and needs to be synonymous with one another. That she was really sitting there saying that sanitizing the gay pride parade doesn't mean making it kid friendly.
My question is, and this is what I've been saying since the beginning of this month because of the vitriol and the stuff that I'm seeing just on Facebook because like I have a bunch of people who from when I was super far left leaning that I'm still friends with on Facebook because I don't kick people off my Facebook. I'm like, you can remove yourself, but like I'm gonna say what I gotta say, and if you don't like it, then you just don't like it. But the beginning of this month, the very beginning of Pride Month, for June 1st. Like you're seeing messages from people that are posting up that is like, I hope all you homophobes are as uncomfortable as possible this month. I'm like, I don't think that's how this works. Like, I mean, when Christmas rolls around, we're not flipping the bird at the J people. You know what I'm saying? Like when Black History Month comes around, at least me personally, I don't see posts that says like we got to go out and like take out all the white guys. Like that's like. If your whole premise of like what you believe is like I'm attacking someone else, it's almost like one of the concepts that I've asked a bunch of people that I've never gotten a legitimate answer to, which is in regards to like Black people in 2023, what is Blackness without it being considered a stance against whiteness? What is it? What does it mean? 100%, exactly. But I'm just saying, like when you talk about people, especially when you talk to these activists, the Blackness is defined by the struggle.
Why is Blackness accepted? Why is Blackness accepted and okay, and whiteness is considered toxic and oppressive?
It's considered toxic and oppressive now, but I mean, like that's polar shifts, dude. Why do we have Republican then Democrat? Like, I mean, shit swings regardless.
Think about this, Ray. Why did they take Pride Month and put it in the same month that Father's Day is, and then turn around on top of it to add insult to injury, put Juneteenth the same month as Pride Month and Father's Day?
Yeah. No, I mean,
why are they trying to emasculate everything about men?
Well, I don't even think it's that. I think that it's that whole lick back principle. It's just not very many groups are moving in alignment to get shit done. So like I don't think that these people it's almost exactly the same way that I feel about like these 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and I think we're at 6th wave now feminists. They're not trying to fix anything at this point. They just want to harm things. They're
Feminism
like, I'm
no
upset.
longer exists if they can't define what a woman is.
Fair enough. I mean, that'll be 7th wave. Like, but like if you can't if all you're doing is going I'm just taking things, I'm going to push this envelope and see how far we can get, and then we're going to fight you, we're going to figure out ways to tear this thing down, then you're not trying to get a resolution. And I feel like most people aren't trying to get resolutions. They either want their lick back or they want to make another person feel bad. It's not going like, it's like if I hit you, Snowman, and you were like, damn, man, you hit me. That's kind of fucked up. And I'm like, yeah, it was. And you were like, okay, well, we can talk about this and like, you cannot hit me anymore. Or does it go to, I'm going to hit you back 19 times and then I'm going to stomp on your neck because you hit me. And like, now I got to feel vindicated about this. Like the question is like, are we looking for resolution? Because like resolution would be like, okay, like you can hit me back once. I hit you, you hit me, like we're good.
See, that's why I just like getting on and exposing it and trying to laugh about it now, man, because it's becoming comical. Yeah. It's so over the top and outlandish.
Well, the issue is.
Same thing with me with the people that try to drag things or bring it further than what it should be, or like in the case of me versus V-Dub there, I just laugh at that kind of stuff because for one, if you want to hold on to something that happened years ago, then okay, would you be okay if a white person held on to something to you of you saying like the C word to a white person there, because obviously he will consider it racist if the white person came to his defense if V-Dub was to call a white person the C word there. But at the end of it, it's just as all comical and funny to me of what he wants to try and do.
Well, the issue is though, it's not funny. That's the thing. Is like when you have it's funny if it's just one person, it's crazy. Like we all laugh at the guy with the end is nigh billboard that's roaming through New York and we think it's hilarious. But like if it was most of the people with that billboard on, that's no longer funny. Like that's a problem. And like that's the thing that people are not understanding. It's like we can sit here and laugh. We can be like, these people are fucking idiots because most people are fucking idiots. But there's a lot of them now. And they're talking to each other. They're grouping up. They're voting together. They're getting shit done in a negative fashion that's at a detriment to all of us because we all live in this country. It's disrespectful to someone like Mandrell who fought for this country. These people didn't go over there and risk life and limb. Hold on. Yeah, well, okay. But these people didn't go over there risking life, limb, and their bodies. First of all, they shouldn't have been sent over there in the first fucking place.
Bullshit. Mandrell went over there to get rid of his student loans. He said it himself.
But what I'm saying is this: they definitely didn't go over there for us to tear the shit that they went over and actually did something for apart. They didn't go over there to get treated the way that they do when they get back here and see the blatant disrespect for both this country. And I'm not saying that you have to be a staunch nationalist, but like these people went and did something that we benefited from at their expense whenever you get through. A grave expense for some of them. A very grave expense. Like some of these people don't come back and get to acclimate in the way that Mandrell has. It's hard. It's not easy. And that's not to say that that's not part of the job, but like you have to respect what these people did to make it so that we can sit here and have these conversations and be assholes and stupid online. Like the fact that this country has fallen the way that it has, and to have them come back after going and doing what they've done, all the work that they've done, to come back and see these people actively tearing it apart and literally being joyful about it, saying this is the intent. We want to break this shit down. But why can't they leave? Why does it have to be we have to tolerate it? Why does it have to be that we have to be accepting of everything everyone else wants to do, even if it's at the detriment of the greater population? We've terraformed this country for 1% of the population. Let that sink in. 1%. 99% has broken their backs for 1%. To what avail? We are
really you're talking about we build America's shit again, Ray?
No. I mean, I don't even like. You can call it whatever the hell you want.
I'm just fucking with you, dude. I was just trying to be lighthearted.
What's going on, Lawrence? But like when you have a group of people that comprises 1%, and they're doing things that are detrimental because like now we're all in a worse position. The 1% just feels better, not are better. They feel better. And the country's burning, and we are in a worse position. We are weaker. We have all these agendas. There's lowering standards to get into the military. Lowering standards. Do we really want the average
a perfect example,
fighting wars?
A perfect example is that whole thing where they make a big deal out of those handful of women who graduated from Ranger School.
Right.
They did, but here's the thing: what people don't know. No one, they don't know how much of that shit those leaders were allowed to skip. Mm-hmm. Okay, those women were pushed through. Like, they didn't do everything the men did. They didn't go through all the starvation. They didn't go through all the sleep deprivation. Because again, even in the Q course, even in Special Forces selection, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't as bad as Ranger School is no joke. Okay, when you graduate Ranger School, you are as mentally tough as a human being can get, in my opinion. That's why a bunch of most airborne Rangers.
Is that what Ranger School does? Is mentally toughen you up more than physically?
No, it physically doesn't. It gets your mind. What does it? The mental part the best, in my opinion, are the Special Forces selection courses, like the one I went through for Green Berets, and there's another one for Delta Force. Delta Force, still to this day, don't know exactly what they do. I don't know what the selection courses entails. I know some guys from Delta Force. they won't tell me. So guys who are really close is like, hey man, it's just you got that. There's nothing on any given day that you couldn't do. Well, that's good to know, but I'm not gonna go to it. I can't now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm just curious what you guys went through. Well, it's just regular stuff. So, but my thing is like Ranger School, it does both. Like the mental part, Special Forces Selection would give you puzzles and problems to solve while you're hungry, while you're sleepy. Figure this shit out. You know what I'm saying? Ranger School, you're losing 15 pounds in a week, and you have to hold this position right here. Stay awake. Don't let anyone pass you.
Focus while you literally feel your stomach trying to eat itself.
Exactly. You have to focus up while you're literally sleep deprived and food deprived. Drink all the water you want, but no food, no sleep. You know what I mean? So it's like you might get 4 hours every couple of days in Ranger School. You know what I mean? But those ladies, they didn't go through that. Not
you loved that shit when you did it, didn't you? You enjoyed the fuck out of it, even though you hated it.
Well,
it was still something
it doesn't.
That
the thing is,
that's not the
joy
point,
comes.
though.
The joy comes after you're done with it. That's when you're like feeling yourself. You're like, holy shit, I made it. Hell yeah, fuck this. Fuck you. I did it and you didn't. Fuck. That's why you come out here and I listen to some people, and I don't say anything, but there is an element of that in me when I listen to some people talking like, fuck you. You can't do what I do. You know what I mean? Like there's that. Like, who the fuck are you? And that's why there's a lot of people I don't even respond to, Ray. It's like, why?
Yeah.
Who are you?
Yeah.
Let me ask you something,
when you know that you've been through that, it's like, well, who are you? Why would I? You're not worth my time.
Let me ask you something, sir.
Mm-hmm.
How often do you sit and look at yourself and wish that you were still back over in the Middle East?
All the time.
I figured as much.
All the time, dude. It gets in you. I didn't join to go fight, and I knew that if it came down to it, I didn't mind fighting. Like I don't mind at all. Like I was like, hey, if I get called to go fight,
but
fine,
Americans are a special type of stupidic moron, aren't they?
They are. I don't know a single combat veteran or member of SF who isn't disappointed in America in a collage of fashions. You know what I'm saying? Like the press, none of us like the press. None of us do. Not one of us like the press.
Is it like you're excited to come back because you've been overseas for the last 2 years, doing your tour or whatever, and you're excited, you want to come back, you want to see the family until you get back and you see what's going on, and you're like, Jesus Christ, just send me back.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like that, dude. It really is. Like, I mean, that's why
I'd rather be in war than here.
Right, like it's the political stuff. Like these ladies have pushed through political reasons. They didn't meet the standard. And it's politics.
Right.
And it reminds me of that whole thing where, like I said, I knew where bin Laden was while I was in, because I was in during the Bush administration. Like during the Bush administration, I knew where bin Laden was. But, fast forward a year into Obama's presidency, he goes there and sends SEAL Team 6 in to go
he
get
at Camp David in a bunker somewhere?
Who?
Bin Laden during the Bush administration. I thought he was at Camp David.
I don't think he was in Camp David. But he was definitely in Pakistan. We knew that, but again, like I explained earlier, why we didn't get him when we could have.
Really killed him.
Yeah, he's gone.
Do you really think so?
Yeah, I really think so. He's gone. They had to. That's something they had to.
Were you over there when they caught Saddam and hung him?
I wasn't over there.
You wasn't.
I wasn't over there when they happened, but I remember when I got word of it. Everybody was happy about that. You heard.
What did you think about that? Because I know you were like I did and watched the cell phone footage that was on the internet for the whole 4 hours that it lasted.
Right, and they took that shit down quick, didn't it? We got to watch like someone there got a copy of it, and we're just sitting there watching. Like,
dude, that shit was taken on a ancient old like flip phone style phone with a little LCD screen on it, dude.
No doubt,
dude.
I felt good. I felt good.
Look. Saddam Hussein took that shit like a boss too, because he went out cussing every one of them fools out.
Yeah. Here's how I felt about it. Hold on 1 second. Here's how we feel about it now. Every member of SF, whether you Green Berets or Delta Force, we all felt one way about the war in our country when we were serving,
and another way.
As we served, we saw all this crazy shit going on because we were asking questions. Sometimes we were told to shut up. Other times, we just flat out didn't like the answers we got. because they were fucked up and it didn't make sense. And then it's like when she asked 1 + 1 = 2, it's like, oh, this shit's about money. Oh, this shit's about optics. This shit over here is about politics. This is some political bullshit you're doing. So when we go through that, and then we're like, okay, I'm over here doing my job. I love my job, love what I do, but you're pushing me to a point where I can't be a part of this anymore. Like it's a lot of us got out when we had the option to stay in because of that. It's like, okay, with all this crazy shit you guys are doing, you pencil necks are doing. You know what I mean? I don't understand. Yeah. You're playing with people's lives. We're serious. We want to. You tell us, okay, this is the enemy. Go get him. We got him. Let him go. What? Why? What are you talking?
We need you to go catch him again in 6 months.
Right. You know what I mean? Like I mean, that's what the American warfighter is probably the greatest and most well-trained warfighter of all time in human history.
So with that,
we'll go over there and get them. Like, that's what some people don't know. We'll go catch people, high-value targets, and then let them go. What? Why'd you do that? Why? And then, like Ray just said, 3 years later, hey, he bombed this place, that place. Yeah, no shit. When I brought him here to you 3 years ago, I mean.
So they basically got y'all functioning like the police.
Yeah, but you're in the middle of nowhere. You're 100 miles, sometimes 200 miles behind enemy lines. So if you get in trouble, help ain't coming.
Mandrell.
You know what I'm saying? Help ain't coming. You gotta do. Yeah, go ahead. And there's only 12 of us, by the way.
I'm curious about something with all the stuff you're saying and all the stuff that that like you were trained to do. How did it make you feel when you realized that when you came back and was done doing the bidding for the U.S. military and the federal government specifically, that you were considered a domestic terrorist because of the training they gave you to do their bidding?
Oh, whatever, man.
I mean, how does that make you feel I'm just saying, did that make you feel any type of way as a person, knowing that now they see you as a threat to their agenda?
At that point and at this point, it's kind of par for the course. That's why I take that attitude towards like, with the shit you made me do, like, you know what I'm saying? Made yourself look dumb by telling me to do the opposite. Or if we'll catch high value targets, right? We'll catch them, bring them in. Okay, this guy has a bounty. We're not collecting that bounty, but you got bounty
posters. Hillary really dodged bullets?
Who did?
Did Hillary really have to dodge bullets when she went over there?
No, she didn't. No, that was fabricated. No, they weren't gonna let that happen. Come on, you know what I mean? So, and then we see stuff like that, and we're just like, yeah, whatever. This is bullshit. And then you find out the press is corrupt. You know what I mean? You're like, the press is corrupt too.
When Middle Eastern news is more reliable than your own nation's news.
That's true, because they're trying to get views, and these days they're trying to get clicks. And that's what it's all about. Whatever story they need to spin, however they do it. Like they beat us to places that we were headed to. We were mobilizing to go, and I'm like, so we got to dodge the press, like. Yeah, so we're going to go this way. Why are we going that way? We can just go and make a beeline straight for it. Well, this way we won't have to dodge the press. Well, aren't we by definition doing that very thing, dodging the press by going out of the way? And then, first of all, and then they hit me like, first of all, why is the press here? How did they know we were coming to this location? Who told them? This whole thing's supposed to be a secret, right?
Bro, I'll still never forget that.
No one's supposed to know we're here. Like it was situations like that, Chuck and Ray. Like situations where no one's supposed to know this is where we're heading. But when we get there, they're already there. How?
I'll never forget the very first time when they did that first airstrike on Baghdad, and it was the first time they actually televised an airstrike on another nation in real time. Dude, that blew my mind that we were literally sitting here watching bombs drop on another country's capital on live TV in real time.
But the thing is, it makes it that I don't mind because it makes it real. I think the American people need to see it.
Well,
because remember, it was because the American people had never seen it before. They always saw clips of it afterwards, but not happening in real time.
In real time, yeah. It would. I mean, it wasn't all bad. It was fucked up over there, but don't get me wrong. I wouldn't want to live over there and live in it. But it's just there's not a single one of us who's isn't disappointed. That's why the vast majority of us never work for federal government ever again in life once we get out. of this generation, of this war, the vast majority of us have nothing to do with federal government ever after we get out. We don't work for them. We don't consult for them. You know what I'm saying? We'd rather do it with a contracting company than federal government. At least that's private. You know,
one of my best friends.
I want to show this one since we're talking war. I want to show this real quick. This is literally. So I found this. It's my favorite airplane, the 810 Warthog. Fucking doing some magic against some ground, some CRAM dodging. So let's hold on. Check this out.
That looks like a dragon peeing blood. Dude, that don't even look real though.
That's an 810, baby.
That's, you know what I'm saying? It's almost too real. That's wild,
bruh. This is like the most gangster shit ever, bro. Like, I was like, I got like mad love for 810 Warthogs. It's been my favorite airplane since forever. And like, this dude's like, I'm finishing my job.
That is crazy,
dude. That dude's just like, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. All right.
Shout out to the pilot. Look at those skills, man.
Right,
bro. That's wild. It's like, what's he doing? Just, you know, making.
Shout out to the pilot skills, man. Look at that.
for real, dude. Because man, he was just right. He was right. That was crazy. You are right.
Yeah. That's dude. When I was little, I had the whole 810 Warthog was my plane, bro. It's got a Gatling gun in the front of it. Like, it's the best plane. It's the best plane. I don't care what anybody says.
Here's the thing.
Carnage,
that gun,
that's a video game.
That gun is so integrated with that plane. This is how they build it. First, they have the gun. They have the gun, right? They build the plane around the gun. You know, most planes. Yeah, you know that most planes they build the plane, then attach the guns to it.
Yeah.
No, they build the gun first and build the plane around the gun. The gun is the most that Gatling gun is the most important part about the plane. The rounds, the warheads are made of spent uranium.
Made of what?
Spent uranium.
Interesting.
That is so awesome.
That's crazy.
Uranium rounds.
Little nukes at people.
Oh yeah, that's why they fuck up everything. That round doesn't have to hit you to fuck you up.
Right.
Right. It just got to get within like 20 yards of you.
Even further than that, it can be. Those, I mean, because the shrapnel from the ground, when it hits the ground, dude, you'll get fucked up with an 810 around. That's what I said. People. Well, China can be no contest. There's no country on this planet who's going to engage America in warfare today and win. You're not winning an actual fight.
I don't know, dude. They keep putting these fucking dildo, rainbow flag flying, rainbow Nazi warriors in uniform,
but they just,
dude, I'm telling you,
they'll tell them, let those go cook. You know what I'm saying? Or mock floors or type some documents or whatever. No, fuck that. I'm telling you, when it comes to warfare, don't be fooled. Don't kid yourself. You're not.
Really, all that shit should be over here defending our borders, though, right now.
Facts.
We have the resources, yeah.
Big facts.
But that's a whole other story. I could tell you about the drug trade and how it gets over here.
Yep.
Why, bruh? Because the shit we did in South America, which is the actual AO of my SF group, SF ODA group. Yeah, our area of operation is South America. Yes, the entire continent.
Oh wow.
Yes, the entire continent.
Wow.
Fifth group. I think theirs is the Middle East. Yes, the entire Middle East.
So are you saying South America is part of America?
No, but I mean they're trying, but it's not going to happen.
We definitely mine it for resources, though.
Yeah, we mine it for resources.
Right.
He said mine. It's like in quotes.
Mine it.
That's what I meant to.
Mine.
Yeah. Give me a shit. I mean, but here's the thing: when it came to that, I didn't care. I'm fine with that. I mean,
hey, you were getting your student loans paid, man, and they kept their word, so that's all that mattered.
And
right?
well, as soon as I got out of basic training, and as soon as I got out of basic training, I made it through basic training. I went to airborne school, and I actually looked that up.
Were you in Fort Campbell for airborne school?
No, Benning.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah,
gonna say I
Benny.
was born in Fort Campbell, at where the 101st is.
Yeah, that's what 5th Group is too. 5th Special Forces Group is in Fort Campbell. I got a buddy of mine still over there. He's a first sergeant. He's first sergeant now. He's about to he's gonna retire in a couple. He was gonna retire, but then they pinned first sergeant on him. He's like, nah, fuck it. I'll just stay.
My grandpa was a staff sergeant over there.
He's back over here. He's in garrison now. He's not gonna be deploying much anymore. He's like, fine, okay. He's gonna sit at your ass in the desk. And he said, exactly.
No, dude, I have
Okay.
a buddy that I went to that I was he was actually a real good friend of mine. I didn't go to school with him, but he was at a neighboring school, so we hung out all the time. When the second Iraq war first broke out and they were going over to Baghdad, remember when they had that insurgent attack on that American caravan?
Yeah.
Where 100 insurgents attacked them and killed like 4 or 5 people. 4 or 5 of the soldiers over there. My buddy was over there in that attack.
Yeah,
and,
now imagine that 100 people only took out 4. Fuck
but
you.
The thing is,
You're not winning.
The thing is he ain't been the same since, though. That messed him up.
Yeah, I mean, with combat to change you one way or the other.
Well, they completely caught him off guard because the caravan wasn't even that big that they were in, and if you recall, half of it had been separated and was still back.
Mm-hmm.
Back
And
a ways,
yeah, that happens. Things that happen, especially when you're in convoys. Sometimes it happens. Someone might get a flat tire, or
he ended up being in a vehicle that got hit with some kind of IED and ended up getting. Dude, he's not the same person that he used to be. You know what I'm saying? Like the guy that went there ain't the same guy that came back at all. I mean, you can see that you can tell that he tries to be the guy.
Yeah,
that went there, but there was a lot of him that got left over there that never came back.
See, I'll tell you, my mother told me that. She told me that once. She said, I wish you never joined the military. I said, why? You're a completely different person. I said, really? She said, yeah, you are a completely different person. And that's, Chuck, you're absolutely right. You're spot on. You do leave a piece of yourself over there. And the longer you're there, the more times you go, the more of yourself gets left back there. Now sometimes it does get replaced with something else. So, but essentially you're right. You are a different person when you come back. Once you see war, it's different. That's why I'm not quick to get into a fight. You know what I'm saying? Yep. I'd rather just leave the area because I understand violence. And I understand
a whole different level and scale than most people.
Exactly. I understand violence. Now I actually honestly and actually understand violence. I know where this can go. Because if I'm in a fight, what's the point other than to kill you? You trying to kill me?
Right.
Am I trying to kill you? No? Then what's the point? I'm just gonna walk away. You know what I mean? There's no point in taking this any further. So, but if I do get into a fight, I know where I'm willing to go. So I just rather not be bothered with it. You know what I mean?
I just want to throw out there. I'll be honest with you, Mandrell. The more I talk to you, the more I actually, the more I like you, man. Honestly, I really do. You're pretty straight up.
Mandrell's a vegan,
dude, for real. You know what we used to call back in the day? Because how old are you? In your late 30s, early 40s?
Just 44.
Oh, you're same age as me, so you remember you're a man's man, dude, and there aren't many of them left.
Appreciate it.
Bro,
it.
Hold on. Mandrell, my buddy the homie B-Rad over on Snowman's channel is going. He said, what's your ethnicities that you know for sure? Or
okay. What's your family ethnicities, or that you for sure know?
And then he also said that this is why he said, Ray, this is why people don't like Trump, because orange people don't answer simple questions.
All right, I'll answer his question.
B-Rad, you ain't shit, dude.
Ethnicities I know of are Native American, from the Creek Indians, and the Comanche Indians, and the Haichi Indians. I also know my black side, my dad's side, African Americans. All I know, black people. Mm-hmm. So a lot of our heritage got lost, to time and circumstances. Who had time to really keep a log of where you're from when you get your ass beat with a whip, or you're dying on a trail of tears, or you get being forced by a mob to move out of your territory. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, you sound like you got more ingredients in you than the Colonel's 7 herbs and spices.
I probably do.
Bruh.
You know what I'm saying?
Bruh. He said he got all the flavors, bro.
All the flavors.
Also, ladies, Mandrell is single.
Yep.
We trying to find him a wife. All you 304s and scuzz buckets, you stay where you at. Mandrell's a good man, and we trying to find him some quality. Okay.
Exactly.
High emphasis on protection and provision, especially protection. He'll rip your arms off to beat off.
Dude, I don't know how you're going to find that without, scouring high school graduations.
Yeah, right.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, bro.
I'm just saying, man, if you don't get them as soon as they're walking out of the graduation ceremony before they get into the real world and really get screwed up, it's a lost cause.
It's
the issue is it's just like and that's the thing that people don't understand, because like everybody wants us to be the same and we're not, and it's like, well, and like I'll tell people straight up, I'm like, I have no sympathy for men with trauma, because like that's what we're built out of. Like if you don't have trauma, I don't honestly don't want to associate with you.
Well, see, that's the really weird thing about it, Ray, is they say they claim that they want everybody to be the same while not even being able to tell you what they are.
Well,
because they change their identity every day.
That you have women are dialing in on this. Women are starting to get to the point, because the issue is when you have a vortex that just starts eating pieces of things, when it comes to your door, it becomes a problem. It's the same conversation that I have with people about these school board things. And I'm like, if you're asked by your neighbors who have kids to go participate and go to a school board meeting, even if you don't have kids, you should go, because eventually you live in this society, you're going to have kids, and they're going to be indoctrinated in whatever decisions they're making now. So it's important that we're all involved in that. And so when this references back to women, they're being attacked. Their womanhood's being attacked. They're talking about replacing us, and it's like, bro, like these dudes are trying to replace you. Like this is a problem for everybody. And so you're having people who are finding those points of intolerance where they go, this is enough. This is enough. Like,
but there's not enough people that are saying this is enough. There ain't.
I think you're going to start seeing more. Like for me personally, when I saw that whole video of the protests with the Armenians and where the counter protesters came up and thought they were going to get aggressive with them, I was like, bro, you don't just be hitting people, bro. And as soon as they hit them, they were like, cool, knock down, drag out. Like, we're going to do work. And they did that work. And they gave them the business, and they were like, you hit us first. Like, you're going to see a lot more of that. Like, and it's not a premise of wanting there to be aggression or saying that there's even a need for aggression, but there needs to be a need for a staunch line and a consequence. And the consequence for putting your hands on a stranger is they might put paws back on you. That's the reason you don't go around touching people. And it's kind of like what Mandrell said. Like, wasn't in the military, at least not officially, but having been through some of the stuff that I've been through, like, I understand exactly what fighting means. Like, I've had friends that were like, we've gotten into it in the club, and they got put in a wheelchair outside. Well, they got put in the ground outside because they let somebody walk away. And it's like,
they don't grow up like we did. They don't.
Right.
We actually we grew up in an era where we trolled in real time right to your fucking face.
Facts.
And you know what? If someone came and trolled, they better be willing to stand up and take that shit right to the chin.
Yeah. And it's so as we're moving forward, it's like once stuff starts winding off the rails, the way that I look at it, there's two ways this works out. Like, obviously, the stuff that our government's doing, until we as a collective take a stance on that, that is going to continue being perpetuated. And like, until it gets so uncomfortable that people have to be out in the streets saying like, hey, we're not going to do this, it's not going to change. But like the social things that are happening, those things you have control over. You do have a mediocre of control over what goes on in your school board. You do have a mediocre of control over if your local city and politics are corrupt, because like those are things that affect you that you have a say in. You do have control over how we interact with each other. And like that's what I tell people, because I navigate on respect, and I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees personally. So like when it comes to stuff where I'm forcing you to do that, I'm like, well, if you're not willing to take life to force what you're saying, because I know that like within my arm's reach, like I'm not a person who cares about words, but like within arm's reach, you ain't gonna walk up and just like start screaming the N-word in my face, because like I'm gonna let a particulate hit me. That's assault. And then now you done entered the Terror Dome. Like it's just what it is.
You ain't gonna dangle it in front of my face like a carrot and tell me I can't use it either.
Exactly.
Right. And so those are the things. It's like you have to control what you can control. And like that's the reason I'm an advocate of personal fitness, having your finances in order, and being prepared and being capable. Those are things that matter. You have control over those things. And honestly, if you have those three things, most stuff you can deal with. Now, the stuff we have to collectively work on, like obviously people are going to pick and choose battles, and not everybody's going to see things that are as important as other things. But like I said, like I think if we go to the lowest common denominator, the children, if the battle's taking place there, I think that everyone should give a shit. Period. Like there's no way that you're going to walk around and say you don't care about kids. Like I don't even necessarily like kids. They're slimy. They got a lot of germs. They say annoying shit. And until they can play video games, they're practically worthless. So like to me,
and you know what? It does get better when they become adults, because they end up being the worst investment you ever make as a human being.
Like, right. But for small children, I'm like, I want them to learn things. I want them to at least be set up with a foundation to like put themselves in position to become something, you know? Like, I don't think that old men in dresses should be reading to kids. Like, I do think it's weird. I'm never going to not think that's weird. I think it's weird as fuck. Sorry. But, and I don't agree with it. Yeah, I just don't agree with it. And I'm like, if we're not going to get to a point to where we say like, hey, like, this is kind of fucked up. And, you know, I'm a big advocate of, I don't care what you do in your house.
Thank you.
I'm
the same way. I don't care what you do.
But like when you're telling me that you want to come do it in my house, we have a problem.
Right. Hey, look, if the way you wind down is you want to go home at the end of the day and fucking try and commit suicide with fucking heroin in your basement, that's your business.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Well, you can't damage property of the state, though. That's why.
That's why I said he's in the privacy of his own basement. Now, when I have a problem with it is when you're sitting there nodding out, going down the highway, and now your liberties are starting to infringe on my liberties. Now we have an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see the value.
Nobody's willing to risk everything, Ray. That's what it is. Because at the end of the day, to change shit in America and to actually be changed in a way that is going to benefit America, that means people are going to have to sit back and say, what am I willing to lose? What am I willing to risk?
Yeah.
Honestly, how much are you willing to lose to make shit better and get your point across to people and try and start a movement? How much are you really willing to lose?
Well, I mean,
at the end of the day, that's what it ends up being.
Well, it's just like when we were talking about the 3%ers, when you guys had like millions of people, and I'm like, y'all couldn't
considered a white supremacist group now.
Yeah, not surprising. I mean, everything's a supremacist group when they want to do anything. So, I mean, obviously, you hold me back daily, literally. First thing in the morning, Chuck's over there oppressing. He just sends an oppressive text every day.
The first thing I do after I get up and take a shit and brush my teeth is I make my cup of coffee and sit and think about how I'm going to oppress a darkie today.
Yeah, and I
knew it.
Yeah, right. We've got the mask. This is the guy. Like, no. So, but yeah. So, like, as a society, when you're looking at the way that, and that's the funny thing. It's like people will formulate and be like, "Hey, we're going to try and collectively get together and start working together." White supremacist group. Like, that's great. It's just so funny. But when you're looking at how these things have to happen, like, I'm not necessarily a doom and gloom person, but I'm like, at some point, the things that I'm espounding, people just have to start doing that. Like, at minimum, you've got to fix your house. If everybody fixed their house collectively, doing an individual act, which is just making your life and your family's life better.
So
collectively, that will move the needle further, because the whole premise of this is they want you to be working, tired, and broke.
Yeah, because they
and
want to control
struggling.
how you spend your money and how fast.
And they don't want you to have time to think. Now, if everybody was in good shape, working on their health, taking vitamins, and getting their
Fuck them
finances in
vitamins.
order, hey, dude, screw you, bro. My vitamins are awesome. Anyways, but if everybody was taking care of those tenants for themselves within their homes, then you are so much harder to oppress and navigate, because now you're going to start creating this space where you can think and breathe. Like, you know how freaking awesome it is going to sleep when you don't have debt? It's fucking great. It is fucking great.
You got nothing.
Like,
Oh my god, you got nothing to worry about.
You sleep
Holy
different.
shit,
You wake
dude,
up
you
like,
do.
bro. Like it's
I gotta pay my credit.
different.
I gotta pay my credit cards. Ha ha ha! You still got credit card debt?
Look, I ain't at the
Why?
level that you
know what I
guys
mean?
are
It's
yet,
like-
but I do understand what you're saying, because for the first time in my life, the last 3 years, I can actually go to sleep comfortably and soundly and not have to worry about what bills do I have to get put back and so another one can get paid.
Right.
And a lot of that was
And
just me actually learning things that I should have already known and actually putting it into practice.
Yeah. But it
And
takes time to learn
that's
it. If no one teaches you earlier on in life, it takes you time to learn these things, man. And the
Dude,
shit of it
man,
is,
bro,
is
I'm
that
not
when you're
lying.
young, you don't
when I-
make much money when you're younger. You know what I'm saying? But so you don't really have an honest chance of fixing it until later on in life. Until then, you're just paying the bill just enough to keep up with it and stop default, and so you don't default on it. But no one tells you these things when you're younger, so you kind of fall for the trap. It's fucked up, but I mean that's what banks want.
Most people that are
100%.
lower middle class or are in poverty, they don't even realize, because I didn't even realize how much of their lack of having any kind of money in their house, any financial stability, all relies on them being and doing their due diligence of staying current with their bills. The late fees that they impose, like I'm telling you, I wasn't lying when I said it was probably 3, maybe 4, 3 years ago when I finally was able to get all of our bills to where I was paying the bill on time when it was due. You know what I'm saying? And the first month that I had all of our bills caught up and, went through and paid all the bills for the month, I had an extra $350 that I spent 4 hours going through everything, trying to find what I didn't pay, because I didn't know that you're really robbing yourself of hundreds of dollars a month just in late fees by not paying yourself shit on time, because generally you're selfish and you want to do this rather than doing what you need to do.
Yeah. And it's one of those things. Like, I remember the first time that I bought a set of tires, and I wasn't like, this is going to put me financially behind for 6 months to a year. Like, I literally sat there, like, I'm not a big crier. Like, I'm not even trained to do it, but like, it was such an emotional thing to be able to go, I need new tires, and then go, okay, and just went and bought the tires. Like, I pulled out of the parking lot, got about a block away from the home, pulled over and cried.
I ain't there
Like,
yet.
It just didn't even make sense to me. Like, my brain, like, I was just like, dude, like, because like I started thinking about like how far I'd come, and I'm like, I just went and bought a whole set of tires, like 4 new tires, because I needed them, and like I had the money. And I was just like, oh,
well, like I
this
told
is
you, Ray, when me
different.
and the wife started out, being her, everything we had fit in one bedroom.
Yeah.
Everything. And we didn't even have our own bed. We were sleeping on an air mattress on the floor.
Jeez.
Me and my wife. And now 10 years later, we live on 2 acres, with our own house. And, part of the time of us, getting to where we are, I had my own father telling me that I would never be able to do it on my own, that I'd always need his help. I would always need him to fall back on.
Dude, you want to hear something crazy? Because like whenever we like have these conversations, and I'll like talk to my chick, and she very much relates to your upbringing as well. Because like I had a rough upbringing, she had a fucking god awful upbringing. Her family, when she enrolled to go to college, disowned her. Like they were just like they like
What, you
literally
think you're better than us now?
100%. Yep. And like literally was just like, and then like after that, they like would come back and like come after her for like money and like just basically use her because like now she's the person who's successful in the family. And they're like, we hate you, but also help pay these bills.
Like, you know, my wife is the most successful one out of her family other than her mom. And you know what? I think that she even makes more money than her mom does now too. And her mom's a college professor at Uno over in Lima.
Oh, dang. Well, that should be the goal though. Like I think as a parent, you should want your kids to do
Her
better,
mom is really proud
you know?
of her. You know, actually her mom is really proud of me and her both because me and her have taken look, really, in all honesty, the way our marriage runs and the way our house runs shouldn't even be going. It shouldn't happen the way it does because it's nothing that was ever displayed to us.
Right.
You know, we should be following. Really, we should be part of that whole the statistic that, you know, statistical metric of what happens when you have chaos. You know, lack of parental guidance. You know, drugs involved. You know, you've heard some of the shit that I mean, really, I should be a statistic. My wife should be a statistic, but we're not. You know, and it's all simply because even though we may have felt like life gave up on us, we didn't give up on us. You know, it wasn't that we didn't give up on life. We didn't give up on ourselves. And that's what most people do. You know, think about this. Most people don't even love themselves. So how can you love someone else if you don't even have the capacity to love yourself?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
most people can't even be alone with themselves. That, you know, they aren't happy just being with themselves. You know, they need someone else there. You know, if you ain't comfortable with yourself, how can you expect anyone else to be comfortable with you?
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, that and then your upbringing, it's like you don't see any of this stuff, and you're kind of I mean, the thing that's interesting, and it's what I consider it when you become an adult is when you realize that like nobody knows what they're doing. You're just kind of navigating it, and you have to do the best that you can. And it's kind of like at those points where like when I was patching things up with my family, like a lot of those points, a lot of the stuff I had to, as mad as I was, let it go, because I'm like, you realize you're like, man, these motherfuckers didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
Well, look,
and they just kind of navigating through it, and you're like, these are the circumstances, and I'm like, okay, so I've navigated and not created most of these circumstances in my life, but like as an adult, I'm looking around, I'm like, well, you know, I'm testing shit and I'm really quick to pivot, but like, I don't know exactly what I'm doing either. And I look back and I'm like, oh, wait a second. When I was pissed at my mom because like she did X, Y, and Z, I'm like, she didn't know what the fuck she was doing. And she had to deal with my ass going around being a fucking heathen. So
I said that's how my mom and I reconciled. Like, I've had a couple of conversations with my mom. One of the questions I asked her was like, Mom, growing up, why were you so hard on me? You know? She's like, because I refuse to raise a sorry man.
My mom tried to apologize.
Like, I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know. She apologized to me too, but I didn't know that that's what was on her mind. I thought she was just being an asshole. You know what I'm saying? And mean for no reason sometimes. You know what I mean? I didn't understand that that's what was on her mind. You know what I'm saying? Her father drank. You know, he was this quintessential drunk Indian. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So she had an uncle that drank. You know what I'm saying? But she's got 4 brothers, and she's the youngest and the only girl. You know what I'm saying? 4 older brothers. Those are her siblings. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, there's nothing but masculine energy around her. So she could be very aggressive, especially with me sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because she understood that with boys, you have to be more stern with us because we're wild, especially me. I was a daredevil. I would do crazy shit. I'd jump off shit all the time. Like when I went airborne, when I graduated airborne school, my mom was like, I can't believe he would pick a job where he's jumping out of airplanes and stuff like that. And my grandma was like, Well, he used to jump off everything. He used to jump out of trees. When he was younger than that, he used to jump off the mattress of the bed. He used to climb on the roof and jump off stuff. Jump off. She said, why are you surprised? She's like, why are you surprised that he's jumping out of airplanes? Like my grandma said, why are you surprised? You know what I mean? But so the military really fit me because my dad was a very structured guy. You know what I'm saying? He's a quiet man, but he's very structured. You know what I'm saying? As far as I can tell, he was focused on, you know what I'm saying? But very laid back and chill. Quiet man, very laid back and chill. But that military, it was in him because he was in it. You know, he only spent 3 years active duty before I was born, but the rest of the time he spent in the National Guard. He never actually got out of the Army, you know. And so he did total 32 years. So yeah, that's kind of in him, right? Plus he grew up poor. He and his siblings grew up poor. So did my mom. You know, my dad grew up in the projects. So now that I'm old, you know, when I got older, I was able to put everything into context as to why they raised my sister and I a certain way. Why, when I was 11, my mom sat me down and taught me how to balance a checkbook. You know what I'm saying? When I was 11, she taught me how to balance a checkbook. She opened up an account for me with $100 and said, "Okay, this is how much money you got. You save it." Then she started telling me what savings were and why you should save. Then she said, "Okay, everything's moving to 401k. So I'm going to get retirement from my job, but you're not going to get that. This is what you're going to get." I was 12 at this time. And she saw the forecast when I was 12 that everything's moving to 401k. Right. She saw the forecast. Everything's moving to 401k.
She said they ain't going to give you nutching.
Right. I'm going to get the retirement from my job, son. You're not going to get, you're your sister. You're not going to get that. But why not? Because
my mom taught me everything too, Mandrell.
Right. It's like, it's cheaper to do it this way. That way the
you know, as far as like my mom did teach me things to be able to survive. And you know what? Somebody block that mouthy ass fucking woman that never stops talking. For real. Somebody go out there, take her fucking wrench from her and block her.
Yeah,
she's on your channel, dude. Like, why are you?
Yeah, but Ray, I look at my life now. I'm
respectfully,
like, wow,
Nunya, respectfully.
I had awesome parents growing up. You know what I'm saying? Because they really looked out for my sister. Now they taught us things like financial literacy as young children. You know, and it's
dude, my mom had a seventh grade education.
Wow, and see, but those kind of lessons, though, Chuck, back me up here. Those kind of lessons, they stick to you because anytime I went to buy anything, I started thinking like, how much money do I have in my account? I have friends like, why are you worried about that? Like, well, if there's no money in the account, I can't really buy this, can I?
Well, you know
what I mean? Like
it was,
a simple answer like that. I'm like, what do you mean? Well, just take.
You want to know how weird it was? Like my stepdad, he couldn't read past the 4th grade level, dude. Mm-hmm. So it was weird for me as a kid reading shit to my stepdad and me having a, you know, like I said, my mom didn't even make it out. She had a 7th or 8th grade education was the highest she went. She was 17 when she married my dad.
Okay.
You know, so it was just the people that were around me didn't even have the just normal education to be able to, like, I couldn't go to my mom or my stepdad with any kind of school problem that I didn't understand, because if I didn't understand it, I knew they sure as hell didn't understand it.
Right. Both my parents ended up getting their degree, though, you know.
And you know, to me, I actually kind of envy the, you know, people that had parents that had higher learning to where they actually, you know, help, you know, champion on their kids' learning, kind of like how I do with my son.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's why I'm with him. You know, my sister, she took things to a different level. She spoiled her kids, and she's one of them people that is responsible for these fucking Gen whatever they are that cry about everything because they never had their butt spanked. They never been yelled at. They never had to do no chores. They were given everything they ever wanted. You know, that was my sister. Me, on the other hand, I saw the things that my parents lacked, and I was like, when I had kids, I was like, man, maybe I ought to try and make sure that I give my kids, you know, more of the survival type skills mentally and physically, you know, and otherwise that are going to benefit them, rather than sitting here and coddling them and telling them that, you know, life's full of nothing but fucking rainbows and butterflies, and, you know, that they can be anything they want to be, and they're just as equal to, you know, Jeff over there, even if they didn't try as hard. Look, my son knows that if he doesn't even tell me anymore that he almost, because when he said, every time he tells me he almost, I said, but you didn't.
I like that. I like that. I love that mentality. I have that too. So we normally, granted, our intern this year, he's interned with us for a few years. He comes and works with us over the summers, but like they used to have him ride with me, and like I'll be on that kid's neck all summer, and he loves it. Like he's just like we have good times, but I'm like, if you ask me a question, I was like, just so you know, when you get in this van, if you ask me a question, I'm gonna give you the answer. So like, don't ask anything you don't want the actual answer to.
And look, my son's a smart ass just like I am, dude. Only he's 8 years old. And he's been like this since he was about 4 years old. All right. Only his vernacular's gotten better. All right. So there's times now, and it started when he was about 6, that there were times that he would say stuff and be so quick about it that I literally had to stop myself and remind myself that this was a 6, 7, or 8-year-old kid saying this to me and not you. Because I was about ready to flatten his nose.
Oh my God. Oh, he said, what'd you just say?
Right. You know, and it isn't that he says bad words or anything. It's, look, the kid had, like, he uses words that in my opinion, he shouldn't be using yet, and actually use them correctly. You know, and then he comes off, you know how, you know, young kids are that are in, you know, coming into, especially boys coming into themselves, you know, that stage where they start smelling themselves, where even though they're joking, everything sounds condescending and sarcastic to where you want to punch them in their fucking face.
Basically how Casey talks at all times.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, the kid is, I forgot where I was going with it, man, but no, I really did. I just had a brain fart, man. My sugar kicked in.
Well, I mean, it's late, and I mean, I've been up since 4, so I mean, I'm surprised I've had as few brain farts as I've had, but I did get a power nap of about 10 minutes in before I started the show, so we're running on diesel tonight.
I got an idea for something we can do for Juneteenth to where we can make money off of it too, Ray.
Mandrell, are you in for the Juneteenth simulcast?
No, listen, you know
the
how
only holiday I'm celebrating this month.
Listen to me. You know how during the Super Bowl and during like March Madness and the Final Four and that shit, they do them like 100 spot like pull tab boards where you bet $1 and you pick a square and shit.
Yeah,
and you got basically like the quarters got to match up with whatever number your square lands on. Okay,
right.
Rather than it being every quarter, and it being a quarter score. Do that on Juneteenth. What my idea is do these pull boards, let people buy a square for like maybe $2 a square. All right. And us do like 4 of them. And what it is if your square lands on whatever city, and we'll do 4 cities, whatever city has the highest murder rate that day.
Oh, jeez. Bro, the Juneteenth day of murder rate. That is ridiculous. But actually, dude, you know what? What day is? Hold on. Where's a damn calendar so I can see when Juneteenth is?
I'm just saying, man. You could do it.
Isn't
you could
it Monday?
Treat it just like a sport, man, and literally at least have some fun with it when you know it's going to happen. You know it's going to happen every time you get a congregation of fucking people that don't have white, black, or otherwise. I'm going to put that out there that don't have any kind of house training. There's always going to be some kind of violence and fucking.
Yeah, he's right though. They don't have any kind of home training, man. You're done. I mean, you know, it's crazy.
That's true.
Here's the thing: most people don't even know what Juneteenth is. That's the sad part.
Isn't that the day that?
Yeah, it's okay. So it's Monday. So I might have to do a Tuesday stream just to recap the crime.
I'll do a Sunday, man.
On Juneteenth.
Do a Sunday.
It's Sunday.
Yeah, do a Sunday because I'm lighting off fireworks Sunday night for Juneteenth.
But we can't know the crime stats for that day if it's not.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Day.
The actual,
or the day after that.
If we do the pull card thing, we would have to do it that day.
Yeah,
but I think, dude, I really
you'd have to do it the day after because you would have to go back and reference the stats for the
You're
previous
right.
day. The stats aren't. Yeah,
you're right.
so it'd have to be on
But
Tuesday.
look, dude, how you would do it is you would just put like for the actual numbers, you'd have two sides where it's 1 or 0 through 9, and then you have like Chicago, New York, Philadelphia,
Dude,
San
Philadelphia is
Francisco,
gonna win.
Houston, Dallas, you
You
do it that
literally
way.
didn't list Detroit. You leaving Detroit off this list?
No, I was getting there, dude. Dude, there's so many now. It's hard to keep track of them all.
Well, I mean, I just refer to them as third world cities, and I don't like literally. No, so I have a funny story.
I'm waiting for Muslims to take Detroit over.
Bro, it would be better. Like it would be better,
dude. Red. I was talking to Red, and he was telling me up there that there are literally neighborhoods in Detroit that when you come into them, it's like you just went into a fucking Afghanistan or something over there.
Damn.
He said not even bullshit. It's like you just went into an entirely different country altogether.
Oh wow,
damn,
double damn. Okay, so for my final, well, hold on. Let's do final thoughts, and then I'm going to round it out with my funny story because I do have a funny story about Detroit because I've been there once. Who wants to go first?
Don't eat yellow snow.
Angel. Oh my God.
Ugh,
Angel.
damn.
You got any final thoughts for us, brother? I'm voting Angel fell asleep. That's a win for me. Angel's soul is mine, along with Angry Man and Beans, because I've had all of them fall asleep because I stay up later than everybody. Speaking of which, I got two stories for you guys. So one time on Christmas Eve, we went out. There was this club that we all used to go hang out and dance at, and I got picked up by a dominatrix, and she was like, "You want to come back?"
Didn't you?
No, let me finish the story. Okay, so like it's a good tale about how you can have friends and still keep your value set. So this chick picks me up and she was like, "You want to go back to my place? We're having a party." So I get back to this place and it's like a bunch of prominent chefs within the city and they've made this authentic Passover dinner. And I was like, cool, I've never had any of this shit, so I'm going to eat everything. So everybody's like doing coke at this party. They're all coked out. And so, like, I'm eating all the food. We're hanging out. There's people getting spanked and beat in the other room. It was kind of cool. I looked in there. I'm not going to lie. I ain't got no shame. I was like, I want to see other people get spanked, but ain't nobody spanking me. So, like, the night goes on, and it goes, and we, like, are partying. 6 o'clock rolls around, and, like, everybody's, like, bouncing out of this party, and, like, there's only a few people left, and we're all hanging out, and they were just like, so you've turned down drugs all night. What are you on? How do you have this much energy? And I was like, this is just how I am. I'll be like this until I go to sleep. Like, they were just like, refused to believe that I wasn't on drugs. And they were like, well, you got to tell us what you're taking. Like, we need that. And I'm like, vitamins, bitch. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
How about you get in shape and find out? You know what I'm saying? Like, how about you get in shape and find
They
out?
were in good shape, but it was just like, I was like, you do drugs. Like, you're cheating your system.
Yeah,
like,
you're malnourished.
You just stay up late. Yeah, I was like, if you just stay up late a bunch, your body will adapt, and then it just gets real weird, and then you don't have a sleep schedule. But like, you know, it's whatever. It's kind of a superpower. But that's that story. And then so Chicago for Detroit, we used to travel to go to breakdancing competitions, and so we went to Detroit one time, and the crew that I was in, we had a tradition of going to like a diner. So we would like try to find an IHOP, a Waffle House, or a Denny's or something. We drove up to Detroit, and after the battle was over, we were leaving, and we were like, yeah, let's go stop off and get something to eat. And we pulled into Denny's in Detroit, man. And we sat out there and just looked in through the window, and it was such a disheveled sight that we didn't eat there. Like, we were like, we'll just go next state over. Like, we like sat out there for like 30 minutes trying to figure out if we were going to go into this Denny's. And I was like, man, that doesn't look safe. And that's saying a lot because like we've been to some pretty sketch places. Detroit's a special kind. I was like, it was cool to go to where we went, but I was like, I don't know that city well enough to navigate it. And I feel like death could find you everywhere. So
why didn't Denny's seem safe?
Dude, there was just so much going on in there, dude. Like it was just too much, man. Like in Kansas City, like if you go to a place or you're in a sketchy part of town, you know you about to die. Like this Denny's just didn't look safe. Like it wasn't. And so I told this story to one of our clients. He owns all of the you know how they've merged together the KFCs, the Taco Bells, and the Pizza Huts, and they're all like one thing now. I know the guy who owns all of those in this region.
I don't know what.
And when I
damn,
yeah,
so you know the guy who owns all of them.
Yes, and yeah, so he has to go up there, so he'll go through do his store checks, and he said when I told him the story, and he was like, oh, he's like, you were totally smart to not go there. He was like, when I have to go up there to check my stores, he was like, I have to take off anything of value before I walk in. And I was like, are you serious? He was like, yeah. He was like, they'll rob you. I was like, they'll rob you? And he was like, they'll rob anybody. I was like, in the store? And he was like, yes.
The employees
in the store. He was like, yeah. He was like, they will rob you up there. He was like, if you have anything of value on, he was like, just leave it before you get into the state. He was like, it's not worth it. He was like, you'll get robbed. And the other Detroit story that I have is one of the guys, our old project manager, went up there for a conference because like we have home automation conferences up there sometimes. And he said that they were walking around downtown and kind of ventured a little outside of downtown. And so like they're like out in the areas, the neighborhoods of Detroit now. And it's a group of them and they're all white. And he said they were walking down this neighborhood and this guy ran out of a bar and was like, you guys get in here right now. And he was like, what are you talking about? He was like, you need to get in here. You can't be on the street. And this dude came out. It was like this nice guy who owned a bar. It was another white dude. So white people do save white people sometimes. But he shoveled them into his bar and it was like, just grab a drink. He was like, you need to stay in here for the next hour. And they were like, what are you talking about? He was like, if you're on the streets at 3:30 p.m. in the afternoon, they rob you. And he was like, who? And he was like, these guys that are coming down the street in this car. And I was like they have times of day where they rob people that don't live there because everyone who lives there knows what time these guys are patrolling that street. And it's different on different blocks. That's Detroit.
A crime schedule. So this street is 3:30. Next street over, 4 o'clock. Like next street over,
up and down the
4:45.
And they just pull up on you, get out. They pull up on you, bail out of the car, pull out guns, and rob you. And like he was like, they'll do this for an hour, and then they'll move, and you can leave. But he was like, if you're out there during that time period, they know you're a tourist because nobody else will be out on the street then because that's when they rob people at 3:30 with the sun up. And so I'm not built for that type of city. Like I'm just like, dude, y'all got time schedules and there's like it's efficient and it makes sure that they're only robbing tourists.
But I mean, don't the cop? Ain't it only a matter of time before the cops get wind of your schedule?
Bro, I'm pretty sure the cops up there are corrupt. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they'll get robbed too. Apparently, if you can't go up there owning stuff up there with your Rolex on, or you getting robbed in your store, like that just doesn't make no. Like everything that I've heard from everyone who's been there, including my experience from sitting in that car for 30 minutes looking in Denny's, like it was like you were saying, it was like looking into a third world country. It was what I imagined Denny's would be like in a war zone. That's what it was like.
You know what freaked me out in Kuwait? In Kuwait, there was a Burger King, but everything.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah, there was. There was a Burger King.
You like return fire, be like, yo, let me get a number 2.
Right. In Kuwait, there was a Burger King, but the whole sign. What fucked me up is the sign was everything was in Arabic, but I knew it was a Burger King because it's a Burger King sign. You know what I mean?
I bet you weren't getting it your way over there, though.
I bet you're not. I bet you are not. You know what I'm saying?
They'd be like, your way is haram.
We got a Burger King over there. Like Kuwait is so westernized. So if you meet someone who's like, I've been deployed, it was bad, man. It was bad. Where'd you go? Kuwait. You didn't do shit. What was bad about Kuwait? Kuwait is so westernized, man. It's ridiculous. There's a McDonald's, there's a Pizza Hut, Subway. And that was back then when I was there. Like, I mean, and we were just passing through and we saw that shit. I was like, fuck, man. Really? A Burger King? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn. So Burger King's making money like that. Like these fast food restaurants.
Mandrell, you know the only thing they're gonna give your ass is 2 orders of Allah Akbar, bro.
That's it. You're right. I didn't trust shit. Okay. I did go to the little villages in Afghanistan to eat some of the food over there, though. I was curious. I'm like, what the fuck do you eat? How does this shit taste? What does it eat? It needed salt. Like everything needed salt. Everything did. God damn.
Oh, really?
Man. Yeah, everything needed salt. They didn't have it out there. They're in the middle of nowhere, the mountains of Afghanistan, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And you guys say white people
salt.
don't know how to season shit.
Y'all don't.
Wow.
I mean, instead of using the right ingredients, you put raisins in your shit. That's what you do.
Dude, that is an urban legend and it's bullshit.
Do we
and
have seasonings?
I'm tired of you
no, but we got these
raisins
right. Spreading that rumor. I'm telling you now, I'm tired of it. You know what? Any of you motherfuckers ever invite me to the barbecue, I guarantee you I am now going to bring potato salad and make sure there's so many fucking raisins in it, you choke on them.
Bro, you have raisins in your house right now, Snowman? Honestly.
Yeah.
Honestly. Thank you. That case in point. I don't have a raisin in my house.
What's wrong with raisins, dude? All they are
as long as you're not
grapes.
throwing them in potato salad.
You know, raisins are just sun-dried grapes.
We know.
You know,
we just don't like them.
No,
you like grapes, right? You sure ain't got no problem drinking that wine, do you?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: raisins are fine.
Jesus made that
in the right context, but you know, you can't put them in everything. Like you can't put seasoned salt on everything.
Yeah, you can.
Also true.
No, not everything, man. You can't bake a cake, put seasoned salt in it, and think it's gonna be okay.
No,
or scrambling,
have you ever put mustard on an Oreo cookie?
No, I have not.
What?
Put mustard on an Oreo cookie. Seriously, I'm not bullshitting. This is not a troll.
I'm curious.
Just like regular French's.
Regular French's mustard, take it and put it on an Oreo cookie. And then I expect you to send me a text message immediately following you doing it, Ray. Because you're going to say, fuck you, that doesn't even, what's happening in my mouth doesn't make sense.
I ain't gonna lie, he actually got me curious about that too. He's actually got me curious about that now.
Damn it. Well, the last thing that he got me curious about, I was scarred by. So
no, this ain't going to scare you, dude. It's going to be one of them things that logically, what you use mustard for and what cookies are for, you dip cookies in milk, not mustard. You put mustard on hot dogs and hamburgers, not sweets.
True,
right?
So that's what it
logically, in your mind and visually, it doesn't make sense what's going on in your mouth because you're not disappointed at all.
You're not discussing. It's the same thing with Snake. Okay. It sounds like the same thing with Snake. Like I thought I was going to be
Snake taste like chicken?
It does actually. I thought it was bullshit, but it does taste like chicken. And then like I would do stupid shit. Like
everything tastes like chicken when you can't explain what it tastes like.
Even when we deployed, I bought a big,
snap! Latania's in the building.
I bought this big ass thing of Larry's seasoned salt, and I bought another big ass thing container, same size of garlic salt, and I deployed with that shit, man. And then I'm sitting there sometimes in my MREs, I'm sitting like, or like we have food or whatever. What are you doing, Harris? Is that? I said seasoned salt. Where'd you get that? I said, I brought it with me. You know what I mean? I started to fuck with him at first. I said, I bought off one of the Hajis. You know what I'm saying? Because we play with each other like that all the time. Because we buy DVDs from them, you know? Where the fuck they got them? I don't know. Like, why do you have a set?
You guys were over there buying DVDs during war.
Dude, did you know so bootleg DVD?
Mandrell, wait. Snowman, we got to revisit a conversation from last week.
No.
We got to revisit a conversation from last week.
Yeah, dude,
Mandrell, after you left,
be held accountable for shit that I did last week. This is a new day.
Mm-hmm. No, this isn't you. After you left, Mandrell, one of the friends of the show that we all know from these YouTube streets, Simon, stopped through. Okay.
I heard about that and I missed it.
And Simon, I mean, oh God, this is bad. So Simon said that he also was in Afghanistan and he served. Right?
Isn't he British?
But Simon's service was a little bit different than your service, Mandrell.
Okay.
I'm hoping. Now, according to Simon's...
Was he in the Peace Corps?
In Simon's words from a previous stream, Simon was engaging in trench warfare.
UNICEF?
And Simon somehow found himself in the middle of getting split roasted by 2 Afghani men. And that's split roasting is where there's like one guy on this end and one guy on this end, and Simon's in the middle, and there's a bunch of this happening vigorously, right? Within their foxhole or trench, if you would. And
it was.
So when this was brought up, he didn't have issue with the comments about the split roasting. He had issue with the fact that no one believed that we still participate in trench warfare. Now there's 2 things that are kind of issues here.
There's a lot going on here.
He said he was actually being split roasted.
He said that he got split roasted.
Okay.
He said he got split roasted in Afghanistan.
Was he drunk when he said this?
Yeah, but he told a whole ass story, and then when they brought it back up, he didn't get mad about the split roasting part. He was mad that we didn't believe in trench warfare.
Okay. Wow.
Does that surprise you, Ray? When has
no. My question is, so what I was asking Mandrell, because he was well over enemy lines. Did you ever have to save somebody that was actively getting split roasted? Because I'm assuming you get captured and split roasted. I don't think you participate in the split roast willingly, specifically while you're being shot at or mortared or bombarded or attacked.
Snaggy says totally normal custom in Afghanistan.
I don't think anyone. I never heard of anybody being split roasted by some Afghanis. But if he's into that sort of thing, good on him. It's not my cup of tea.
I mean, I don't care, but I'm like, are people actually taking the time? They're like, we're catching heavy fire. They're like, screw it, man. Like, let's get this roast on right now.
Yeah, I got to rub this thing out real quick first, man.
Present. Like, that was more my question, because I'm like, you're in war. Like, you're actively in war. And he's like, yeah, we're taking fire in the trenches.
Got to get a head start on them 72 virgins, bro.
Wait, he said that this happened while he was taking fire.
He said that it happened while he was in Afghanistan during the war. And so, like, I'm guessing, like, I mean, if somebody says during a war, like, if war broke out here, like, we're fighting war, right?
Yeah, that shit ain't on your
mind. if I get split roasted, bro, like, there's a problem.
Yeah, it is. I mean, first of all, everybody involved is dead, because no one can ever live to tell that story, including myself. Everybody must go. Everybody's dead. Everybody involved in that whole thing you're dead. You're going, man. You got to go. What about you?
Yeah.
I got to go too.
Because like I've heard that about, like, if they capture you.
Mm-hmm.
And that was what I asked him. I was like, did you get captured, bro? Because, like, this sounds like something like you might want to talk to somebody about.
Look, dude, I'm gonna tell you this.
Not on
somebody
YouTube,
put something in my mouth
publicly.
I'm clamping down on that motherfucker like I am a pit bull, and I dare you to fucking shoot me and kill me, because I do know that once you do, my jaw is locked like that permanently, sir.
Bro,
I don't know. I don't know of anyone who got captured and that happened to. But I guess it might have happened to him if he was captured.
So my next question is, as the most elite fighting soldier, if you rounded a corner during battle, you're 200 miles over enemy lines, you round the corner of a building that you guys have been actively shooting at, and you come around and there's an active split roast happening. Do you just like leave that be and like just be like, cool, we're just going to go to the next building, I don't want to be a part of this? Or do you engage in warfare with the split roasters?
Oh, I'm taking them out.
Yeah, if they're doing that to one of ours, yeah, I'm taking out the 2 Afghanis, and I'm just like,
I don't care if they're one of ours. I'm taking them out. That's disgusting.
I'm like, look, man, yeah.
Like I just,
I don't know what to say.
It was such
there's
a
a time and a
random thing
place.
that I was
There's
like,
a time
this
and a
can't
place
be-
for a
like,
split
I was like,
roasting.
I don't like this is actually worse than what I thought war was, because I was like, if everybody's just getting split roasted over there, that's fucking wild.
Yeah,
dude.
that is wild, man. I mean,
I'm just saying, there's a time and a place for a split roasting, and in a fucking foxhole while you're
No,
taking
they-
mortar
call
fire
it
is not
snake.
it.
we engaged in trench warfare. Well, I mean, maybe the British do, but we use our brains. That's dumb.
Well, I mean,
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. They say the best defense is a good offense, and I mean, if you just go ahead and start off with a baseline of split roasting, they're not going to really torture you, right?
Generally, if you
I
punch
guess
somebody in
not.
their dick, they'll leave you alone.
Man, that's pretty wild.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Okay,
wild.
so that was last week's episode, but I'm
Holy
going to go to
shit.
bed because I have a client that may or may not be texting me in the morning to go fix stuff. So
If you ever have
I'm gonna get on up out of here before we end up getting what was it? Lamb masturbated.
Lamb masturbated. So it's beat down to the point of climax. That Cybertoxin made that word up the other day.
Yeah, it was good. That was freaking hilarious. I love that.
Dude, man, Ray, you've been missing some really good quality streams that I've been doing with these TikTok.
I know. Well, the one that I participated in was hilariously concerning, but it was. I thought it. I mean, they've been good.
Only getting better.
I normally try to tap in for a little bit to at least listen in passing.
I know
Like,
a
you're
lot
always
of it,
doing
I've
them
been
when I'm
doing those in
doing
that. Well, I know a lot of it. I've been doing those in the afternoon when you're working too.
Also true. But I
Yeah.
normally, like, if I'm like flipping through YouTube and I see you're up, I'll like tap in to see what craziness you found, because like your algorithm is a
jacked.
nightmare. It's
It
an
is.
American nightmare. Like,
Dude, look, I have managed to find a way to hack the TikTok algorithm and find everything you don't want to find.
It reminds me of the episode I did last week when I found these. And look, dude, YouTube blew a gasket on Black Men Unfiltered Network when I did that episode. Did you see all of it, Ray? When I was showing those videos of people using the N-word, like these these older white Christians, like, yeah.
Oh, the Jesus is my nigga song.
Right. I am me. Can't you see that Jesus is my nigga? Right? Jesus
Bro.
is my nigga. It was so
My hero.
It was so white bread. It was I had to
My hero.
Yeah,
It was so bad that like
Yes.
you just had to laugh, because it was. I was like, I don't understand how these people don't realize that this is the most offensive thing you could possibly
Dude,
do.
that's
in
like
the
a
whole
Charlie
world.
Brown Christmas right there for me.
like my sister, we're live, and my sister, she starts dying. Because my sister's my co-host, right, on my show. Like, my sister starts dying. She's like, where did you find this? Where did you find this? And composure gone. She can't hold it. She is dying laughing on air live, you know? And so I played another one. It was just as ridiculous. You know what I mean? So like even Mr. He said, he was like, boy, those videos you played, man, where do you find these? Where do you find these videos? It was a pilot of a show in Japan, right? An actual real pilot. This guy is early in the morning and he's making coffee, right? His son comes in the room and he's like, good morning, nigga. Right? At first I was like, when I first saw it, I was like, It kind of sounded like, but no, they have words that sound, and the Japanese do. They have words that sound like that, but it's not.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, I kept watching, and then the son said, good morning, what's up, my nigga? Looks at the crowd, goes, nigga.
Oh my God.
And then there's this music playing. I was like, No. No. I kept watching and I just broke. And then the wife comes in. She said, nigga. She said, I made your favorite, nigga. Chicken and waffles. And I'm like, but then when they
Mandrell, honest question though, did the chicken and waffles look good though?
No, I'm about to get on that. I'm about to get on that. When they showed the chicken and waffles, it was chopped up grilled chicken breast. Like she pan fried the chicken breast, and just made some waffles. I was like, that's not chicken and waffles. Chicken and waffles is deep fried chicken. Deep fried. Okay, not pan fried.
Nah, chicken. Still
Right.
chicken.
So I played that video, and then the next day, Black Man, I played that video too. People like,
hey, Chris
Yeah,
from Canada.
oh my God, man, it was crazy. So next morning, Black Man Filter calls me up. Man, look, man, you can't play nothing like that no more, man. We got the video gets flagged. So someone hit up YouTube and complained. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah.
Dude, so
it was a disaster.
If it makes you feel any better, when I first started doing this show over on Beans' channel on I Sing a Little Podcast,
yeah,
he yelled at me once too. It's like somebody was mad at him and they went through and since because like he knew that he had some heat because he was getting into beefs with everybody. And they couldn't get his videos, so they started flagging every single one of mine. And I was like, "Oh, I didn't know I couldn't do that, bro."
Hey,
right.
bro,
And so the Black Man Filter,
when I started coming over and hanging out with you after your first stream, dude, I think you got in trouble like every time I came over.
Well, no, you got me my one community strike was from your simulcast.
How?
Actually, it wasn't yours. No, I got myself my one strike. I have one strike.
There it is. Because you made the decision to simulcast even if it was my shit.
Well, no, what's funny is the video you had a video that got taken down that I simulcasted, and yours got taken down, and then mine was up for like another month and then got taken down. I was just like, how did they not do both at the same time?
Dude, explain how they get me for hate speech when I'm exposing someone else's hate speech at me.
Well, I think what's probably the funniest part of that is the person who you expose is probably the one who reported your video.
Probably. Yeah, somebody.
Yeah, I haven't forgot about you, asshole projectile.
Yeah, somebody reported my video, that video and everything, dude. It was just like, yeah. But
people
that Japanese
get offended, man.
Yeah, that Japanese show, that's the one that got me. I was like, fuck me, I gotta do this shit.
Look,
me and
the Black Manosphere have a love-hate relationship with each other.
I've seen you around though, man. I've seen you on like Chaotic Truths channel.
Yeah.
Before you and I ever met, I've been seeing you
yeah, dude, I've been all over the Black Manosphere. You know, pretty much all the prominent channels, I've been on them already.
Yeah, he used to go on Fight Club. That was interesting.
Oh God, why?
That's exactly what
There's no point. There's no point in going to Fight Club.
Dude, I was the first white guy to go on a Latif live stream.
If you want a bunch of toxic black spurgs, you can get your follower count up over there and get monetized real fast.
Yeah, you can. Holy shit!
No, but see, honestly, a lot of the stuff when I go to these panels, I would go on just to see if they would let me on.
Oh,
you know, honestly, and
social
generally,
experiment,
and generally, if they were just sitting there having a regular conversation about bullshit, I didn't care. It wouldn't be until they started bringing the whole, whitey issue shit up all the time. That's when I would pop up and hop on their panel. Well, since you want to talk about me, here I am. Let me have a say. You're right. This was a conversation between you guys until you brought Whitey into it. Well, Whitey's here.
Man. Yeah, I mean,
I think more white people there needs to be more white people like that aren't afraid to unapologetically push back on bullshit.
Right.
Like
No,
the
but
fact
see,
that
you
Ray
said-
is sitting
you
there.
brought- you
Look,
brought
this is
that
how I
one
know you don't
kid.
get no pussy, Ray, because you're sitting there with a pussy in your hand. That thing's going to eat you one day. You know what? That thing's literally waiting
Hang
for
on
you
one
to
second.
die so you can become its dinner. It's plotting your death right now.
She's so long.
You know, cat women are already weird. Cat men are even weirder.
Dude, cats are awesome. I'm not
No,
home
they're
enough
not.
to have a
They're
dog.
demons,
Like,
dude.
it knows where to go to the bathroom already, and it feeds itself. Like if I put food in there, it'll ration it. Like I need something responsible. I don't. Yeah, see there, Special Forces cat, baby. What's up?
And I bet you guys cosplay and fucking.
Shut up! You're just mad you don't have a cat, bro.
Hey, baby.
You guys are going to Comic-Con dressed like whatever those fucking people are from whatever weird ass show that you're watching, and
Dude, does your cat have battle armor? I've been trying to find some on Etsy.
the only thing that thing would be good for is to turn it into chicken teriyaki on a stick.
No, she doesn't have enough meat.
No, that's a chicken nugget right there.
That's a chicken nugget. Look, Lawrence has cats. Everybody has cats except for you.
Dude, I don't have cats or dogs. I don't have no pets. You want to know why? Because I have fucking little ass animals running around my house that have voices that speak that I have to fucking feed. I don't need any more. I don't need any more fucking things to feed that bark back at me.
My cat doesn't speak. She already burned up one life though. She suicide jumped off the desk like when I first got
if
her.
I was to ever get a dog or a cat, the only purpose of me to have it would be in case shit hit the fan, I would have a dog or a cat to eat when I ran out of meat.
Okay. Final thoughts. Cats are awesome. Snowman's final thoughts. He doesn't like cats. Don't eat yellow snow. Cigarettes aren't your friend. Mandrell's final thoughts. Special Forces cats
Progressive
are
white
awesome.
women are the most racist people on the planet.
What?
Progressive liberal white women are the most racist people on the planet.
Oh, okay.
How dare you! I'm going to report you.
Oh my god! They'll go report him over on his channel. If they report my
Right,
channel, I'm going to
right.
prove out that they're racist. So
Right.
it's a catch-22. Mandrell, you got any final thoughts for us?
Yeah. People, don't be dumb. I know. It's a challenge. It's a task and a half. But to be honest, I don't really like talking to you. People, I don't. There are times where I leave panels and it hurts my brain. This isn't one of those panels, by the way, for the record. It's not.
Mandrell, I'd love to see you come to one of my panels.
No doubt. What's your channel?
Angry Snowman 2, bro. I'll put the link in
I was
private
about
for
to
you.
say I'm on his channel.
Put yours in there too, man. It's up to you.
Okay, I'm on Black Man Unfiltered. I don't have my own channel yet. I just do a show on Black Man Unfiltered every Wednesday at 8:30 Central. But I talk about different shit, man. I mean, good lord,
Bro, every once in a while I go on there and mix it up. I know, like I had like half of your panel last night just wanting to hate my guts.
Yeah.
So bad. I was like,
Yeah, Ray came up there last night. It was just like,
just like, like, look, this is what it is. You want solutions? Here you go, bro. Like, where?
yes, I used to answer that question in the chat. I used to go to Fight Club, but I mean, it's too dumb. I can only handle so much of that. It's too stupid.
Well, it's basically the same conversation every night, and they don't want resolution, and like
They don't
everybody
want solutions.
they just want to argue, and I'm like, if I wanted to argue, I could go outside. I could go literally outside and argue with people to their face. Like, you guys want to argue with people you can't even hit? Like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Now, see, the thing is, that's the thing is, black folks got that market cornered right there because they don't like white people, so they ain't going to sit and support white people doing that kind of dumb shit. It ain't going to happen. And white people ain't paying to watch that shit. They got they literally got a market cornered over there. That's like, dude, that's like Real World meets Road Rules meets meth just had a baby with crack cocaine.
I'm working on the channel. My channel would be mostly about geopolitics and shit like that because that's just in my wheelhouse. You know what I'm saying?
Dude,
geopolitics, finance, and stuff like that.
Where else you should check out is New Frontier. They talk about geopolitics all the time.
Okay.
They're like real big on that. Also, a bunch of they're good guys. They're like trying to figure out some, like we were talking about last time, solutions. Like they're trying to sort some stuff out. They're young, got a lot of energy, pretty edgy, little shock value-y, but like they're trying to put something together, and it's really interesting to see what they got going on over there too.
They are communists, though.
Oh God.
He's a communist.
I'm sorry. The only good commie is a dead commie.
They're
Y'all
gotta stop calling them communists because they're in their 20s. They're just gonna accept it and use it to troll you, and that's exactly what they do.
Every young adult wants to help everyone and bring world peace and end world hunger, and you can't do it. I'm sorry. No matter how much you want to try, you can't do it because.
Well, yeah, they agree that you can't help everyone, but you can definitely help the people that want to be helped.
Human beings are stupid. You're never going to end these problems.
True. You don't have to help the stupid ones. But what about the ones that want to be helped? Like you're completely sidestepping what I said. I said you can. Oh yeah, hold up. Before we go, we do have to have a moment of silence. Auntie Jay passed away.
No shit.
Yeah, so R.I.P. Auntie Jay. Like I heard about that. I didn't think it was real, but like I guess it is, and that's super sad.
Hey, listen, Scam Likely is the guy who's constantly telling people, take care of your health, take care of your health. Now, last time I did a show on health, Ray, was a year ago, and I got pushback, believe it or not.
Well, that's because you had to, in order to be healthy, you have to fat shame.
I'll be honest with you. Ray is the
I
one.
didn't even fat shame him. That's the crazy
Ray?
part. I didn't even say anything negative about fat people. I said, here's why you should be healthy. Now, here are ways you can do this. You know, if you have this kind of time, here's how you manage your time and do something healthy. Here's how to eat better. You know what I'm saying? Here's how to count calories. I was telling people how to do these things instead of just saying, hey, count calories, go outside, do some. I was telling people how to do it. No. Why are we talking about this? This isn't even important. Really?
Well, I'll be honest with you. What I was saying, Ray is the one that actually inspired me to actually start caring about my health again.
Who is it? Ray?
See, there I help somebody.
It is important.
You know, he's the one always talking. You know, he's the only person I know on here that since I've known him since day one, he's always talking and pushing. You know, good health and being in at least, you know, your peak physical condition.
Yeah. And it's,
you know, and it's the stuff that honestly, Ray, the stuff that you've been saying has caused me to sit and evaluate the health I'm in and the health that I want to be in when my kids become teenagers and adolescents. Specifically, now that I got an 8-year-old, a 3-year-old, and one on the way. Well, I'm 44 years old. If I don't take back my health now, I'm going to be worthless to those kids when they need me.
Yeah.
And then what kind of father am I to them? And, you know, what type of selfish person would do that and put their kids in that type of position rather than lead by example?
Right. I mean, and the thing is, they're watching you. So, like, as you're progressing through that journey, you're also setting an example there. Right. You're showing them discipline. You're showing them dedication. You're showing them the ability to line out and set a goal and then move towards that. Like, those are all important aspects, especially seeing their father do it and go, you know what? Like, I'm looking at these things. I need to be of use to you. You're also teaching them service as well, because like you're doing it for your family.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Also, you might have to fucking jaw jack one of them kids one day. Like, you probably got to be ready for that action too.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you right now, Michael, look, as good of a kid as he is, all right, by the time I'm giving him at the most 14 or 15, you're going to hear about me flatlining him in the front yard.
Bruh. Yeah, to be like, what happened? I had to give him that sternum pop. Boom. Get up.
You know?
Hey, but what's been up with what's the name? Beans anyway. I see.
I think
him and Anton did you see the other day on Fight Club? Him and Anton fucking made a resolution with each other.
Oh, really?
Okay, but why though?
Because he gets upset that Anton always bags on poor people, and like I don't necessarily agree with Anton's angle. I agree with him.
I don't
conceptually, either. But like the angle that he goes at when he talks about people, I'm just like, all right, dude, like cool. Like I don't like
reminds
that
me
aspect.
of the nerdy kid in school that got a little bit of popularity online, and now he thinks he's the guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some results, so like I can't argue results. I don't like those rants specifically because I'm like, you're not the angle that he's coming at doesn't matter, but like again, he gets paid to do that. Like whenever you get through, like he doesn't change opinions. He has like the same outlook on stuff, and you're a caricature at that point. Like he gives you some gems. Like there's some legit solid game that he's got set up, and he's built a really good network. But at that level, you're saying things for people, and like he tells you straight up, like he's online to make money. So like when you're talking about poor people and like everything still rolls back to like making six figures, getting a government check, and he's never talked about private banking. He's like not talking about how the fact of the matter is the system that we're in, wealth is made out of debt. Like if you're not moving like a central bank, if you're not understanding how a bank functions, you're not going to get wealthy in this environment. Like if you're just collecting a six-figure check, no wealthy person that's at his level of wealth, because I do know a bunch of people at that level of wealth are making money going, my check's six figures. Nor do they ever talk about what they make on W-2. They talk about shit that they own. Right. It's a different conversation.
It's a different, yes, exactly.
And I'm like,
and see, that's my thing. That's what made me stop watching Anton. It's shit like that.
Yeah.
That I would notice. And I'm just like, because he was talking about, hey, if you want to know about this, sign up to my Patreon. You want to know about that? Sign up to my Patreon. I got curious one day, got into his Patreon. This is early last year, right? When I first came to YouTube and discovered this bullshit on YouTube. And so it was early. This was early last year, before the death of Kevin Samuels, early, right? So I looked in his Patreon. I'm like, okay, what he said is true, of course, but this is all basic shit. Like this is like if you're trying to start a business, you're gonna run into this knowledge eventually anyway, because it's stuff you need to know. But at the same time, anyone can Google this,
right?
So I was like, leave Patreon. So I just unsubscribed from this Patreon. I still watch his content for a little while after that, but then it's like stuff he'd say was absolutely just wrong. Like it's not about wealth; it's about net worth. Now it's not about that. He said it's not about something. He said it's about net worth. I was like, no. It was something to do with net worth that he said that was just flat out incorrect.
It depends. Like I use my net worth as a calculation on if I'm going in the right direction.
Right.
Like,
so do I. But he was talking about it's not about how much money you have. It's about your net worth. I'm like, okay. Then he said, credit. You don't need credit. I'm like,
the
fuck. Yeah, I was like, that is so incorrect.
Tell that to the white guy that doesn't have the privilege of having it.
I mean, that's literally counter how all wealth is made in this country.
All of it, exactly.
All of it. Like literally every bit of it. I'm like, we literally go to war. No leverage. We literally go to war to create debt to pay bills and make wealth. Like
exactly.
I don't know. Like so when he like his angle on poor people, I'm like, the reality of the fact of the matter is poor people work harder than wealthy people, most likely, because you gotta work hard to be poor. Like honestly,
they work harder and they get less.
100%. And so like his attitude that he has about those things, like I mean, I can have those debates, and like me and Beans have talked about that too. And I'm just like, well, cool. Like, if you want to stay where you're at, that's cool. But like, stop bitching about what wealthy people are doing, because, well, I don't sit around going, man, fucking poor people. I wish I could sit around all day and do fuck all and do nothing. Like, that's not a conversation that I have. But like, you see people who want to go at people who are trying to succeed or have succeeded as though it's an issue, and like all they want to do is poke holes in the life. And it's like, you know what? The only difference between you and a rich person is they get to cry in a fucking Ferrari. Okay, great. Crying in a Ferrari is better. Like it's better. Like you cry in a Celica. Like, okay, like cool, bro. Like enjoy that shit. Like
the
whatever.
one time,
Like I'd rather cry in a Lexus. Like I'm sorry. Like
there's one Ray, were you around when his mom, like his mom came in the room and said she wasn't gonna make it, she wasn't able to pay his car note, so he just had to get rid of the car or some shit like that. And so people found out that he wasn't paying his car note and his mom was paying it for him and all this, and it's like that came out. I was like, damn, Beans, why didn't you mute the mic, man? Like I've been rooting for Beans since day one. He and I even butted heads.
I think he's underappreciated. I think he's underrated. He has some good concepts.
He does.
But it brings back. But
you want to know what I like about Beans though the most is he's honest.
He is very honest,
Yeah.
and the thing I like that about him too. That's one of the redeeming qualities that he has. And he, like you said, I would sit back. He didn't even know I was watching, but I watch his content. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, he's one person I really am rooting for to win.
Yeah,
he just because he has his platform. He just sometimes he'll do well for a while.
Yeah,
then he'll make a show that just turns the whole table on everything he's been building up to that point. And I'm just like, bruh, nah, wrong move. You know, but I am rooting for him to win though. I hope he does.
But I like Beans too because look, dude, there's a lot of times that me and him disagree on a lot of shit, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But he's never come at me in a disrespectful way when me and him had discussions about things. He's never come at me in a disrespectful way. He's never, demeaned my person, or defame me or anything like that. Like most people do, the typical dog whistles when a white person and a black person are having a disagreement. He doesn't do that. You know,
he talks to you like you're a human being.
What I try to do and understand why I feel the way I do, because I've done that for 3 years now, and that's a lot of why I got started going on black panels, is to try and understand why people that didn't look like me felt the way they did about me that didn't even know me.
Right. And it's just he talks to you like you're a human being.
Yeah. Right.
That's the thing. He doesn't address your color. He's just like, look, it's your ideology. And see, that's the quality about him that a lot of these people who would look down on him because he's poor, they can't do that. They can't look at a person and talk to you about the issue that they disagree with. They'll attack your person. Well, see, and then they'll bring your race to. See, you're white, so you ain't got these problems. I know.
Yeah, we do actually. I've
been called Uncle Tom and shit like that, and you're damn near cooning over here, Mandrell. Like, why? The man brought up an issue, but he's white. So what? What does that got to do with anything? White people have these problems too. The problem is we separate ourselves so much that we don't see what the other is going through. When in truth, we're going through the same shit apart from the racism.
Right.
If
we're still worried about personalizing everything.
We're still having the same issues. White people have the same issues. How do you know this? I've talked to enough of them. I've got white friends. You got white friends? One person was surprised at that. You got white friends? I'm like, yeah, no shit. Why would I not?
Bro,
I wouldn't expect you not to have white friends.
I was in the Army. How would I not have white friends? How many black guys are in special forces?
Well, look, dude, I'll tell you what.
Two, it was you and Goggins.
I've noticed with brothers that were in the military, there's two different types. There's brothers that went in the military and then they come out with a different sense of that they have a different sense of how they feel about white people in general. As far as, they aren't on that whole racism, they're out to get me kick. They understand what the reality of reality is. But then there's another group of black people that'll come out of the Army trying to say that the Army's oppressive, that they treat black people like shit, yada, 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 this, that, and the other.
Snowman, they do.
The Army treats everybody like shit, dude.
Well, here's the thing. Like, the Army makes sure, like, it's the Army I was in, makes sure to, like, that your race doesn't fucking matter. Out here.
Dude,
who gives a
shit
where you came from
anymore? Your body is the property of the United States government.
No, I don't give a shit. I need you to dig this fighting position. You, and you. Okay, you know what I'm saying? It's like dig this fighting position. They don't say the white guy, the black guy, and the Hispanic or the Mexican. You know what I'm saying? They don't say that shit. I would call Hispanic people Mexicans just because, just to shorten it out. It wasn't really about the race. It was just like, look, fuck it, dude.
Dude, have you ever
Mexican.
made the mistake of calling a Guatemalan a Mexican?
Yeah,
you want to
that-
talk
that
about
gets pissed
pissing
off.
someone off.
And then
Or-
if you call a Pakistani a Punjabi or vice versa, they'll fight you.
I had some
Yeah,
old
yeah,
Honduran
right.
threaten to punch. Dude, I had an old Honduran dude when I worked at P&G in Lima threaten to punch me in the mouth if I called him a Mexican one more time.
Bruh.
Yeah, but even the people who are like from Argentina or Honduras, hey, yeah, I need you and the rest of the Mexicans to come over here and I'm not Mexican. I don't give a shit. I need you, Judy. I need y'all to come over here and get to this. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about your race,
No,
man.
dude,
It's
but
just
this dude got mad, man. He's like, I ain't no dirty spick.
Dude,
Don't
hold on.
ever call
This
me
is my
that shit again.
impersonation of Mandrell. Be like, I need you to move over here. Be like, I'm not Mexican. Be like, listen here, Hector. You'll get respect when you get over there.
And I would say shit like that. You're right, Ray. I would say shit just like that. I would say, yeah, listen, Jorge. My name is not, I don't give a fuck what your name is, dude. Go take care of business. You know what I'm saying? I said that to get your, and then later they ask you, but then you tell them, I just said it to get your attention. Like, I told you 3 times to get it done. You're dragging your feet. But then when I say that, all of a sudden you hop too because you got insulted. It's just a way of talking to people. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about the race. Again, I don't care about your race. None of us did. Your race didn't matter. We're all brothers in arms. And then that's when people had enough of one another. We designate a space. Okay, 2 men enter, 1 man makes a point. Go ahead, get that shit out your system.
So
And
I think I'm going to take the boy this weekend to go see Enter the Spider-Verse on IMAX.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
They might do that too. And the thing is, we fight like fisticuffs, but then when it's over, it was over. That was it.
Yeah.
We just never revisited it. It's just two men had a point. 1 man proved it. That was the end of the story. We just moved on like nothing happened.
Dude, me and my friends, we all fought each other all the
men are
time
supposed
on a
to
regular
function,
basis.
Yeah. We just moved on like nothing happened.
Well, and see, that's what I think is one of the biggest problems with education, with the education system today. They don't realize that part of being in school and learning your place in the social pecking order of life and how to maneuver and handle these different things in a healthy manner, specifically while going through adolescence, is vital to a young man.
Oh yeah,
Vital.
It's there's a lot of development that goes on and getting popped in the mouth a couple of good ones.
This whole anti-bully movement, it's done nothing but turn men into girls.
100%. I mean, dude, I don't think, like, I don't even believe people when they say that, like, oh, I was always the bully. Like, there's no always a bully, because there's always a bigger person that will fuck you up. Like, everybody gets messed with. It's how you respond to it. And, like, generally speaking, if you're a kid willing to take an ass whooping, then people tend to not want to fuck with you. Like, if they know that, because, like, the reality of it is there are very few fights that people get into where, like, it's the main reason that I don't like fighting is because even if you win, you don't win. You get hurt. Like, you're gonna take some damage. Like, something's happening to you. Like, I've got into fights where I've gotten hurt beating somebody's ass because I got into it. Next thing you know, you slip and fall. You done dislocated a finger or something, and you're just like, oh, like your adrenaline's going. You don't even feel it. After the fight's over, now you can't make a fist no more. Like, you gotta wrap your hand up. You're injured as well. And those are one-sided. That's a one-sided fight. And I hurt myself. Like, I'm just like, you're not going into this and walking away just going, oh, just like in the movies, I'm perfectly fine. Like, that shit doesn't happen. You're going to pull shit. You're going to be swinging for the fences. You're going to have sore tendons the next day. And
Look,
that's like
if I'm talking to somebody and they tell me that they've never lost a fight, I'm done talking to them because you're capping like a motherfucker.
Man. Yeah, you capping.
Anybody that's ever went out and was either bullied all the time or was a man that went out and engaged with other men and fought with them. If you say you've never lost a fight and you've never been beat up, then I'm sorry, you're a pussy and you've never been man enough to step up and fight another man.
Also, if you're not Samoan and you say you beat up a Samoan, I'm not fucking believing you. Period. Those motherfuckers ain't real, bro.
Hey, Ray, you want to see some crazy shit? This is a picture of me that you're going to get to see when I was 25.
Oh, snap.
Oh, look at
dude,
that.
That looks just like your kid.
I know.
That looks like an adult version of your kid, dude. Like, that's so funny.
25 years old, dude.
Dude, he's setting up to look just like your ass, bro.
And I'm going to tell you what, man, I was a Mac daddy. For real. I didn't have no problem with hoes at all whatsoever.
Bruh. Oh, there's one other reason that you should be in shape also.
Why?
And it's a reference point. So, like, every time I see my grandpa, I make it a point to tell him. I'm like, because he didn't take care of himself. But we look exactly alike. And I'm like, bro, if you would have taken care of yourself, you'd look like me, right? Every time I see him.
Well, for me, the other thing is as I get older, I see myself looking more and more like the man I can't stand.
Oh, that sucks.
All right. And I refuse. I absolutely refuse to allow myself to become nothing but a wasted flesh ball.
Yeah, don't do that. No,
I'm not doing it. You know,
you gotta anytime if you ever see that motherfucker again, you always gotta tell him you're the upgrade. That's what I always tell my grandpa. I'm like, I'm you 3.0. Like, that's a better version. Like, and anytime anyone in my family says shit, I'm like, I got the better version of this. Like, I'm good.
No, I tell my dad all the time. I used to tell my dad because I ain't spoke to him now in probably 4 years. But before we had our big falling out and stopped talking to each other, I told him, I said, you know what? The best thing you ever did for me was not be in my life, because you showed me exactly what you don't do if you want to be a actual father that is decent to his kids. You know,
yeah.
You showed me all the things that I don't need to do to actually get somewhere in life. So you not being around was probably the best thing for me.
So Black God Monolith said that he beat up a Samoan one time. And all I'm going to say is you must have got a small one. He was probably 12. And you were a full-grown adult. And, you know, he probably still made you work for it, because they're basically gods among men. They're walking meat tanks. One of the worst beatings I ever got was a Samoans. We were cruising. We didn't realize they clown carded us. It was not good. Your
entire life is nothing but a game of Russian roulette.
Bro, they rolled out and, like, we thought it was
How
cool.
did it fit in the car?
Bro, it was bad. It was literally one of the worst experiences of my life. And it was like one of the first times that I got into a fight, and I was like, this could be it. Like, this could just be it. Like, and it was by the grace of God or whatever has been protecting my dumb ass for this long that they got tired. That's like the holy, like, but there was more of them in the car than we thought, and then there was another car that was like their friends that were also Samoans, actually probably their relatives. I'm gonna make some
Mexicans,
and that pulled up as we were getting ready to fight, and then we were just like, oh, we're about to just get beat. Okay, because there were two in the car, and we thought there was only one. And then there was another one in another car, which made it a 3-on-3. And I was like, well, this is no longer a fair fight. Like, I thought we were just going to get beat up at the two of us fighting these guys.
There's no such thing.
We had an extra man so that we could just get beat up. And then it became 3-on-3. And I was like, we're about to all get fucked up. Like, that was the hardest I've ever been punched ever. And actually, now that I think about it, I took a DeWalt drill at full torque that hit a nail to the face, and it hurt less than when that Samoan man punched me. like he literally knocked the soul out of my body. It was not a good experience. I did not like it, and I was ready to give up the ghost. Like, I was like, bro, Just like make this shit be over quick.
I remember the first time I got hit so hard, I saw stars. Because up until that point, I thought when people said they saw stars, it was like it is in the cartoons, and that ain't what it's like. It's like Star Trek, and they go to warp speed.
Bruh.
That's for real. That's what it's like when you get hit so hard you see stars in real life. You see shit. It's like lights just flying past your eyes, like you're in the Enterprise going warp 3.
Yeah. So my final thought is just don't fight Samoans ever. Like,
this is my final thought. Always remember, Peter Pan was the villain. Captain Hook was the hero. All right. The rebels were the villains, and the what was it? Republic was actually trying to save everybody.
Bars. One more Samoan story. I have a friend who's a Samoan. He lost a bunch of weight recently, but he got his. Well, actually, it wasn't recently. He's been working at it for a few years, but this man, who I knew from a previous life, got shot 3 times and went to his girl's house to get patched up and just ended up fucking her before going to the hospital.
This is for sale.
Oh, snap. That's dope. That's dope.
That's super dope.
It's an original painting too. It's for sale for all you comic heads out there. I see you got Lord Vader behind you, and you was mentioning Transformers.
Yep. Like
and
the Transformers the movie
blowing up behind him.
I also got this one here.
Oh, Hulk. That's dope.
But yeah, man, I do shipping and stuff too, and this is for sale. I'm selling it. It's got a custom frame. It's a 16x20 stretch canvas. It's got the varnish protection on it. It's got the professional hanger on the back. Selling it for $150, and I ship.
Dang.
Nice.
Okay. Final thoughts. Transformers are awesome, and so is Snowman's artwork. That wall is freaking cool.
Everything, all the paintings on it, I did.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's freaking awesome. Now, if only you could hang a painting, you fool.
This is the Scorpion portrait that I'm doing.
Is that what you're? Is that the? Are you going to keep that one for personal use? You're going to get it laminated and hand it to your wife when it's Mr. Nasty time? Get over here! Oh, Afro Samurai. Oh wow!
Color,
hold on, you got Afro
color
oh, dude, you got all the greats.
Yeah. Bushido Brown.
Yes.
Black Dynamite.
Yes.
Afro Samurai.
All the black anime characters. That's freaking dope.
From the Boondocks.
Yes. Dude, Boondocks was so good.
Yeah.
Somebody buy some of my art.
Yeah. This one isn't for sale, the background.
Dude, you should. Dude, so Snowman, you should set up like an Etsy or a website or something. Like Christian Bellini, but it's like
that.
Angry Snowmeanie.
No, it'd be Chuck Black. Actually, before the pandemic hit, I actually did have a art company that I was running. It's called Expressive Image Artistry, and I do believe it or not, before the pandemic, I was actually making money. I'd sold in a year and a half, sold 23 paintings.
What?
Yeah,
dude, what the heck, man? You need to get back on that ball too while you're working out.
Dude, you can't force people to buy shit.
Yeah, you can.
And that's the thing is people aren't buying like they were.
They force us to pay taxes. We buy a bunch of shit we don't want. What are you talking about? All you need is some firearms, a standing army, and some police officers, and a bunch of bureaucracy.
Well, look, black people are already cheap, and then when it comes to buying something from a white guy, they're even more cheap.
What?
Seriously, they really are.
Look, I sell customized workout routines and nutrition plans. You have any idea how many people said, "Give me a hookup"? No. Well, why is it so expensive? Because it's $300, right? And I do it, say for 30 days. I'll make you a customized workout routine and meal plan. The meal plan, I said, because the meal plan is for 7 days a week, for 4 weeks. Every meal throughout the day, that's time. You know what I'm saying? Plus, with the education and stuff I have and training that I have, I'm like, Absolutely. Oh shit. Okay, from Game of Thrones.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Drogon and the one that died and got brought back to life.
Yep.
The Night King.
Yep. I painted that waiting for a Game of Thrones dude to be like, dude, put a frame around that and ship it to me. I'll buy it. It's still sitting here. Nobody bought it.
It's because Game of Thrones people are cheap.
It's because no, they go to those conventions, though.
No, see, the thing is, it's because everybody seems to think that I'm going to sell something that is an original that no one else is going to have. For the same price, they can go to Pier 1 or Meyer or wherever and get these cheap-ass prints that are put on canvases that everybody has on their wall.
Right.
You know? They don't realize the time and effort that goes in this.
Right.
The material cost that goes in this.
That's why you charge what you charge, because you can. It's for your time, your expertise.
What I'm charging isn't ridiculous.
No.
You know? Like for this to put a frame on it, it'd probably be $150, $200. You know?
Right.
And it's a 16 by 20 canvas. I mean, if people can go out and spend $90 for a big ass fucking Panther print that everybody in the fucking community has, rather than maybe spend a few more extra dollars and get something that nobody in the community has, and actually help support, a growing business and a growing artist and culture, because that's what that is supporting culture.
Mm-hmm.
Then I don't know what to tell you. Go ahead and keep on with your shit. I will make my walls look awesome, because while you're out buying art, I'm at home making my art. Everything hanging on my walls, I did myself.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
He also finishes all of them off with a special black soap finish.
Dude, I'm gonna stab you when for real.
I'm just trying to help you get some sales from black
I'm
people.
tell you right now, dude, the day we meet, wherever we are, it's going to turn into Kansas City.
Like, listen, and for the vegans out there, he zests them all of his paintings with patchouli essence. He uses non-GMO, vegan, organic, extra crunchy paints for the art. The canvases are made out of cruelty-free lamb skin.
Somebody kick this guy. Somebody kick this guy off the band.
Lambskin. He rinses his brushes in the tears of angels so that each stroke is blessed.
Lawrence, do I look like a fucking vegan to you? When's the last time you saw an overweight vegan, for one?
He says kind things like, look at this little tree over here, like Bob Ross. He's the Bob Ross of our time. He's been imbued with his spirit. He actually has his paintbrushes left.
You want to know an interesting thing about Bob Ross?
He uses his color mixer.
They took pictures of all the paintings that he did from the first one to the last one. And did you know he actually painted a journey through a forest in his lifetime?
What?
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
Yep. I'm not even bullshit, dude. They literally took his paintings and took pictures of them and showed it in time lapse, sped it up a little bit, and it's literally traveling through the wilderness in Alaska.
Oh, that is wild. Dude, see, I love Bob Ross even more now.
While you're sitting here talking shit about him.
I'm not talking shit about him. I'm trying to help you sell paintings. I'm trying to help you sell paintings, and you're being a dick.
Hey, you know how you could really help me sell paintings? By buying one.
I'm broke.
This
can I get it for $350?
How
got about $350 for you.
This, that, and the other. I could go out and not even have to worry about buying a whole brand new set of $5,000 Pirellis for my car. But yeah, I ain't gonna help Snowman.
Dude, they were not Pirellis. These were standard tires, my friend. I'm not at Pirelli level yet.
No, I'm just giving you.
I'm just a poor boy searching for a family. That's why you're all here.
Too, for anybody that's interested, if you want something, I do commissions. If there's something that you have an interest for.
Do you have any Deadpools?
Not yet.
Okay. I might have to rock with you about that. I collect Deadpool. I like Deadpool stuff. It's my spirit character.
I do got you see Magneto back there. But he's
Yes,
canvas.
I remember that one. That's freaking awesome too. I mean, comic books in general are awesome, but that was cool.
But yeah, I do commissions. But if you hire me to do a commission job, I always ask for 25% down in case you back out to cover the material cost.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of like building a house. You don't just pay for it after it's done.
Well, see, the thing is too with paints, man, and the paints that I use, you constantly have to go out and buy new ones because the stuff gets old and then you have to throw it away. It gets bad.
Yep.
Paint like the acrylic paints. If you let them sit too long, they'll get these like really weird boogers inside of them that just don't do nothing but destroy the paint. It's weird.
Dang, that is wild.
The other thing I like doing, that one right there, the Ringmaster, is what that one is. That one's actually acrylic and oil paint.
Oh, nice. That's freaking awesome. Okay. We have definitely covered it all tonight. Until next week, folks. We going to beds. You know what's funny? Nunya told us to go to bed, but she went to bed first. So we won. We won that battle of attrition. Good night, Nunya.
Men rule, girls drool.
Oh my God. Till next week, guys.
Deuces.
Thank you for tapping in. Let's see what are we gonna close this out with. We're gonna actually, since Mandrell's here tonight and Snowman's here tonight, we had kind of a reunion of the family. We're gonna close it out with the toast.
Toast. Money will come and go. We know that. But the most important thing in life will always be the people in this room. Right here. Right now. Salute, mi familia. Salute.